Chapter 1367. P.S. Thank you to Wongit and 157747860 for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to 157747860, NXCX and Halcyon for their tips. After some exploration, Seito arrived at Egg Street where the main characters of Final Fantasy lived. He found the dilapidated church on the outskirts of the city. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Seito stepped into the church. In an instant, a huge European-style church space appeared before his eyes. More than a dozen long wooden chairs that were enough for 7 to 8 people to sit in a row were neatly placed in their original positions. At the front of the chairs, a sea of white and yellow lilies quietly bloomed. An irregular pond that was as clear as an indoor swimming pool quietly existed beside the sea of lilies. The surface of the pond rippled slightly with the occasional breeze that blew in through the gaps around the church. Seito didn't see the familiar ultramodern motorcycle outside the church. Knowing that the main character Claude wasn't in the church, he swaggered into the church. He stopped in front of a rectangular protruding box that often appeared in ancient pirate legends. He lifted his leg and kicked open the lid of the box. One by one, Idose saw a large number of colorful baseball-sized crystal balls that were emitting weird energy waves. These were the unique items in Final Fantasy, magic stones. It was a kind of energy crystal. Those who knew how to use it could rely on the energy it provided and the characteristics it contained to release attacks and summoning magic. Seito waved his hand. A pink crystal ball spontaneously flew into his palm. He then stimulated it with his mental power. A strange-looking canine monster that looked like a wolf suddenly appeared beside Seito amidst a cloud of black smoke. It let out a low growl. A summoning stone. Seito muttered to himself. He then let the magic stone return to its calm state and dispelled the monster's summoning. He then reached out to the magic stone in the box again. A translucent crystal-like crystal entered his hand and activated it with his mental power. In an instant, a cold air and frost appeared around Seito's body. Ice energy stone. Seito muttered to himself. He then put away the magic stone again and activated it with another magic stone of a different color. After a series of tests, Seito roughly determined the characteristics of the magic stone. It was similar to the 5 elements. Basically, one could determine the type of magic stone by its color. For example, a red magic stone was a fire energy stone. A white one was ice, a light blue one was wind, a dark blue one was water, and a yellow one was earth. A bright yellow one was gold. Pink and other bright colors were summoning. After testing the types of magic stones, Seito then used his mind to put them all into the Rubik's Cube world. Clap, 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 clap. Just as Seito was about to leave, a series of light footsteps echoed in the church. Ma Yen, a pleasant female voice called out anxiously. Seito turned around and looked towards the church's entrance. Then, he saw a person wearing black shorts that were as long as a windbreaker. Her waist was covered with a white cloth and a black sleeveless vest. She had a slim figure and a beautiful face. Her long black hair was naturally draped over her back. She looked like a young woman in her 20s. Seito saw a cute little girl who was about 8 or 9 years old. She was wearing a beige dress and a gray sleeveless sweater. Her brown hair was tied up with a red hairband at the back of her head. Tifa Lockhart, Malien Wallace. Seito thought to himself after seeing their faces. Who are you? Tifa, who was protecting Malien Wallace behind her, asked with a cautious expression. Seito. Seito replied with a smile. You're looking for Claude? Tifa continued to ask. I'm just passing by. It's fine if I can't find him. Seito said indifferently. Seeing Seito's reaction, Tifa's face immediately showed a confused expression. She didn't know what he meant. Tifa, look. At this moment, Malien Wallace, who was hiding behind Tifa, suddenly pointed at the open box. You're a thief. Following Marlene Wallace's instructions, Tifa looked at the box and saw that it was empty. She hurriedly turned her gaze back to Idose and said with a frown, I'm just passing by. Seito chuckled. Malien, hide to the side first. Tifa slightly turned her head and said to the little girl, "Tifa, be careful," Ma Yin Wallace said with concern. She immediately ran to the side and hid behind a relatively intact Roman pillar. She carefully peeked her head out to look at Ito and Tifa, who was in a fighting stance. At this moment, Tifa secretly shouted. Using a high-speed charging technique, he dashed in front of Ito and used the bottom of his palm to hit Ito's chest. Ito didn't move his body. He lightly waved his right arm and slapped Tifa's palm away. Tifa, whose attack was slapped away, didn't stop attacking. His left hand quickly reached out towards Ito's chin. Ito raised his right hand after slapping away Tifa's arm and used his forearm to block Tifa's attack again. Tifa wasn't discouraged. He directly raised his body and kicked towards Ito's neck. Ito's right hand moved again and grabbed Tifa's ankle before the kick hit him. Tifa saw this and twisted his waist. He raised his left leg and kicked towards Ito's neck from the other side. Ito, who still didn't move, pulled his head back and brushed past Tifa's foot to dodge Tifa's kick. Then he forcefully waved his right arm and sent Tifa, who had twisted his body in midair and was preparing to continue his attack, flying. In midair, Tifa, who had exerted strength from his waist, twisted his body and stepped onto the wall of the church. He gathered his chi and forcefully kicked off. Like a cannonball, he shot towards Ito with a gust of wind. His hands reached out towards Ito's face. Ito raised his leg and kicked. With a gust of wind, he kicked towards Tifa's chest. Tifa, who sensed danger, quickly retracted his hands and crossed them in front of his chest to block Ito's kick. Bang! With a muffled sound, Tifa's body flipped backwards. However, when Tifa's feet flipped in front of Ito, the tips of his feet kicked towards Ito's body. Ito's body leaned back and brushed past Tifa's foot to dodge the kick. However, before Ito's right foot could land, Tifa, who had both hands on the ground, dropped down and swept his leg towards Ito's ankle. Ito lightly jumped. He jumped up from the ground. Tifa, who had gained the upper hand, curled his body and stood up from the ground. Using the rotational force of his body and all the strength in his body, he punched towards Ito's chest. Bang! Ito, who was in midair and had no place to support himself, flew backwards with a muffled sound. What great strength! Ito thought to himself as he flew backwards. Then he flipped his hand and grabbed the back of a bench. He stopped his body and stood on the back of the bench. Tifa saw this and took 2 steps forward. Then he once again used the technique to charge in front of Ito. He launched an attack at him. Ito pressed down with his right arm. He pressed down on Tifa's knee and, at the same time, extended his left hand and pushed towards Tifa's chest with his palm. Tifa raised his right arm and blocked in front of him. Blocking in front of him, his left hand stretched forward to hit Ito's face. Seeing that Tifa's fist was about to land on his face, Ito smiled. His left hand, which was blocked by Tifa's right arm, suddenly exploded with a huge push force. Tifa, who was completely unprepared, immediately flew backwards at a speed faster than when she came. Then, Ito stomped his foot and instantly shot in front of the retreating Tifa. He used all his strength to block Tifa's defensive attack and finally pressed his palm on her chest. Using the inertia of flying backwards, he pressed Tifa to the ground. Bang! Tifa's back fiercely hit the ground. Cough! Tifa, whose chest and lungs were shaken, immediately coughed in pain. Pah! Following a light sound, the water bottle that flew towards Ito's head was sent flying by Ito's palm. It fell to the ground not far away. It turned out that when Ma Yin Wallace saw that Tifa was injured, she angrily picked up the church's water bottle and smashed it towards Ito. She completely didn't think about whether her actions would bring danger to herself. Very brave little girl. Ito smiled as he retreated from Tifa's side. Oomph. Ma Yin Wallace coldly snorted without feeling grateful. Ito saw this and lightly smiled. He didn't pay attention to Ma Yin Wallace and Tifa, who had one hand on her chest and the other on the ground. He turned around and walked out of the church. After seeing Sei Ito's skills, Tifa, who clearly felt the difference between the two, didn't want to take back the magic stone after considering Ma Lian's safety. She didn't say anything or make a move to stop Sei Ito and let him leave. However, just as Sei Ito was about to reach the church's door, another person walked into the church from the door. The person was wearing a set of black leather clothes that looked a bit old. He was about 8 meters tall and had a good figure. His face was deep and clear. He looked about 20 years old. He had light silver soft short hair. On his left arm, there was something that looked like an ejectable fixture tied there. This person was none other than one of the 3 thought bodies of Sapphalo's, the crybaby Ross. Sei Ito and Ross stood facing each other. "Mom is there." Ross looked at Sei Ito and asked, "You're in the wrong place. Lost children should go to the police station." Sei Ito chuckled. "I'm not in the mood to joke with you. I'll ask you again, where's Mom?" Ross's eyes were red, and he said angrily, "I said, you're in the wrong place. There's no mother here. There's only an unmarried woman and a little lowly who hasn't grown up yet." Sei Ito looked at Ross and replied seriously. Damn it. Ross, who thought he'd been teased, was angry. After that, he couldn't help but attack Sei Ito with his fist. "You're not Tifa. You can't be treated well by me." Sei Ito, who saw the fist coming, sneered and said. He raised his hand to grab Ross's wrist and kicked Ross's chest and abdomen. Bang! Ross's body immediately flew back from the church's gate like a cannonball. Then, Sei Ito's figure flashed, and he appeared beside Ross, who was flying back, and chopped his neck and knocked him to the ground. Bang! Ross's body fell heavily to the ground. Ross is not a pure human being, but a thought body made of special energy. He did not faint under Sei Ito's palm, which is enough to make any ordinary person or some weak guy faint. He just shook his head slightly and jumped up from the ground again, launching instant transmission to appear behind Sei Ito and hit the left side of Sei Ito's back. At this time, Sei Ito's body collapsed into countless electric sparks and then gathered back to the original body around Ross. He issued a series of powerful attacks against Ross that he couldn't react to, which completely turned Ross into a pig's head and almost blew him up. Then, Sei Ito compared Ross, who had no resistance for the time being, and a circular middle-style magic array instantly appeared in front of his palm. As it slowly rotated, a triangular cube immediately appeared around Ross's body, imprisoning Ross and compressing him inwardly until it finally turned into a full-sized crystal and fell into Sei Ito's palm. After doing all this, Sei turned his head to look at Tiff, who was standing at the entrance of the church, and Marlene Wallace, who was in her arms. He then used instant transmission and disappeared before their eyes, rushing back to the metropolis. Because the two were not far from each other, almost in the blink of an eye, Sei Ito appeared on the street of the metropolis and walked towards the remaining Shinro headquarters. Soon, Ito Mori entered the headquarters of Shinro. Through hypnosis, he found the president's office on the top floor. He saw the president of Shinro, Rufus Shinro, who was wrapped in a white linen hoodie and sitting in a wheelchair. He was protected by 2 red-haired men in black suits wearing sunglasses and a ball of light, who looked like a gangster. Sei Ito, who entered the room, didn't talk nonsense. He directly knocked out the bald man named Lude and the red-haired youth named Reynolds, grabbed Rufus Shinro in his hand, controlled him with hypnosis, and inquired about the whereabouts of Genova's cells. As an ordinary person, under the control of Sei Ito's hypnosis, Rufus Shinro said whatever he wanted and quickly told him what Sei Ito wanted to know. Sei took out the Genova cells that were hidden in the secret compartment with Rufus Shinro and wrapped it in a piece of cloth. He didn't stay in the Shinro headquarters any longer. He immediately left the Shinro headquarters and moved towards the Forgotten City. As for why he didn't put Genova's hope into the Magic Cube world, he didn't want this broken thing to proliferate there and bring unnecessary trouble to himself. Chapter 1368. The City of Oblivion was a beautiful place that was affected by holy energy. Everything within a few kilometers of it, be it flowers, trees, rocks, or mountains, all looked like they were in winter. It was also a place that had a special meaning to the entire world of Final Fantasy and to the main character of Final Fantasy, Claude. It has a special significance to the Final Fantasy world because Forgotten City has another name, the Land of Restraint. It is a sacred and happy place passed down from generation to generation among the ancient race that once existed in the Final Fantasy world, the Cetra clan. It is said that as long as you come here, you can get the blessings of the planet and obtain supreme happiness. For Claude, this is the place where the people he once loved died. It was here that Saphilos, who was completely affected by Genova's cells, killed the last descendant of the ancient race, Iris Gainsborough of the Cetra clan, with his authentic sword. At the same time, this is also the place where Iris Gainsborough's body sleeps. And it is a place of pain that Claude is not willing to come to often until now. At this moment, in the center of the Land of Oblivion, where there was a lake and a giant tree, the other two members of Saphilo's consciousness body, Cardanjo and Yazzie, were standing and sitting, one standing and one sitting. Not far in front of them, 20 children with more or less black spots called the star-mark disease gathered there, looking at them nervously and fearfully. Where is Ross? The silver-haired youth, Cardanjo, who was sitting on the protruding root of the giant tree, asked Yaz, who had a head of silvery long hair that reached his waist, with his elbows resting on his knees and his hands clasped together in front of his mouth. I don't know. The phone has been unreachable. Yazzie replied. Damn it, something happened at this time. Cardanjo stood up from the root and said angrily. Just as his voice fell, a figure suddenly appeared behind the defenseless Yazzie, grabbed Yazzie's head with one hand, and released an electric light. It crawled all over Yazzie's body. Under the electric shock, even Yazzie, who was a split body, couldn't help but scream. On the side, the children who had been startled by Yazzie's scream immediately backed away instinctively. They carefully looked at Cardanjo, the screaming Yazzie, and a stranger who had suddenly appeared behind Yazzie. Who are you? Cardanjo asked with a frown. Say Ito. Say Ito smiled as he unfolded a circular mid-style magic array under his feet and sealed Yaz in the same way as he imprisoned Ross. You're from Shinra? Cardanjo, who didn't really care if Yazzie was dead or alive, asked. They don't have the ability to hire me. Say Ito replied disdainfully as he strengthened the seal to accelerate the shrinking of the crystal. Then what's your motive? Cardanjo asked again, not believing that Sei Ito wasn't a member of Shinluo. To help you. Sei Ito smiled. At this time, the blue triangular crystal that sealed Yes finally shrank to the size of an adult's fist. Sei Ito held it in his hand. What do you mean? Cardanjo frowned. Let him come back. Sei Ito, who took out the crystal that sealed Ross, held a crystal in each hand and collided them together, replied in a low voice. Pa! At this time, there was a soft sound, and the crystals that sealed Ross and Yazzie, respectively, instantly changed and merged into one crystal. Ross and Yazzie were like two small insects that couldn't stretch out, squeezing painfully into the narrow space inside the crystal. He can't come back without Mom's help, Cardanjo said. Here you are. Sei Ito didn't hesitate. He immediately took off the rag ball hanging behind his waist and threw it to Cardanjo along with the small lead metal box wrapped inside. Pa! Cardanjo raised his hand and took the rag ball in front of him. He removed the cover of the rag ball and exposed the lead box inside. Mom! Cardanjo cried excitedly. Let him come back. Sei Ito reminded. Okay. Cardanjo, who was just like him, agreed happily and opened the seal of the lead box, revealing the green liquid inside, and inserted it into his body together with the lead box. With a muffled groan, Cardanjo inserted the lead box into his body. At the same time, Sei Ito found that the other two missing bodies in the crystal in his hand, Yaz and Ross, suddenly turned into smoke and disappeared from the sealed crystal in a mysterious way. Obviously, in the return of Saphilos, Yaz and Ross, who were split bodies, were inevitably summoned back and reintegrated with Cardanjo as the main body, that is, Saphilos. Only a little more than a minute had passed. Cardanjo, who had been slightly lowering his head, raised his head again. But at this time, the face that came into Seito's eyes was no longer Cardanjo's face, but another person whose figure, clothes, and hair had changed significantly at some point, Sapphalo's. At your invitation, I'm back. Sapphalo's, with a handsome face and waist-length silver hair, looked at Seito and said softly, "Nice to see you, Manager Sapphalo's." Seito, who had crushed the useless sealed crystal with his palm, looked back at Sapphalo's and smiled. "Tell me your purpose." Sapphalo's, who didn't give Seito any face, asked directly, "To destroy you and return hope to the world." Seito, who slightly restrained his expression, turned his hand and summoned the divine blade, celestial clouds. He said softly, "Hope, what nostalgic word." Sapphalo's smiled faintly. Then he clenched his left hand, and the almost 2-meter-long wild Tachi, Masamune, appeared in Sapphalo's hand. He looked at Seito and continued, "That depends on whether you have the ability to do so." As soon as he finished speaking, Sapphalo's body flashed, suddenly appearing in front of Ito's Sei, a flash, modified, Shao Yiyu's swordsmanship was displayed. In an instant, other than the first horizontal slash where the obvious pattern could be seen, the subsequent moves were executed smoothly, without leaving any traces for Sapphalo's to figure out. However, Seito was no ordinary person. His reflexes were on par with Sapphalo's. Almost as soon as Sapphalo's changed his move, Seito blocked it. Clang, 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 clang. A series of intense metal clanging sounds came from the center of the two, who were shrouded in countless sword gleams. Clang. In the end, a crisp sound was heard. The two who had forcefully clashed with each other leaped back at the same time. At the same time they leaped back, a shockwave visible to the naked eye spread out from where the two of them clashed. The water in the pool splashed up, and the ice crystal trees in the surroundings were broken and smashed into pieces. Grandmaster level sword technique. Seito, who had regained his footing, said in awe. Before he could attack again, more than 10 Sapphalo's appeared around Seito under the reflection of the water curtain. They attacked Seito again at the same time. Sword aura, changing, rain of reflections. The principle of this move was to use the sword aura to shake up the surrounding water curtain, and then use the water curtain to create a fake image of Sapphalo's to attack. At the same time, the real body would be hidden in the water curtain and water, and launch a threatening attack at the enemy at the right time. With Sapphalo's strength, as long as there was enough water, it would not be a problem for him to create more than 100 water curtains at once. Moreover, the thing that surprised the human Skullvine the most was that the created water curtains contained Sapphalo's unique sword aura, and they also had a special calming effect. They were extremely close to the real image, and it was difficult to tell which was real and which was fake. Seeing this, Seito raised his sword horizontally in front of him. Then he spun around, and a huge 360-degree sword aura shot out from the celestial clouds, slashing at the surrounding water curtains and Sapphalo's image. However, at this moment, Sapphalo's, who was holding the hilt of his sword with both hands, quickly fell from the sky with his head down and feet up. Hell's Gate. Seito, who did not plan to take the attack head-on, flashed and disappeared from where he was, appearing in the air behind Sapphalo's. Boom! In the next second, Sapphalo's Hell's Gate attack landed heavily on the ground. The huge force of the fall directly broke the small platform and the giant tree in the center of the pool and sent them flying, creating a deep pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters. The powerful shock wave and the sharp stone pillars formed by the force of the fall exploded like lotus flowers. Flash! Not to be outdone, Seito swung his sword horizontally. A huge fiery red sword light that was several meters long immediately shot out from the celestial clouds and landed on the ground in an instant, creating a huge crack that was several meters long, half a meter wide, and 3 to 4 meters deep on the ground that had already become extremely damaged. Boom! A huge explosion immediately reverberated throughout the forgotten capital. A large amount of smoke and dust rose from the ground, obscuring Sapphilos's figure. After about 5 to 6 seconds, as the smoke and dust dispersed, a pair of black wings that looked like those of a fallen angel grew on his back. Sapphillos, who had activated the winged angel state, flew up from the smoke and dust. When he was about to reach Sei-Ito, he accelerated again and turned into a shadow as he passed through Sei-Ito's body. Puff! At the moment when Sapphillos passed through Ito-Sei's body, a blade appeared on his body. Void! Immediately afterward, Sapphillos sprinted around Ito-Sei like smoke and officially displayed his move, Void. When the second slash landed, Sei-Ito, who had sensed that something was wrong, unleashed his psychokinesis, forming a powerful impact force that spread out in a circle with him as the center. While blocking Sapphilos's attack, it also interrupted Sapphilos's attack. Then, when Sapphilos's figure reappeared, Sei-Ito's body scattered, turning into countless electric arcs that shot out in all directions. Chapter 1369. Sapphillos, who did not quite understand Sei-Ito's attack method, did not move. He hovered in the air with rapt attention. His eyes darted around as he stared at the scattered lightning around him, ready to deal with the incoming attack at any time. The next moment, Sei-Ito, who had just turned into lightning and dispersed, reappeared behind Sapphillos and swung his sword at him. Sapphillos turned around and raised his sword to block the attack. However, just as the two swords were about to collide, Sei-Ito's figure once again turned into lightning and dissipated. He then reappeared at the spot where Sapphillos felt the most uncomfortable and attacked him again. Sapphillos still responded with the fastest way possible, with one attack and one defense. Countless Sei-Ito's figures appeared around Sapphillos one after another amidst the flashes of lightning. They surrounded Sapphillos and attacked him relentlessly. Time finally paid off. Under such rapid and continuous attacks, Sapphillos finally could not react in time and was slashed by Sei-Ito. A bloody wound appeared on his body. Sapphillos, whose expression did not change at all, turned into a stream of light and rushed out of the encirclement of Sei-Ito. High-speed movement skill, celestial speed. Seeing this, Sei-Ito also turned into lightning and chased after Sapphillos at a speed that was not inferior to celestial speed. In fact, it was much faster than celestial speed. While competing with Sapphillos in flying speed, he swung celestial clouds in his hand and slashed at Sapphillos. However, this kind of entanglement usually had no effect at all. Therefore, after roughly gauging Sapphillos' movement speed, Sei-Ito's figure flashed and used teleportation to appear next to where Sapphillos was about to fly to in the next second. He swung his sword and slashed at the void. As expected, another wound appeared on Sapphillos' body as he couldn't dodge in time. Blood gushed out from the wound. However, this kind of attack could only be used once. After that, Sapphillos, who had learned from Sei-Ito, no longer flew in a straight line for long periods of time. Instead, he would rapidly change his direction every 2 seconds to avoid Sei-Ito's advantage of teleportation. Itsunari, who had been fighting with Sapphillos for a while, suddenly stopped flying. He let out a low growl. In an instant, a large amount of lightning burst out from Sei-Ito's body and quickly flew in all directions. In the blink of an eye, a huge area of lightning was formed with him as the center and enveloped Sapphillos as well. Sei-Ito's figure then flashed, and he appeared next to Sapphillos with the help of celestial lightning escape. Because it was celestial attack. Itosei, who no longer had to think about scattering and gathering, increased his attack speed by about 0.5 seconds. Soon, 2 or 3 more scorched wounds appeared on Sapphillos' body. At this moment, Sapphillos, who was under attack, let out a loud roar. An extremely thick, inky, pitch-black cloud of energy instantly appeared around Sapphillos. While resisting the effects of the lightning domain and blocking Sei-Ito's vision and senses, it expanded outwards. Then, about 5 seconds later, 4 pitch-black energy balls appeared around Sapphillos' body, moving up and down, left and right at an irregular frequency. Darkness fusion. Then, without seeing Sapphalo's do anything, the four black balls that were wandering around suddenly paused. Seito transformed into a black stream of light and spun around Sapphalo's at high speed. A short moment later, a thick, pitch-black tornado appeared around Sapphalo's, completely tearing apart the domain of lightning that Seito had unleashed earlier. Under the influence of the tornado, a huge cloud vortex appeared in the sky at the same time. It sucked in the thick, dark clouds and created a terrifying scene as if the end of the world was coming. Violent thunder rumbled in the clouds from time to time. Seito, who had reappeared, hovered in midair. His deep, mysterious eyes stared at the pitch-black tornado that Sapphalo's had created with the darkness fusion. After about 10 seconds, he slowly raised the divine saber in his hand, celestial clouds, and gently slashed at the void in front of him. There were no strange phenomena or powerful energy waves. The pitch-black tornado around Sapphalo's suddenly exploded and dispersed, revealing Sapphalo's, who was preparing to cast a powerful spell inside. Then, before Sapphalo's could react, he used teleportation and instantly appeared in front of Sapphalo's. He held the saber hilt with both hands and tilted the blade. The tip of the saber swiftly pierced into Sapphalo's chest. Puff! A deep, muffled sound came from Sapphalo's chest. What kind of attack was that? Sapphalo's asked as he lowered his head and looked into Seito's eyes. Principal resonance. I temporarily interrupted the wind principle in the tornado, Seito replied softly. Principal, huh? Seems like I didn't lose unjustly. Sapphalo's chuckled. Seito did not answer. He merely turned his wrist and completely crushed Sapphalo's heart. Then, he withdrew his saber and flew away. It's really regrettable that I didn't get to see Claude. Sapphalo sighed softly as he looked up at the sky. Then, the wings on his back rolled up and wrapped around his body like a blanket. Then, starting from his feet, they turned into countless pitch-black feathers and scattered, gradually disappearing as they drifted down. During this process, Sapphalo's body also disappeared from Seito's sight at the same time. After Sapphalo's disappeared, the sky that was no longer affected by Sapphalo's magic returned to its clear state. Countless stars and moons adorned the pitch-black night sky. Seito put away his saber, celestial clouds. He lowered his head and looked at the pool in the center of the forgotten city. Then, he dove headfirst into the pool. Plop! Almost instantly, Seito's body plunged into the pool and dived toward the bottom of the pool. At the same time, Seito gently closed his eyes. He spread out his mental strength and sent out strands of his consciousness. Iris, 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 hello, mysterious outsider. After about a few minutes, a soft, feminine voice rang in Seito's mind. Hello, Iris. Seito was not surprised that Iris knew that he was an outsider. After all, she was the planet's consciousness of this planet in the Final Fantasy world. It was a piece of cake for her to distinguish between life forms that originated from this planet and non-planet life forms. Therefore, Seito greeted her politely without changing his expression. Thank you for saving this planet, Iris said. You don't blame me for luring Sapphalo's out? Seito asked in return. Although the process was a little worrisome, the result was the best. It's already over. It's useless for me to dwell on it, Iris replied. That's good. Seito heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, his previous actions were somewhat inappropriate. Although it was to save the planet, the process was too dangerous. If he had made a mistake and failed to save the planet, he would have caused the planet to enter the stage of destruction ahead of time. That would have been a sin. Moreover, the purpose of his trip was Iris, who had already transformed into the planet's consciousness. It would be best if he did not arouse her disgust. So, Mystery Toe, why did you call me? Iris asked. This matter is a little complicated to explain. You can receive my thoughts. After Seito finished speaking, he released a mental thought that contained a lot of information for Iris to receive and read. In this mental thought, Seito included all the information about the multiverse, parallel worlds, and the purpose of his visit. He explained his purpose to Iris. "So, what do you want me to do?" Iris, who had finished reading the information, asked after a moment. "Acknowledge me as the planet's consciousness and help me in my subsequent actions. Only then can I take this planet away from this universe and bring it to another universe," Ito replied. "But I don't quite understand. Why did you choose us?" Iris asked, puzzled. "Because I took a fancy to the awakened planet's consciousness of your planet and you, who have now transformed into the planet's consciousness. I want to obtain the planet's consciousness, so I came to your world," Ito answered honestly. "But you can rest assured that I won't use destruction to obtain the planet's consciousness like Genova did. Instead, I'll use other gentle methods from other worlds to obtain the planet's consciousness power. If you want a more vivid example, it's somewhat similar to your current situation, but much better than your current situation. It's similar to the Cetra clan," Ito continued to explain to avoid any misunderstandings. "Of course, in return, I'll rebuild this planet and restore it to life so that the planet can continue to operate healthily." "You're very honest," Iris said with a gentle smile in her mind. "Because you're someone who deserves my honesty," Ito said with a smile. "Thank you," Iris said. "I have no objections to what you said. We'll do as you say." "Thank you, Iris." Ito thanked her sincerely. "Then," he said, "then please give me your approval." As soon as he finished speaking, several wisps of green energy, which was known as the river of life on this planet, suddenly appeared around Ito's body in the pool and slowly rotated around him. Instantly, a strange feeling, as if he had formed an inexplicable connection with this planet, appeared in Ito's heart. "Receive the blessing of the planet's consciousness. The host has obtained the planet's consciousness approval. Obtained 51% of the world's authority." The Rubik's Cube's information timely reported in Ito's mind. Chapter 1370. P.S. Thanks to Soul Choice, Heihei 2003, Demonic Dragon Wolf, and Instakill Potato for their precious monthly votes. Thanks to NXCX and Halcyon for their tips. Iris Gainsborough was born in the slums. Due to her special identity as the last descendant of the ancient species, she had been hunted by the rising Shinra Corporation since she was young. Her life was precarious, and she was often accompanied by danger. Despite this, she still maintained an optimistic and cheerful personality. She didn't resent the world because of her experience and was still willing to trust strangers. Therefore, even though Ito's words were completely baseless and he was very dangerous, Iris, who represented the planet's consciousness, was still willing to give her heart to him. Of course, this was also because she was the planet's consciousness. There were also Claude's friends outside, who could also kill Saphalos. They weren't completely defenseless. However, this wasn't the main reason. After all, if everything Ito said was true, then to him, who could break through the barriers between the universes, Claude and the others' resistance would be suicide. Ito also began to reciprocate Iris' trust. After obtaining the planet's approval, he temporarily left Forgotten City and returned to the metropolis. He found the original protagonist, Tifa, and the others. After a series of complaints and requests, he got them to help him establish a small company in the metropolis. Then, Ito opened up the Rubik's Cube world and released his subordinates and resources. He began to repair and modify the planet's environment, which had been destroyed by the Genova meteorite attack. Without external help, it would take more than 10 years to fully recover the planet's environment. He also improved its technology. With the endless supply of resources and technology from the Rubik's Cube world, the originally small company quickly expanded. In just half a year, it reached the level of the original Shinra Corporation. It dominated the world and became an attack that all the humans on the planet were familiar with, yearned for, and were grateful for. During this period, it wasn't that the people from Shinra Corporation didn't try to destroy Ito-Sei's company and steal his technology. However, under the protection of Pandora, ninjas, and the army from Ito-Sei's Rubik's Cube world, all of them were captured and killed. Shinra's actions were rendered invisible. That was it. 1 year after Sei Ito entered the world of Final Fantasy, Shinra Corporation was completely taken over by his company, becoming the sole overlord of the entire planet. At the same time, the planet that had been treated and opened up had regained its vitality, and the people had obtained new happiness in life. The host has obtained 90% of the world's authority. World Devouring is now available. The Magic Cube's information appeared in Sei Ito's mind. After going through the information in his mind, Sei Ito released his psychic power and called out, "Iris." Deal. Iris's voice rang in Sei Ito's mind. Over the course of this 1 year, she deeply felt the help Sei Ito had given to this world, and was often harassed by Sei Ito. The kind Iris had unknowingly become friends with him and learned to call him by his name. "It's about time. I'm going to take this planet and leave this universe," Sei Ito said softly. "Is it finally starting?" Iris said with some emotion. Sei Ito didn't reply and waited for Iris to recover. "I understand. What should I do?" As expected, Iris quickly recovered from her shock and asked, "You don't have to do anything. Just maintain the planet's normal operations as usual," Sei Ito said with a slight shake of his head. "Okay, I'll maintain the planet well," Iris promised. "Okay, then I'll go prepare first. You might feel something strange later, but don't pay attention to it. But don't worry about it. It's just an inevitable reaction when the planet leaves this universe. When the abnormality disappears, we will meet again," Sei reminded. "Okay," Iris said. "See you later." Sei Ito bade farewell. "See you later," Iris replied. Then, Sei Ito's figure flashed and disappeared from the lake in Forgotten City. He returned to the Rubik's Cube world and appeared in the void of the Rubik's Cube world. "Let's begin," Sei Ito ordered. "Understood." As soon as he said that, a large amount of pale, white energy clouds suddenly appeared in the void. They moved at a speed visible to the naked eye to the front of the many hidden space-time tunnels in the void. They wriggled like living creatures and formed a mysterious and complicated pattern. They sealed all the tunnels except the one leading to the Final Fantasy world. Space-time tunnel seal complete. Beginning current space-time transfer. Beginning dimensional distortion. Dimensional distortion complete. Officially entering the relative dimensional void. The Rubik's Cube's information appeared. Space-time tunnel mode conversion commencing. Almost at the same time as the information appeared, the space-time tunnel leading to the Final Fantasy world immediately trembled and changed. One end of the vortex did not change, but the inner vortex rapidly expanded to the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, it became a tunnel that could see the outside space. It continued to expand until the other end became larger than the diameter of the inner vortex, making the entire tunnel look like a trumpet that had not shrunk before it stopped. Space-time tunnel conversion complete. Beginning devouring. In an instant, an extremely powerful suction force was generated from the tunnel. It sucked in the Final Fantasy world at the front of the tunnel, causing the originally oval shape of the Final Fantasy world to become even more slender. Like an egg sliding into a bottle, it flowed into the Rubik's Cube world at the same time. The World Tree also joined in the devouring process, as usual, helping the Rubik's Cube to stabilize the dimensional sea and prevent the dimensional turbulence caused by the change in position of the Final Fantasy world. However, compared to the previous devours, the Rubik's Cube world and the World Tree were much more powerful after being supplied with unlimited energy by the Rubik's Cube world. Therefore, the devouring speed of the world had increased significantly, so even Sei Ito could feel the shortening of time. The Final Fantasy world was successfully devoured into the Rubik's Cube world, still maintaining the form of a planet hanging in the endless void of the Rubik's Cube world. The moment the Final Fantasy world and the Rubik's Cube world merged, a phantom of the Gate of Truth and an energy that belonged to Alea's consciousness descended on the Final Fantasy planet together. According to their respective division of labor, they entered the planet's core and enveloped it, beginning to extract the planet's consciousness samples and the consciousness energy of all humans on the Final Fantasy planet. Almost at the same time, As the embodiment of the planet's consciousness, Iris, who controlled the planet's sea of reincarnation, felt something strange. She found that two forces were invading the planet's consciousness and the sea of reincarnation and merging with them. Iris, you should be able to feel the influx of two unusual powers. Don't worry, that's the recognition of you and the humans on this planet by the power of the new universe. Just like what you did to me, it will end soon. At this moment, Idosei's voice sounded in a timely manner. Iris, who didn't reply immediately, carefully felt the changes in the planet's consciousness and the sea of reincarnation. She confirmed that the two forces were indeed merging with them and becoming one with them. They were connected to the source of a universe, unlike Genova. She then replied, I understand. Iris didn't say anything else. She continued to maintain the planet's operation as she felt the nature of the two forces that had joined. On the other side, buried in the center of the Rubik's Cube world, inside the gate of truth under the Rubik's Cube continent, with the connection to the Final Fantasy planet and the acquisition of the planet's consciousness sample, the secluded world that was replicated when devouring the Godslayer world suddenly wriggled and mixed with the newly obtained planet's consciousness sample, forming a cluster of energy that emitted a faint dark silver light. It was brewing in the gate of truth. At the same time, a strange feeling of power was transmitted to Sei Ito's heart through the gate of truth. It made him feel the existence of a real world. So this is the world. Idosei muttered to himself as he looked at the scene in front of him that had suddenly become a little different with his bright eyes. At this time, the world that appeared in Sei Ito's eyes was no longer the simple connection of law lines in the past. Instead, it became vivid and complete. Fish and water, water and land, mountain rocks, mountain rocks, mountain rocks and trees, flowers and plants, flowers and people in the world. Every one of them was no longer an individual, but was connected to each other and could be reincarnated and transformed into a symbiotic relationship. To put it more bluntly, a huge ecological cycle system appeared in his eyes, but it was different from the purely academic ecological cycle system. The ecological cycle in Sei Ito's eyes was more complicated, bigger, and inexplicably more vivid, and to a certain extent, he could even influence it. The moment he felt this power and saw the changes in the world in front of him, Sei Ito once again felt that the quality of his soul had been upgraded, and he was getting closer and closer to the direction of the divine soul. Then, with a thought, Sei Ito created several more gates of truth and projected them to Continent C, the Spirit-Eating Continent, the Tang Dynasty world, the Naruto Continent, the Zero-Degree Warrior world, the world of the strongest disciple in history, Naya's dimensional world, and other worlds that he had only devoured before. He let the gates of truth fuse with the continent cores of these worlds, extracting special energy that could strengthen the will of the planet. After doing all this, Sei Ito gently exhaled and chuckled. If I condense my divine soul and condense a godhead, I should be considered an extreme star spirit god. He then looked up and ordered, Rubik's Cube, send me back. Yes. Initializing teleportation. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge vortex immediately broke through the seal and spun at high speed, sucking Sei Ito into it and disappearing like a bubble. Then, with a familiar shattering sound, Sei Ito's figure appeared in the demiplane once again. Sei Ito, who didn't stay in the demiplane for long, activated the dimensional teleportation array and returned to Akiya's home at the shrine. The moment Idosei returned home, he took out his mobile phone and turned it on. A pleasant ringtone immediately sounded. Sei Ito casually glanced at the caller ID on the phone and smiled as he pressed the answer button and put the phone to his ear. Shichin, brother. Chun Shichin's voice sounded from the phone. Why did you suddenly think of calling me? In the past, Chun Shichin, who knew his phone number, had never taken the initiative to call him. Thus, Sei Ito was very curious when he suddenly received a call from Chun Shichin. Do you know what date is today? Chun Shichin sighed and asked, What day? Sei Ito repeated in surprise. It's already the third day of the new year, Chun Shichin answered directly. Uh, Say Ito, who didn't pay attention to the passing of a year, or perhaps he had forgotten due to the time difference, let out a low groan. Because you weren't around, Grandpa's expression hasn't been good since the new year. It makes me feel very uncomfortable. So, brother, for the sake of your little sister's happy life, hurry up and come over. Even if it's just showing your face, it's fine too. Chun Shichin didn't need to guess to know that she was definitely putting on a pleading expression. All right, I got it. I'll be there in a moment. Sei Ito sighed. Then it's a promise, Chun Shichin continued. Yes, it's a promise. Sei Ito nodded in confirmation. All right, I'll wait for you at home. I'll talk to you later. International calls are expensive. Bye-bye. Chun Shichin quickly hung up after she finished speaking. Sei Ito, who heard the busy tone from the phone, put the phone in front of him and pressed the cancel button. He chuckled and pulled up the timetable to check the date. February 10th, 2016. Sei Ito immediately put away the receiver and activated the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear from the shrine's courtyard. The next moment, he appeared in the corner of Grandpa Chen's neighborhood. He took out 2 bottles of Maodai from one of the many worlds that the Rubik's Cube world had devoured, a few fashionable clothes, and some out-of-season fruit from a winery in the China region. He then walked out of the corner, entered the unit door, and went upstairs to Grandpa Chen's house. However, compared to 2 years ago, Grandpa Chen's house was not deserted this time. There were more than 10 men and women standing along the wall with gifts in their hands. Obviously, these people were here to give gifts to the leader. Hey, brother, are you also here to give gifts? A young man who looked younger than 30 years old stopped Sei Ito and asked. No. Sei Ito laughed and shook his head. Hey, who are you trying to fool? 8 out of 10 people who come here say that they're not here to give gifts. They're all here to give New Year's greetings. Everyone knows, the man said with some disdain. Sei Ito, who was too lazy to pay attention to this person, smiled lightly and walked to the front of Grandpa Chen's house. He was about to reach out and ring the doorbell. I say, why don't you know the rules? Seeing this, a middle-aged man who happened to be in line at this time frowned and said. Sei Ito glanced at the person who spoke and did not answer. He pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. Chapter 1371. With a soft click, old Master Chen's tightly shut door opened. Chun Shichin, who was wearing a pair of gray warm autumn trousers, was dressed in light red, but the sleeves, collar, and hem that resembled a short skirt were all gray. She wore a pair of frameless spectacles, and her black hair was tied into a ponytail with a leather sheath. She looked young, fashionable, and full of youthful vigor. Chun Shichin walked out of the house. Brother, Chun Shichin called out when she saw Sei Ito standing at the door. When they heard Chun Shichin call out to Sei Ito, the group of people who were unhappy with Sei Ito for not following the rules all had a change of expression. They smiled and met Sei Ito's gaze when he turned around to look at them. It's quite lively at home. Sei Ito chuckled. Isn't it annoying enough? Chun Shichin, who was also looking at the group of gift givers, curled her lips and said. Sei Ito chuckled and walked in. Bang! The door closed again. That guy really isn't a gift giver. The chubby man who spoke to Sei Ito earlier muttered. You're here. In the room, Uncle Chin Yongli, who was sitting on the sofa and chatting with a young man who looked to be 28 or 29 years old, looked at Ito Sei and said, although he was sitting upright, there was obviously some flattery on his face. Happy New Year, Sei Ito said as he took off his shoes and walked into the house. Since you have guests at your house, I won't disturb you any further. I'll take my leave first. The young man stood up and said, Well, I'm sorry. Then I won't see you out. Chin Yongli stood up with a reserved expression on his face. That's what you're saying. Don't see me out. Don't see me out. The young man named Wang quickly smiled and walked to the entrance. He put on his shoes and said some polite words to Chin Yongli as he opened the door and left. I'll go get Grandpa, Chun Shichin said. When did you get here? Nodding, Chin Yongli ignored Chun Shichin and asked Sei Ito. Just now. Sei Ito smiled as he put the things on the coffee table. Oh, it's Shichin. At this time, Annie Lu Xiao Hua came out of the room. Looking at Sei Ito, he asked with a smile, When did you come? Just now. Say Ito repeated with a smile. Just as he finished speaking, a voice rang out. Chun Shichen helped Old Master Chun Xingxing out of the room. Happy New Year! Say Ito, who hadn't sat down yet, looked at the old man and greeted him. Yes, when did you come? Old Master Chun nodded and asked with a relaxed expression. Just arrived. Say Ito had to repeat for the third time. Dad, look. Shichen bought something for you. Annie Lu Xiaohua, who was beside Ito Say, leaned over and opened the bag he put on the tea table. She took out the things inside and showed them to the old man. Hearing Lu Xiaohua's words, the old man's expression changed. If it wasn't for the fact that he still wanted to save face, he would have already broken into a smile. Seeing this, Chen Yongli nodded secretly and asked Sei Ito to sit down. He began to chat with him casually and took the opportunity to ask Sei Ito to spend more time with the old man and talk to him. Fortunately, the group of people who came to deliver the gifts knew that it wasn't appropriate for them to show up, so they left early and returned to the car outside the community. Some stayed in the car and continued to wait, while some just left and didn't show up. Sei Ito and the old man chatted for a long time with Chen Yongli and Lu Xiaohua walking around. And as expected, Sei Ito stayed at the old man's house again. The next day, Sei Ito stayed at the old man's house for half a day. Then, he left the old man's house in the middle of the New Year's greetings and gifts. He used the flying thunder god technique in a corner of the community where no one was paying attention and returned to the shrine in Akikarino City. Although the national security personnel responsible for protecting the old man's family were shocked by Sei Ito's sudden appearance and disappearance, they knew the difference in strength between the two and didn't pursue the matter too much. They just handed the matter over to the organization and asked for new detection equipment from the organization. Then, they focused on protecting the old man's family again and recorded some information about the leader, Chun Yongli. It could be said that having a relative like Sei Ito was not only Chen Yongli's fortune, but also a little misfortune in his official career. After returning home, Sei Ito first met up with Don Ito, who stayed at home to consolidate his strength. Then he once again lived a carefree and shameless otaku life until February 14th, 3 days later, Valentine's Day in the West. Fortunately, after a few years of hard work, Nagaso Masami, who had become very popular, happened to take on the filming of a TV series at this time. She didn't have time to spend Valentine's Day with Sei Ito, so after sending a text message to him and saying that she would compensate him later, she stood him up. She let Sei Ito spend the day happily with Kuraki Mai, who didn't have much activity to do. She tossed her exhausted body on the soft bed. After that, Sei Ito stayed at home for a few more days before embarking on the journey to the last world in his plan. The last world in his plan was the world of the Grim Reaper. In that world, the so-called Grim Reapers didn't refer to the real Grim Reaper, but a group of special spirits that had special powers and also carried out some tasks similar to the Grim Reapers. But in that world, they weren't the only people or spirits with special powers. In addition to the Grim Reapers, there was also the natural enemy of the Grim Reapers, a spirit body evolved from the fallen souls of human beings. Hollow. There were also special people who had a different philosophy from the Grim Reapers, who only pursued destruction, Quincy. Of course, in addition to these two types of people, there was also another group of people who had obtained special powers, and that was the complete technique users who obtained power through their obsession with certain things. However, for the Hollow and the Grim Reapers, and even the Quincy who had a large population before the extinction of their race, the complete technique users were very rare. The number of them in the world added up did not exceed 3 digits. They were a minority race, a precious species. The goal of Sei Ito going to this world was to obtain the Zanpakuto forging technology, temporary soul manufacturing technology, and the manufacturing technology of Kido and Quincy's spirit weapon. As for the complete technique, that kind of niche stuff, it would be best if he could get it, but it didn't matter if he couldn't get it. In addition to these, Sei Ito wanted to see if he could improve his soul quality by studying the bodies of the Grim Reapers and speed up the condensation of the divine soul. After all, whether it was self-proclaimed or passed down from ancient times, there was always the word God in their name, and the power standard of some people could indeed be said to be God to a certain extent. For example, after Wanjia, the temperature of the flame outside the body could reach the same temperature as the inside of the sun. 15 million degrees Celsius. Yamamoto Jinryu Sai Shigekuni. It was still the familiar crackling sound of glass products breaking. Say Ito's figure appeared in a dark alley of a Japanese-style city. Well, looking at the architectural style and decorative products, the time period should be modern, but I don't know if it's before or after the plot starts. Say Ito, who had completed the deceptive camouflage outside his body, walked out of the alley and looked at the architectural style and decorative lights on the street. Then Sei Ito walked into a convenience store on the street, controlled the convenience store's female clerk with hypnosis, and inquired the name of the city and the location of Kozuzucho. As for the time, except for knowing that the original plot started in April, Sei Ito didn't have any hope for the year that was never mentioned. Anyway, as long as he found Kozuzucho and went to Kozuzucho High School to observe the protagonist Kurosaki Ichigo, or see if there was an onion in his school, he would know whether the plot started or not. Under the interrogation of hypnosis, Sei Ito quickly knew where he was. Just like when he crossed worlds in the past, the Rubik's Cube still didn't throw him to the exact location, but he threw him in another city about 100 kilometers away from Kozuzucho. Therefore, after asking the direction of Kozuzucho, Sei Ito directly opened his hyperspace perception and directly appeared in the city 100 kilometers away. When he arrived, Sei Ito once again found a passerby and asked the name of the city. Fortunately, Sei Ito didn't go to the wrong place. This was the place where everything started in the original work, Kozuzucho. It's worthy of being a land of heavy, spiritual energy. The aura in the air is at least twice as strong as the previous city. Sei Ito, who felt the different aura content in the air, sighed softly. Then he focused his mind and walked toward the protagonist's gathering center, Kozuzucho High School. The road wasn't very far. In more than 10 minutes, Sei Ito arrived outside the campus of Kozuzucho High School. He invaded the school by climbing over the wall, entered the teaching building, and checked through the windows and windows like a teacher patrolling the school. Soon, Sei Ito found Kurosaki Ichigo, Inoue Oraheim, Ishida Yuryu, T-Tiger, Kurosaki Rukia, and other original characters in one of the classes. Kurosaki Rukia, that is to say, the plot has already started. I just don't know how far it has progressed. Sei Ito secretly thought when he saw Kurosaki Rukia. Perhaps feeling Sei Ito's gaze, Kurosaki Rukia turned her head and looked at the window behind the door with vigilance. But at this time, Sei Ito had already walked away from the door, so Kurosaki Rukia didn't find anything except for a blank space. She could only look at the front with a puzzled face and continue to listen to the teacher on the podium. Chapter 1372. Since he found the right place, the only thing left was to solve the problem of accommodation. In order to ensure that he could monitor Ichigo Shinozaki's movements at any time, it would be best to find an address near Shinozaki's house. However, considering the existence of Shinozaki Ishin, the 10th Division captain, it would not be good to be too close and direct. Therefore, Sei Ito spent nearly 2 hours to find a 3-story house that was not far from Shinozaki's house. It was also blocked by a large number of buildings in the middle. In order to get this house, Ito-sei naturally used hypnosis on the house again. He threw a large number of fake coins that he made with alchemy, which were the same as real coins, and sent them away. Then he started to modify the entire house. The first thing to be modified was the space of the house, followed by the layout and decoration of the house. Finally, it was the overall security of the house. In short, after Sei Ito showed off his power, the 3-story house that looked like an old house from the outside had already changed. The space was as big as a villa, and the walls were filled with reinforcement, defense, and shielding barriers. As long as it wasn't someone like Urahara Kisuk or the 4 Maple Court who liked to run around the city, they wouldn't be able to notice the changes in the house. After renovating the room, Ito-sei left the house again and went to the roof of a building near Shinozaki's house in the dark of the night. He took out 3 blue test tubes containing the nanomachines of the hysteresis circuit, pulled out the sealing cork, and poured out the liquid inside. In an instant, Sei Ito sensed. A large number of nanomachines floated in the air around Shinozaki's house, according to the established procedure. It monitored the entire house from all directions. Sei Ito nodded with satisfaction. He put away the empty bottle and used the flying thunder god jutsu to return to his newly bought house. He turned on the surveillance system of the 3-dimensional laser optical screen that suddenly popped up in the air and paid attention to the movements of Shinozaki's house and Shinozaki Ichigo. That night, whether it was the plot or the sudden appearance of Otaku, nothing happened. Shinozaki Ichigo slept at home for the night. The next morning, Sei Ito woke up early in the morning and put on a set of white sportswear with a white towel around his neck. He left home dressed like a morning jogger and jogged towards the path Sei Ito had to take. After running for about 3 to 4 minutes, Sei Ito, who was pretending to be jogging in a black-collared school uniform with a black leather backpack in one hand, appeared at a corner where 2 streets intersected. Kurosaki Ichigo, the orange-haired boy with an expression that said someone owes him a lot of money, bumped into him. Bang! A heavy muffled sound rang out from the point of impact. Under the impact of the impact, Shinozaki Ichigo subconsciously took a step back to reduce the impact on his body. On the other hand, Ito-sei deliberately frowned and quickly took 2 steps back, forcing Rukia to the side. However, without Shinozaki Ichigo and Rukia noticing, Sei Ito, who seemed to have instinctively raised his hands, moved his fingers slightly and threw some nanomachines used for surveillance onto Shinozaki Ichigo's body. Sorry, although he looked like a delinquent. Shinozaki Ichigo, who was actually a polite teenager, quickly said, "Are you okay? It's nothing, but your body is really strong. I was the one who bumped into you, but in the end it was me who fell." Sei Ito, who stood up again, smiled. Shinozaki Ichigo raised his hand to scratch the back of his head and didn't answer. "Okay, I won't delay your school. I'm leaving." Seeing this, Sei Ito didn't say anything and started jogging again. As he ran away, he said to Shinozaki Ichigo and Rukia, "Strange guy," Shinozaki Ichigo muttered as he watched Sei Ito gradually disappear. "It's really strange." Rukia, who was watching Sei Ito's back, frowned slightly and agreed. "Have you seen him before?" Then Rukia retracted her gaze and turned to Shinozaki Ichigo and asked, "No what?" Shinozaki Ichigo was puzzled. "Nothing," Rukia replied casually. "Let's go, or we'll be late." Shinozaki Ichigo, who didn't care, reminded her. Rukia turned her head again and looked in the direction where Sei Ito disappeared. Then she retracted her gaze and followed Shinozaki Ichigo to the school. What a sharp feeling. Fortunately, I chose to use nanomachines for surveillance. If I used tactical imprint, I would have been discovered by Rukia. Sei Ito, who used Flying Thunder God Jutsu to return to his new home, looked at Shinozaki Ichigo and Rukia on the monitor screen and said softly. After Shinozaki Ichigo and Rukia entered the school and started classes with their classmates, Sei Ito stood up from the sofa again and left his new home again. And his destination this time was the only known location of Quincy's Activity Kanzamachi Ishida Comprehensive Medical Hospital, to find another Quincy, Ishida Ryuzo. Ishida Ryuzo, Ishida Yuryu's father, was recognized by the last Quincy, Ishida Munikaigo, and was awarded the Quincy badge. At the same time, he was also the strongest Quincy in the world before Shadowless Empire appeared. However, because he had no love for the profession of Quincy, he didn't explain it to his son, Ishida Yuryu. So now, other than Shinozaki Ishida and Kitano, no one else had seen his strength. It could be said that everything was a mystery. However, just from his ability to casually kill an Achikasa's level Grand Void, his strength was definitely at the level of a captain, and he was one of the stronger ones among the captain level. He was a difficult character to deal with. Although it's difficult, it's the best reference to measure the combat power level of this world. I only hope that the combat power of this world isn't too exaggerated. If there really is a god-level character like the world name says, then I'm going to cry, Ito sighed as he slowly walked toward the comprehensive medical hospital. After another 10 minutes, Ito arrived at Ishida Comprehensive Medical Hospital and walked in through the door. "Hello, how can I help you?" At the reception counter, a young female nurse in a pink uniform asked Ito, who was standing before the counter. "Hello, may I know if Dr. Ishida Ryuzo is here?" Ito asked with a smile. "Okay, please wait a moment," the nurse said. Then she lowered her head to look at the schedule. About 10 seconds later, she raised her head to look at Ito and said with a smile, "Dr. Ishida is in the doctor's office on the 5th floor. You could take the elevator from there." "Thank you." Ito, who followed the nurse's direction and looked at the elevator not far away, thanked her. "You're welcome." The nurse smiled. After saying goodbye to the nurse, Ito walked to the elevator. He took the elevator to the 5th floor and walked toward the doctor's office. Dang. Ito, who was standing before the doctor's office, very politely knocked on the door. "Come in," a slightly cold voice said. Click. Ito opened the door and walked into the doctor's office. Instantly, a man wearing a light gray suit pants, a pure black shirt, and a white coat with a red tie and a white coat with a pair of rimless glasses on his face appeared before him. He had a cold expression and a head of soft silver blue hair that was parted in the middle. This man was Ishida Ryuzo. "What do you want?" Ishida Ryuzo turned around and asked Ito with his hands crossed in front of his chest. Ito closed the office door and smiled at Ishida Ryuzo. A spatial fluctuation immediately spread out with his body as the center. Almost in the blink of an eye, it shrouded the entire doctor's office, making the space environment inexplicable. Spatial separation barrier during this process. Ishida Ryuzo maintained a cold expression as he looked at Ito. His expression didn't change at all. "Let me formally introduce myself. I am Ito, the Real Yin-Yang Sect's demonic master." Ito introduced himself with a smile. Ishida Ryuzo didn't reply. Even his expression didn't change as he continued to look at him. "I have heard that Mr. Ishida is the last and strongest demonic master in the world. I'm very curious about this. I also want to see the difference between a demonic master and our Yin-Yang Sect's demonic master. So please forgive me for my sudden visit." Ito, who didn't care about Ishida Ryuzo's attitude, said politely. "You have the wrong person." Ishida Ryuzo, who didn't deny that he was a demonic master, said coldly. "I am very confident in the authenticity of the information. So, Mr. Ishida, you don't have to pretend anymore." Ito chuckled. "Otherwise, I would have to look for Mr. Ishida's son, young Master Yuryu, to verify the difference between us." When Ishida Ryuzo heard this, his expression finally changed a little. His eyes flashed as he said coldly, "There is a price to pay for talking nonsense. That will depend on whether Mr. Ishida is willing to cooperate." Ito smiled. "All right, I forgot to say, this space has been separated from reality by my spell. So, no matter how much we fight here, when the barrier is removed, the outside will still be the same. So, Mr. Ishida, you can do whatever you want here," Ito added as if he remembered something. "You are very well prepared." Ishida Ryuzo slowly got up from the black leather chair and said, "But I am relieved. You have to know that the things in this room are very valuable. It would be bad if they were broken." After saying that, Ishida suddenly raised his right hand, and several bright white light arrows that were completely composed of spirit seed instantly flew out from his hand and shot towards Ito Seiji's body. Chapter 1373. P.S. Thanks to Doom **M, Waning Moon Crazy, Yurong Hell, Instant Potato, and Nickfinny for their precious monthly votes. Thanks to NXCX and Halcyon for their tips. Thanks to Yurong Hell for his evaluation vote. Looking at the incoming spiritual energy arrows, Ito flicked his hand and several yellow talismans appeared between his fingers. He used his footwork to dodge to the side while throwing the talismans out. Along the way, the yellow talismans that were comparable to arrows all released a bright yellow light and shot towards Ishida, Ryu. Boom, 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 boom. At the same time, the spiritual energy arrows that missed hit the side of the wall, creating a violent explosion. The solid wall was blasted open, and the corridor outside could be seen. Ishida Ryuzuru's body did not move. The movement of his right hand changed again, and several spiritual energy arrows flew out from his hand. They very accurately collided with the yellow light that Sei Ito threw out. Boom, 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 boom. Immediately after, a series of explosions sounded, and the energy smoke that filled the air blocked the vision of the two people. Even so, the two people's attacks did not stop. Whether it was Ishida, Vu, or Sei Ito, it was as if they sensed something and shot out spiritual energy arrows and yellow talismans at each other. So that's how it is. No wonder the battle level of this world is so high. It turns out that the power that they use when they use their skills is not the spiritual energy on the surface, but the spiritual energy molecules that combine to form spiritual energy. It's completely at the microscopic level. Therefore, the attack formed by the spiritual droplets would be so dense and compact, reflecting the power of a far superior attack. After this probing exchange, Seito felt the changes in the surroundings when Ishida Ryuzuru used his skills. But in the end, it's an extreme technique that targets the soul. If it's purely based on spiritual energy, it's too unreasonable. Although this was what he thought, Seito's response was not slow at all. He immediately activated his spiritual energy and entered the microscopic level. He locked onto the spiritual energy particles floating in the surrounding space and forced them to form according to his will. In an instant, a bolt of lightning appeared in the dilapidated office. Piercing through the smoke, he shot towards Ishida Ryuki. Under this lightning attack, Ishida Ryusen finally stopped pretending to be unmoving and directly disappeared from the spot. He dodged the lightning attack. Quincy's high-speed movement footwork, flying scythe kick, boom. The mist lightning immediately bombarded the concrete wall behind him. An irregular round hole the size of 2 basketball balls was blasted out of the wall. The flying scythe kick belonged to the category of high-speed footwork. Of course, it was difficult to control. Generally, it was used when chasing in a straight line or dodging horizontally. Even if one wanted to move at high speed in a small area, a certain amount of distance was needed to buffer. However, none of this seemed to be a problem for Ishida Ryuzo. He didn't care about the narrow space and the various obstacles in the office. He nimbly moved around the small space in the office at high speed. In the blink of an eye, Ishida Ryuki suddenly appeared behind Seito. He didn't know when he had gathered the spiritual energy short sword in his hand, soul-cutting weapon, and slashed towards Seito's body. The so-called soul-cutting weapon was a sword made up of high-speed, vibrating spiritual energy particles. Its principle was the same as the high-speed vibrating sword. On the surface, it looked ordinary and long, but it had a very strong destructive effect on the spiritual body. It was definitely at the level of a lethal weapon. Sensing the danger behind him, Seito moved his feet and turned around. He brushed past the soul-cutting weapon and circled around to Ishida Ryuki's side. He placed a yellow talisman written with red cinnabar on his arm. In the next second, the yellow talisman lit up and a large amount of lightning spread out with the yellow talisman as the center, wrapping around Ishida Ryuki. In the midst of the lightning, Ishida Ryuki's hair all flew up. However, there was no pain on his face at all. His expression was still cold as he snorted. His left hand's index, middle, and thumb moved slightly and shot out a spiritual energy arrow towards Seito. Seito dodged to the side, dodging the light arrow. At the same time, his fingers moved slightly and formed a Taoist lightning seal. From the side, he released an even stronger lightning bolt towards Ishida Ryuki. Ishida Ryuzu, who had nowhere to hide, did not try to dodge. He waved his hand, and red lines that looked like spiritual power and magic circuits appeared on the surface of his palm. He swatted the lightning in front of him as if he was swatting a fly. Boom! The moment the two came into contact, the lightning bolt immediately exploded. Even so, other than Ishida Ryuki's hair fluttering a few times due to the impact of the explosion, his entire body was unharmed. It was as if the lightning attack was just an illusion. Seeing this, Sei Ito knew that Ishida Ryuki was using a blood armor. Moreover, it was a blood armor that specialized in defense. Under the effect of the blood armor, as long as the power of the attack couldn't break the upper limit of the blood armor's defense, then no matter how strong the attack was, the Quincy user wouldn't be hurt at all. On the other hand, under the effect of the blood armor, the Quincy user's attack power was also several times stronger. However, the only drawback was that both types of blood armor couldn't be used at the same time. If he wanted to use the blood armor, he had to put away the blood armor. And if he wanted to use the blood armor, he had to put away the blood armor. Taking advantage of the moment when Ishida Ryuki was wide open, Sei Ito straightened his waist and twisted his waist and directly threw a punch towards his chest. Super Monster Punch. In order to test the upper limit of Ishida Ryuki's blood armor, Sei Ito used his most powerful one-handed attack. However, in order to avoid killing Ishida Ryuki, Sei Ito still held back a lot of power. After all, no matter how much blood armor could protect the life of a Quincy user, it shouldn't be able to withstand the power of a punch that was close to breaking a mountain. Sei Ito's punch was fast enough, but Ishida Ryuki's retreating speed wasn't slow either. Almost at the moment when the fist was about to land on his chest, Ishida Ryuki disappeared from Sei Ito's sight and appeared in the corridor outside the office. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand, and a round object that looked like a ship's rudder appeared in his hand and pointed at Sei Ito. Silver Ridge Arc Sparrow, Quincy's high-level bow spirit equipment. It had a powerful ability to shoot continuously. It was said that it could shoot up to 1,200 spirit arrows in an instant. Sure enough, in the next moment, a large number of spirit arrows the length of an arm and the thickness of a finger flew out. They flew towards Sei Ito's body like a swarm. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of a violent explosion reverberated, and a large amount of smoke filled the office, shrouding it so that no one could see the situation inside. Just when Ishida Ryuki thought that the enemy had been eliminated. Even if he wasn't eliminated, he shouldn't be able to recover and temporarily stop shooting. A black shadow suddenly appeared behind him. One arm behind his neck, the other arm stretched out to strangle his throat, and at the same time his left foot was on the ground. The front of his right foot tripped Ishida Ryuki's left leg. Using all his strength, he twisted Ishida Ryuki's body and threw him to the ground. Pum! Ishida Ryuki's body flipped 360 degrees, and his cheek hit the ground first. Without waiting for Ishida Ryuki's reaction, his hands pressed on all the joints of his body. In the sound of kacha kacha, all the joints on Ishida Ryuki's limbs were dislocated. Phew! After doing all this, Sei Ito gently exhaled. Through this short battle, Sei Ito roughly understood Ishida Ryuki's combat power. Just in terms of yin-yang jutsu and pure physical strength, it would be difficult to take down Quincy, who specialized in combat. Therefore, in terms of combat ability, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Ishida Ryuki was an S-class. But if you include the micro level of spirit control, his strength could be increased. Coupled with the various spirit equipment skills, he shouldn't be able to run away from his pseudo-legendary level. In this way, the strength of the Grim Reaper captains, who had more fucked up attributes, could be roughly estimated. They were all pseudo-legendary level. If you add in the various strange Zanpakuto abilities and 10,000 solutions, 1 or 2 true legendaries were inevitable. And Yamamoto, who was able to become the head captain without using 10,000 solutions, should be close to a demigod. Well, if this is the case, then the Soul King should be close to a quasi-god. Sei Ito sighed. Fortunately, the purpose of this trip wasn't to swallow the world, nor did he have any plans to reach the peak of Soul Society. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about the Soul King. As long as he didn't force Yamamoto to use 10,000 solutions, he could basically live a peaceful life. But Shizuka Suigetsu is a problem. Say Ito suddenly thought of Aizen and whispered in a voice that only he could hear. The moment his voice fell, Ishida Ryuzen, who should have lost the ability to resist, suddenly moved. He turned around and looked at Sei Ito. He grabbed Sei Ito's ankle with one hand and aimed at Sei Ito's chest with the other, shooting several rapier arrows. Sei Ito's expression changed slightly when he saw this. He immediately used instant transmission and disappeared from the spot, appearing at the far end of the corridor. Boom! The arrows that missed landed on the side of the wall, causing an explosion. In the explosion, Ishida Ryuzen stood up from the ground, then looked at Sei Ito in the distance expressionlessly while pressing the dislocated joints on his body back. Blood recovery or chaos scale? Sei Ito asked softly. The blood recovery equipment referred to the state of Quincy's body protection and accelerated recovery under the effects of the blood tranquilizer. As for the chaotic scale, it was another extreme combat technique of the Quincy. Through weaving the spirit particles into threads, they bound the immobile position of the body and forced themselves to move like a marionette controlled by an invisible person. It was said that when using this technique, the Quincy could completely ignore the damage on the body and fight until the body was destroyed. The reason why Sei Ito asked this was because he didn't see the blood-red circuit on Ishida Ryuzen's body at all. He also didn't see any rapier light outside his body, so he couldn't tell what method he used to recover. No comment, Ishida Ryu said coldly as he reconnected the last finger bone. Then forget it, I'll check it myself, Sei Ito said as he waved his arm and dozens of talismans appeared in front of him. The talismans seemed to have received an order and immediately shot out like arrows, flying in front of Ishida Ryuzen in the blink of an eye. The Silver Ridge Arc Sparrow in Ishida Ryuzen's hand shot out countless photon arrows that filled the entire corridor. Boom, 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 boom. The intense explosion once again echoed in the corridor. Can you four gates? Ito-sei shouted as he pointed at the four corners of the corridor and stuck a talisman paper on them. In an instant, a bright yellow transparent barrier appeared in front of Sei Ito, blocking the entire corridor. At this point, Ito-sei still didn't stop. He waved his arm again and threw out more than 10 talismans. He formed a circle in front of him in the way of the 8 trigrams and the 9 palaces and the 5 elements. He stood behind the circle and stretched out his hands, sending out the power in his body. In the next moment, the talisman circle suddenly lit up, and then a huge ball of light emitting powerful spiritual energy suddenly appeared in the center of the circle, shooting out like the main cannon of a space battleship. In an instant, the thick beam of light, which took up almost 90% of the hospital's corridor, passed through the defensive barrier and swallowed the countless light arrows shot by Ishida Ryuzen. Then, it went straight for Ishida Ryuzen. Seeing the beam of light, Ishida Ryuzen's expression finally changed. He didn't hesitate and immediately used the flying scythe kick to leave the corridor and return to the office. Boom! The violent explosion echoed in the corridor, and at the same time, it was like a magnitude 7 earthquake. The entire hospital shook violently, and a large amount of dust fell from the ceiling to the ground, forming a cloud of dust that covered the floor Sei Ito was on. After completing this powerful attack, Ito Narushi waved his hand and produced hundreds of yellow paper talismans. He then launched these talismans together. Then, a large number of talismans flew away from Sei Ito like living creatures. They quickly passed through the corridor and flew into the office where Ishida Ryuzen was. They rushed towards him from all directions like a cat that saw a fish. Knowing that he couldn't be surrounded by these talismans, Ishida Ryuzen immediately shot several arrows at the ground and then fell down along with the broken floor. During this process, Ishida Ryuzen didn't stop shooting arrows upwards to prevent the talismans from chasing him. But the moment Ishida Ryuzen appeared in the room below, Sei Ito's figure appeared beside him again. He didn't hesitate to grab Ishida Ryuzen's wrist that was holding the bow. His right hand exploded with monstrous strength and fiercely smashed Ishida Ryuzen's elbow. Bang! Although the sound was loud, Ishida Ryuzen who was protected by the blood-calming armor, did not seem to be injured at all. With a quick turn of his wrist, he took out a soul-cutting weapon and stabbed it at Ito Seiji. Chapter 1374. This time, Seito did not dodge. Instead, he used his psychokinesis to cover his palm and grabbed onto Ishida Ryuzo's soul-slicing object. Chi! An ear-piercing friction sound was heard between the two of them, following which, Seito swung his arm, and Ishida Ryuzo's body flew to the side and crashed into the wall. Bam! After getting the data he wanted, Seito did not intend to continue. He used his psychokinesis to control Ishida Ryuzo's body. Ishida Ryuzo's limbs were stretched out and his fingers were spread out as he leaned against the wall, unable to move. However, Seito was still scratching his head over the exact sealing method. The Quincy were a group of ancient cultivators who consumed the energy of heaven and earth to replenish their bodies. Thus, to seal them safely, normal spiritual materials were useless. This way, he could eliminate the possibility of using paper talisman seals. Even though this type of sealing method could still be used, it had to be replenished from time to prevent Ishida Ryuzo from using spiritual energy to absorb the energy from the talisman. If he used the yin-yang 5-element seal, the spiritual energy of the Quincy would be hidden in their blood. Seals like the yin-yang 5-element seal that were used on the spirit channels would not be completely effective. There was also the risk of it suddenly losing its effectiveness. As for the other items, other than worrying about the energy contained in the talisman being absorbed, the other reason was that the talisman would not be effective and would be destroyed by Ishida Ryuzo's spiritual energy. After thinking about it, Seito could only take out a pair of materials on the spot. Using alchemy and an array, he created a pair of gloves, a pair of leggings, a collar, and a belt. He placed them on Ishida Ryuzo's body and began to devour his spiritual energy. Under the effect of the talisman, Ishida Ryuzo's energy was clearly weakened. Not long after, he entered a weak state where he was not much stronger than a normal person. He looked at Seito with a gloomy expression. After that, Seito waited for a while. After confirming that Ishida Ryuzo had entered a weak state where he could not activate his blood armor and absorb spiritual energy from the outside world, he waved his hand and knocked him unconscious. Until now, Seito, who had just heaved a sigh of relief, lifted Ishida Ryuzo. He removed the spatial separation barrier and used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the hospital and return to the house he bought in Kozazucho. Seito carried Ishida Ryuzo into an empty room and suspended Ishida Ryuzo and suspended him in midair, then walked to the center of the room. He used the energy crystal powder, cinnabar, and mixed with the blood of the demon beast blood and blood ink to draw a huge supporting spell formation on the ground. Only then did he place the Ishida dragon string in the center of the formation. After that, Seito walked to Ishida Ryuzo's head and squatted down. He pressed one hand on his forehead, activating the supporting spell formation under his feet. He used his spiritual sensing ability and the Yamanaka family's mind-reading technique to create a powerful memory reading technique to explore Ishida Ryuzo's memories. In an instant, a stream of memories appeared around Seito's consciousness. His consciousness was quickly pulled into the beginning of Ishida Ryuzo's memories. Then, the image of a newborn child appeared in front of Seito's eyes. From then on, Ishida Ryuzo's memories from birth to the present began to appear in front of Seito's eyes. In his innocent childhood, he didn't understand the situation. He only worked hard to get the praise of his parents. Under the guidance of his mother, he gradually became well-behaved. In his youth, he watched Shinozaki Makino and Shinozaki contact each other. He watched Shinozaki disappear and was helpless. In the end, he asked Urahara Kisuke, who was the god of death, for help. He married Kato Yi and gave birth to Ishida Yuryu. He watched Kato Yi die on Holy Parting Day. He began to hate the identity of Quincy. He ignored Ishida Yuryu's anger towards him. After spending about half an hour browsing through Ishida Ryuzo's memories, Seito mobilized his spiritual power to break the useless parts of the memories into pure spiritual fragments and threw them to Alea as snacks. He left Ishida Ryuzo and his mother's education to steal all the relevant information about the Quincy technique. This process took another hour or so. Among them, Seito believed that he could only absorb some of the techniques of the flying scythe kick and Reiko manipulation. The offensive and defensive techniques like the blood armament were more suitable for Kanzen Tsurumi, his mother Eriko, his elder sister Suzu Ito, and Ito Reina, who specialized in spiritual power. As for the Reiko armament and the bow, they were most suitable for the archer Emi Toki. After organizing the Quincy technique, he made a few copies and threw them into the library in the Rubik's Cube world and Seito at home. Then he picked up Ishida Ryuzo, who was still unconscious, and used instant transmission to return to the top of the Kongzucho Comprehensive Medical Hospital building. He threw Ishida Ryuzo to the ground and removed the restraints on him, restoring his freedom. Then, Seito threw out a wave of energy to stimulate Ishida Ryuzo's mind to wake him up. Then, he returned to his new home and entered the previously empty room to study the Quincy technique. For Seito, who had reached this level, the Quincy technique was not difficult at all. Therefore, after a few simple trials, Seito successfully performed all the Quincy techniques, from low-level techniques like the Arc Sparrow Spirit Arrow to high-level techniques like the Flying Scythe Kick and Blood Armament. After confirming that there were no problems with the technique, Seito entered the Rubik's Cube world and taught the new Quincy technique to Kanzen Tsurumi, Tsutamaya Kagura, his mother Eriko, his elder sister Suzu Ito, and Ito Reina, who had advanced a grade B due to the energy explosion last time, for them to cultivate and increase their strength. In addition, Seito also taught the Flying Scythe Kick and Blood Armament techniques to Yuan and let her try to use Ki to see if she could achieve the same effect, especially in the aspect of blood armament. After some testing, in addition to the Flying Scythe Kick, which could be used to transform Ki into a weakened version, the blood armament could only increase blood circulation, improve the body's recovery and attack power, which could be considered a good harvest. Seeing this, Seito even distributed the Flying Scythe Kick and Blood Armament techniques to the people close to him, such as Tsukiki Emi, Chuanbu Miyun, Sakuraba Sei, Karen, Tsunade, Mitarashi Anko, and others. And because of this, Seito's attention to the outside world directly decreased. So when he came out to observe again, the plot had already progressed to the point where Kuchiki Byakuya and Asen Renji came to the modern world to capture Kuchiki Rukia. It's better to arrive at the right time than early. Let's go join in the fun. Looking at Kuchiki Rukia on the screen, Ishida Yuryu, who had both of his hands injured and was carrying a portable bag full of things, as well as the red-haired man, Renji Ase, and a noodle stall's Kuchiki Byakuya, who only appeared under the special frequency detection, chuckled. After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared from the room. Ishida, why are you here? Kuchiki Rukia, who was wearing a white short-sleeved dress, looked at Ishida Yuryu and asked, "This is purely a coincidence. I'm not worried about you, if I really want to say it." Ishida Yuryu, who was wearing black trousers, a white short-sleeved shirt, a pair of frameless square glasses on his face, and black hair that went past his ears, raised his hand and gently pushed his glasses, then raised the convenience bag in his hand and said, "In the middle of the night, I suddenly wanted to go to the 24-hour tailor chain store Sunflower Sewing, and there's only one branch in this area, so I appeared here in the middle of the night." It's just that his words sounded a bit like he wanted to hide his true feelings, but he didn't know how to make up excuses to deceive people. "I didn't feel the Ryatsu of the Shinigami, so I came out because I was worried, or I took a plastic bag from home just to have an excuse." Ishida Yuryu continued to add as if it wasn't enough. It's just that when his voice fell, a cold light instantly cut through his body, cutting off the handle of the plastic bag, making the plastic bag fall to the ground, making a soft sound. "Don't talk nonsense over there, I'm Monkey. I want to ask you, who are you?" Renji, who was wearing a black Shinigami outfit and carrying his Zanpakuto on his shoulder, questioned him like a gangster. Ishida Yuryu didn't answer immediately. "Forget it. Since you don't want to answer, then forget it. I will kill you first anyway." Renji pointed the tip of his Zanpakuto at Ishida Yuryu and said again with a smirk on his face, "Wait, Renji, it has nothing to do with him." Kuchiki Rukia's expression changed greatly when she heard this. "What are you talking about? Didn't I say I'm just Kuchiki Rukia's classmate, but I hate the Shinigami?" Ishida Yuryu said lightly. "That's not an answer at all," Renji said in a bad mood. "I'm Ishida Yuryu. Nice to meet you." Ishida didn't know if he was really stupid or deliberately replied like this. "Ah, why did you suddenly say that?" Renji said inexplicably. "It's nothing, since you said so, then I have to at least tell you my name, even if the opponent is the Shinigami." Ishida Yuryu raised his hand and gently pushed his glasses. The mirror reflected a roadside light. "At least let you know who defeated you. I've decided I'm going to kill you," Renji said with a smirk on his face. "Don't, Renji!" Ishida, Kuchiki Rukia shouted to stop him. It was just that for the two people who were determined to fight, her shout had no effect at all. So the moment her voice sounded, a Zanjing Rensi, who used the Shuinpa technique, rushed in front of Ishida Yuryu and slashed down with her katana. Chapter 1375. P.S. I seem to have eyelid inflammation. So painful. Although Ishida Yulong was shouting happily, his strength was really not that strong. Plus, Quincy's hands were injured. Ishida Yulong, who didn't react at all, was slashed by Renji's Zanpakuto, leaving a long and narrow wound on his body. Puff! A large amount of blood spurted out from the wound on Ishida Yulong's abdomen. Plop! Under the great pain, Ishida Yulong immediately knelt on the ground with a painful expression. His body leaned forward, and he panted slightly with a pale face. "See, I've already told you," Renji said with disdain. He had one hand in the Shinigami outfit, scratching his abdomen like a homeless man, and the other hand holding the Zanpakuto on his shoulder. "Next, I will give you the final blow." Then, Renji raised his Zanpakuto again and looked down at Ishida Yulong, who was lying on the ground. "Before you die, you must remember that Renji Ase is the one who killed you. Please take care of him." After that, he slashed his Zanpakuto at Ishida Yulong without hesitation. At the same time, Sei Ito also turned his head and looked to the side. The next moment, there was a muffled sound, and a broad-bladed Zanpakuto slashed heavily on the ground, splitting the asphalt road. Under this sudden attack, Renji, who sensed the danger, decisively gave up his previous action and jumped 3 times in a row to avoid Ishida Yulong and stood on the side of the intact asphalt road. He turned to look at the attacker and asked, "Who are you?" The orange-haired young man, who was wearing the black Shinigami outfit and holding a broadsword that was 20 centimeters wide and nearly 2 meters long, said with an evil look on his face, "I'm Shinozaki Ichigo, the one who defeated you. Please enlighten me. Who are you? Which team is Lishu from?" Renji asked again. The reason why Renji was like this was because of the Shinigami outfit on Shinozaki Ichigo. As the name implied, the Shinigami outfit was the official outfit of the Shinigami. In the spiritual state, the only guy who held a Zanpakuto and wore a black kimono was the Shinigami. This was a unique symbol. Without knowing who Shinozaki Ichigo was, he directly classified him as a pawn of a certain team. "What is that? Such a big Zanpakuto." When Renji saw the shape of the Zanpakuto in Shinozaki Ichigo's hand, he looked like he saw a ghost. "Why is this big?" Shinozaki Ichigo didn't understand the meaning of the Zanpakuto. The meaning of the Zanpakuto means that the Zanpakuto's shape. The Zanpakuto says it represented that the spiritual pressure of its master was stronger, and vice versa. Of course, SSS to SSS compared to Rukia's, it's a bit bigger. No matter what, I haven't seen a bigger so far. Shinozaki Ichigo didn't care too much. "Ichigo, idiot, why did you come?" Rukia looked at Shinozaki Ichigo and said, It's just that her tone directly attracted the attention of Renji, who was originally shocked by the form of Zanpakuto. So I understand. You're the one who took the SS power from Rukia. Renji Ase, who was full of murderous intent, jumped above Shinozaki Ichigo and slashed down with his katana. So what if I am? Shinozaki Ichigo asked. Then I'll kill you. Renji's Zanpakuto swung his Zanpakuto. Block. Shinozaki Ichigo raised his Zanpakuto, blocked the attack. But before Shinozaki Ichigo could fight back, Renji swung his Zanpakuto again, forcing Shinozaki Ichigo to defend passively. But there's an old saying, defense is bound to lose. Soon, Renji's Zanpakuto left a long wound on Shinozaki Ichigo's body. A lot of blood instantly gushed out from the wound on Shinozaki Ichigo's shoulder. Plop! Shinozaki Ichigo knelt on the ground in pain. It's time to end this. Renji's voice sounded. You will die and return the ability to Rukia. Then Rukia will return to Soul Society and wait for her death. Shinozaki Ichigo instinctively turned his head and looked at Rukia. Rukia, who was looking down at her feet with one arm crossed, didn't refute Renji's words. I say, you're really stupid. Rukia didn't want to drag you down, so she ran out by herself. You would have been fine if you just stayed at home, but you chased after her. What do you think you can achieve by chasing after her? A half-assed Shinigami like you is no match for us. Renji sneered. Before he could finish his words, a saber light flashed across his face, interrupting his words. Excuse me. I'm sorry you didn't finish your sentence. I made too many mistakes just now, so you had a chance. Shinozaki Ichigo stood up from the ground and said, Did I interrupt you? I'm really sorry. I want to ask you, what do you mean by no match? You bastard. Raising his hand and using his thumb to wipe the blood flowing out of the wound on his chin, Renji grinned. You're too careless, Renji. Just when Renji was about to attack again, Kachiki Byakuya, who hadn't done anything, suddenly said, Captain Kachiki, how am I careless? Against someone like him, like this. Asanjin retorted indignantly. Kachiki Ichigo, that brat, I only remembered the video report sent by the secret mobile squad 33 hours ago. Virtuous was injured and had no choice but to return to Hueco Mundo. Kachiki Byakuya interrupted. Haha, I can't stand it. The quality of the secret mobile squad is too bad recently. How can someone like this hurt Virtuous? I don't believe that kind of nonsense. Captain, look at the Zanpakuto in this guy's hand. It's just big, but there's nothing special about it. It's obvious that he can't control his spiritual pressure at all. Renji said loudly as if he heard a joke. Hey kid, what's the name of your Zanpakuto? Then, Renji looked at Kachiki Ichigo and asked, name? Where did the name come from? Do you want to name your Zanpakuto? Kachiki Ichigo didn't understand. I didn't guess wrong. There's no need to ask what your Zanpakuto is called. People like you are 2,000 years too early to fight me, Renji said coldly. Then he wiped his hand on the Zanpakuto and shouted, Roar! Snake-tail ball, look in front of you. In front of you is your food. While shouting, Renji attacked Kachiki Ichigo again. Kachiki Ichigo, who didn't understand the meaning of the Zanpakuto's name, still used the same method to deal with it. However, he was defeated by the ruthless reality. In less than 3 moves, he was defeated by Renji again. Under Renji's threat, he felt the fear of death. He knelt on the ground with his head down and his body trembling slightly. Seeing this, Renji completely lost interest. He got into a stance and prepared to give Kachiki Ichigo the final blow. But at this time, Rukia, who was on the side, suddenly jumped behind Renji and hugged his arm that was holding the Zanpakuto. She stopped Renji's action and shouted at Kachiki Ichigo, who was in fear, Run! Kachiki Ichigo didn't know if it was the power of friendship or the protagonist's aura, but he suddenly stood up slowly and held the Zanpakuto tightly. He took the initiative to attack Renji with an awakened expression. This time, Kurosaki Ichigo's Ryatsu state, movements, and other aspect had changed drastically. In just a few moves, he was able to force Renji into a desperate situation and was about to seriously injure him. However, at this moment, Kachiki Byakuya, who was on the side, suddenly broke Kachiki Ichigo's Zanpakuto and appeared not far in front of him without him noticing. Then, Kachiki Byakuya threw away the broken Zanpakuto in his hand and gently held the Zanpakuto's hilt. His figure flashed and appeared behind Kachiki Ichigo. Puff! A muffled sound came from Kachiki Ichigo's body after Kachiki Byakuya sheathed his Zanpakuto, and a large amount of blood gushed out. It could be seen how fast Kachiki Byakuya's attack was. What happened next was simple. The stubborn Kachiki Ichigo wasn't ready to give up even at this point. He continued to move forward, even though he knew that it was a dead end. However, Rukia didn't let him do as he wished. She pretended to be disgusted and used cold words to intimidate Kachiki Ichigo, then followed Renji and Kachiki Byakuya into the world crossing gate that was similar to the ancient Japanese sliding door. Rukia, Kachiki Byakuya, and Renji were about to disappear into the world crossing gate, but at this moment, a black shadow flashed and squeezed into the world crossing gate. Snap! The next moment, the world crossing gate completely closed and melted into the void. What an accident! Urahara Kisuke muttered to himself as he walked towards Shinozaki Ichigo, who was gradually falling into a deep slumber with his wooden clogs. He looked at the place where the portal disappeared with a deep gaze. And the black shadow that surprised Urahara Kisuke and had the ability, speed, and courage to break into the world crossing gate without a body converter was none other than Sei Ito, who had been hiding and watching the original plot. At this time, inside the world crossing gate, Kachiki Byakuya, who suddenly discovered an intruder, immediately pulled out his Zanpakuto and slashed at the intruder. Chapter 1376. P.S. Thank you to NXCX and Instant Potato for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX and Halcyon for their tips. Clang! Accompanied by the crisp sound of metal clashing, Sei Ito, who had taken the opportunity to break into the portal, clashed with Kachiki Byakuya, who had drawn his sword and slashed at him. As the sword and blade clashed, the two of them retreated. "It's you." Upon seeing the intruder, Kachiki Rukia immediately exclaimed. Obviously, she had a deep impression of Sei Ito, who had bumped into Shinozaki Ichigo. Sei Ito, who was holding the divine blade, celestial clouds, smiled at Kachiki Rukia, then ignored Kachiki Byakuya and Renji, who had drawn his sword and was on guard. He turned around and used ground shrink footwork to quickly rush into the depths of the portal. "Renji, look after Rukia," Kachiki Byakuya ordered. Without waiting for Renji's response, he used Flash Step to catch up. As someone who had been taught and teased by the Four Maple Courtier Ichi when he was young, Kachiki Byakuya's Flash Step was exquisite. It could be said that he was one of the best in the entire Soul Society. It made those who specialized in Flash Step and stealth footwork feel embarrassed. Therefore, he quickly caught up with Sei Ito, who was unable to use Flash Step to directly teleport because he was in the portal, and slashed at him. Feeling the biting cold behind him, Sei Ito, who was moving forward, immediately twisted his hand and swung his sword to block. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed in the portal again. This time, Kachiki Byakuya did not choose to retreat. Instead, he turned around. Using stealth footwork, he circled behind Sei Ito and stabbed his sword at Sei Ito's chest, just like how he dealt with Shinozaki Ichigo. He stabbed at what he thought was the knot. Sei Ito did not dodge and released his psychokinesis to form a defensive barrier behind him. Bang! Kachiki Byakuya's attack was blocked. At this moment, Sei Ito flipped his wrist and held the hilt with his right hand. His left palm pressed against the bottom of the hilt and gently pushed the tip of the blade forward. Shiomu Baichian's figure flashed, retreating backwards. Seeing that his attack had missed, Sei Ito chuckled and immediately released his right hand that was holding the saber. At the same time, his left hand that was pressing on the bottom of the blade's hilt exerted force and pushed the celestial clouds towards Kumu Baya like an arrow. Kachiki Baya, who was already blocking the middle of the realm passage and wasn't worried about, say, Ito barging through, didn't dodge. He slashed down with his saber and slashed at the celestial cloud saber that Sei Ito had thrown out. However, just as Keiki Byakuya was about to push celestial clouds away, Sei Ito, who had used the ground shrink technique to instantly appear in front of Keiki Byakuya, extended his right arm and grabbed celestial clouds as hilt again. Gathering his strength and the perfect circle force in his body, he slashed down at Kumu Baya with all his might. Imitation of Sapphalo's sword skill, ground shrink, change, reign of guests Kumu Baya, who couldn't defend himself in time, was pushed back by the huge force of Sei Ito's slash. Sei Ito, who had forced Kumu Baya to retreat, didn't stop moving. The aura on his body instantly erupted. Coupled with his high-speed movement footwork and skills, he split into aura clones that looked like real people and rushed towards Kumu Baya together with his main body. As he slid back, the spirit seed on Kumu Baya's body exploded. He forcefully stopped his retreat and threw away the Zanpakuto in his hand. Scatter, Senbenzakura. As soon as he finished speaking, Kumu Baya's Zanpakuto, which had fallen vertically to the ground, began to scatter from the tip of the blade, turning into the shape of cherry blossom petals that were commonly seen in April in Japan and gathered into a stream. It shot towards the several Sei Ito's images that were rushing towards him. Sei Ito narrowed his eyes when he saw this, and suddenly a bolt of lightning erupted from his body. Then, his body suddenly jumped and turned into a blue bolt of lightning that was difficult to be followed by the naked eye, rushing towards Kumu Baya at an extremely fast speed. Lightning Flint. The speed of Lightning Flint was so fast that it completely surpassed the speed of Senbenzakura's pursuit. Before the scattered blades of Senbenzakura gathered to block it, he shuttled through the gap and rushed in front of Kumu Baya. Then, Sei Ito, who had reappeared, once again swung his Zanpakuto at Kumu Baya. Although Kumu Baya's Zanpakuto had turned into Senbenzakura and was floating in the passage, it did not mean that there was no protection around him, but there was still a small part of Senbenzakura's blade fragments gathered around him. So as soon as Sei Ito's blade fell, it was blocked by Kumu Baya's Zanpakuto-controlled Senbenzakura. It was just that Sei Ito's move looked ruthless, but in fact, it was a feint without much power. So the moment Kumu immobilized Senbenzakura, he raised his Zanpakuto, turned his feet, and once again turned into a bolt of lightning and passed by Kumu Baya's side, rushing towards the other end of the passage. Seeing this, Kumu Baya, who had been maintaining the noodle stall state, had a change in expression. He reached out and grabbed the Zanpakuto that had turned back into a Zanpakuto and turned around to chase in the direction Sei Ito left. However, how could Yuki Byakuya catch up to Ito Mori, who had already entered the state of lightning and flint? Or Soy Fawn of the 4-maple chord in instant cast was more likely. So after chasing for a few seconds, he could only watch as the blue light gradually disappeared into the depths of the passage. On the other side, after a while, Sei Ito finally arrived at the other side of the passage and rushed out of the portal that was still open. In an instant, a large empty room came into Sei Ito's sight. As expected, it's the 6th Division Station, a portal owned by the Kumu family. This saves me a lot of trouble. Sei Ito, who appeared, chuckled after seeing the surrounding environment. As a communication portal to travel between the 3 realms, even in Quiet Soul Society, it was a high-end player. Except for one that was used by Kido for most of the Shinigami, only the 1st Division, 2nd Division, 6th Division, and 12th Division had one. Among them, the 1st Division had it because of their relationship with the head captain, but most of them did not use it much, so having it was equivalent to not having it. The 2nd Division, on the other hand, had its own portal because it was stealthy and mobile. It was used for both assassination and intelligence gathering, so it had its own portal. The 6th Division, on the other hand, had its own portal because it belonged to the nobles, and its head captain had always been from the Kumu family, one of the 4 great nobles. As for the 12th Division, other than being its creator, the current 12th Division captain, Inai Mayuri, was not one to be content with his position. He had secretly left a portal for him to use at any time. After all, everything inside the portal was monitored by the 12th Division. He did not care if he was discovered or not. After figuring out where he was, Ito did not stay any longer. He immediately left the 6th Division's residence, which could be said to be Kumu's private residence. At the same time, he took out a set of Shinigami equipment and put it on, disguising himself as a Shinigami and sneaking out. Phew, I'm finally out, but where should I go next? Ito, who was walking on the streets of Quiet Soul Society, thought to himself as he sized up his surroundings. Forget it. I'll go to the Central Academy of Soul Magic first. From there, I'll get a few scissors to study. Having made up his mind, Ito did not hesitate. He immediately quickened his pace and began searching around Quiet Soul Society. After all, as an external protector, Ito did not know where the Central Academy of Soul Magic was. He needed to find a passerby to properly ask. Oh, right before that, there's one more thing to do. Ito, who had suddenly thought of something, stopped and said. Then he closed his eyes and used Absolute to seal off all the pores on his body, preventing the invisible seeping of the spiritual particles from the outside world. Then he used his mind to mobilize the perfect circle force in his body, forming an energy membrane that covered the surface of his skin, completely cutting off all the spiritual particles from the outside world from entering. The reason why he had to do this was because the people of the Wandless Empire in the manga had said that the air in Quiet Soul Society was filled with Yhwach's soul fragments. It was just that enough of them had been absorbed. They would be infected by Yhwach's soul fragments, and when they died, they would return to Yhwach along with the strengthened soul fragments. Although Ito would definitely not die as long as he did not seek death, he did not have the heart to use himself to nurture other people's soul fragments. Therefore, he waited until the soul fragments entered his body and burned them with his soul fire, suffering the pain of having his soul burned for nothing. Haibu had cut off the possibility of that thing entering his body from the very beginning. However, this way, Ito would not be able to absorb the surrounding spiritual particles to replenish his body's consumption when fighting in Quiet Soul Society in the future. Fortunately, he did not have to worry. If worst came to worst, he could just use his world force to replenish it, although this seemed a bit extravagant. After finishing his work, Ito once again started wandering around Quiet Soul Society. However, not long after he started walking, a knocking sound echoed throughout the entire Quiet Soul Society. Needless to say, this was definitely the Traveler's Calamity Invasion alarm. Because Shinozaki Ichigo was not here, the only person who could make Quiet Soul Society sound this alarm was Ito, the Traveler's Calamity, who was able to force his way into Quiet Soul Society under the watch of the captain. They really do value me. They actually used a full alert. Ito looked up at the sky and chuckled. Then, he ignored it and continued to search for the Shinigami members who were alone. Because it was a full alert in Quiet Soul Society, the members who had nothing to do hurriedly returned to their quarters and waited for the vice captain and the officers to arrange things. This made things convenient for Ito. Therefore, Ito, who was walking on the road to the 6th Division's quarters, quickly caught a 6th Division member who was alone. Seeing this person, Ito immediately rushed to the person's side and knocked him out with a palm strike. Then, he reached out to support the person's body and carried him as he disappeared from the street. He found a place to hide and began to use hypnotism, mind reading, and other secret techniques to read the person's memories and search for the information he wanted. It should be said that this person was indeed a Shinigami. Although he looked like he was only in his 20s, the content reflected in his memories was more than 100 years old. If Ito did not take the initiative to read the main content, just browsing through the person's useless memories would have taken a lot of time. But even so, Ito spent more than half an hour to understand everything that he wanted to know. In this half an hour, apart from obtaining the location of the Central Academy of Sorcery, Sei Ito also obtained the first 30 Keto incantations and how to use them, the first 3 Keto incantations and how to use them, and the first 3 Keto incantations and how to use them, as well as the Academy's version of the Shumpa technique. Among them, the Keto incantations only needed to be familiarized with the Keto and Keto incantations before they could be used directly. However, the Shumpa technique might not be learned. It couldn't be helped. There was a huge difference in quality between a spirit body and a physical body. The Keto incantations and Keto incantations could be used to control spirit energy, spirit particles, and spirit energy. However, the Shumpa technique couldn't be used. After all, it was an explosive movement technique for spirits with a different body structure. If it was used directly, not only would it not be able to increase the speed of the flying scythe kick, it might also cause harm to the human body due to the difference in strength. Therefore, it could only be temporarily shelved. Forget it. In any case, I already have the shrinking step, which is a straightforward movement technique. Compared to the flying scythe kick, which is a high-speed combat movement technique that is difficult to master, this transient step won't make a difference. However, the Four Maple Academy's third secret movement technique, the Sky Cicada, is still worth getting. Even if I can't use it, I can still use it to improve the flying scythe kick and give Mother, Big Sister, and Yellow Fist another life-saving technique. Ito Seijin said as he threw this useless member of the Grim Reaper to the side. Then, he once again walked towards the Central Academy of Spirit Magic. On the way, Sei Ito was bored and began to ponder over the combination of the Keto and Keto incantations he had just obtained. After walking for 20 minutes, Sei Ito arrived at the southern border of Quiet Soul Society. It wasn't far from Drifting Soul Street. It was outside the Central Academy of Spirit Magic. A barrier, Sei Ito softly muttered as he looked at the transparent barrier covering the entire Central Academy of Spirit Magic. Then, he clenched his right hand into a fist and suddenly punched the barrier. Bang! A violent, muffled sound was transmitted. Soon after, the barrier trembled slightly, and a large crack appeared with Sei Ito's fist as the center. With a walala sound, a hole big enough for 3 or 4 people to pass through appeared. Hurried knocking sounds echoed within the Central Academy of Spirit Magic. Sei Ito didn't care about the effect he had caused and rushed into the Central Academy of Spirit Magic in a flash. He directly rushed towards the teachers who had come out to check on the situation. Be on guard. A bald death god who should be the director of the modern world school yelled. Under his yell, the 5 or 6 death gods that had rushed out immediately unsheathed their blades and got into a battle stance. Seeing this, Sei Ito laughed disdainfully and directly used Flying Scythe Kick. He instantly appeared in front of a death god who was on guard and waved his hand to attack. The Shinigami was shocked when he saw this. He instinctively dodged backward, but then Ito Sei's figure suddenly disappeared in front of him, and then a strong force carried his body to the other Shinigami who were about to rush over to help. Plop! Because they had been in teaching for many years, the teachers who had almost forgotten how to react in battle were directly hit and fell to the ground. Sei Ito, who had disappeared before, once again appeared in front of the bald director and used Konoha's shadow dance to send him flying. Chapter 1377. Ito Sei, who casually dealt with these Shinigami, waved his right hand and cast psychokinesis to wrap them. He bent his arm and pulled them in front of him. He picked out one of them who seemed to have the weakest will, turned it in front of him, and quickly controlled it with hypnotism. "Where's the warehouse?" Sei Ito asked. Under the control of the hypnosis, the teacher quickly reported the location of the warehouse. "Which one of you is the ghost Taoist teacher?" Sei Ito asked again. The controlled death god turned his head and looked at the other death gods beside him who had their mouths and movements sealed by psychokinesis. With a dull gaze, he raised his hand and pointed at a middle-aged man who looked to be around 30 years old. After finding the person he was looking for, Sei Ito didn't waste any time. He immediately knocked out all the other death god teachers except for the bald director and the ghost Taoist teacher. Then, he carried the remaining 2 people and quickly moved toward the warehouse. In less than a minute, Sei Ito arrived outside the warehouse. Looking at the warehouse that was protected by a barrier and seal, Sei Ito, who had summoned the divine blade, celestial clouds, didn't say anything and directly slashed down with full power. Chua! In an instant, a light sound rang out. The barrier and seal that were used to protect the warehouse, as well as the door of the warehouse, immediately split in half and fell to the ground with a muffled pong-pong sound. Sei Ito left the bald director and the ghost Taoist teacher outside the warehouse and walked in by himself. In an instant, large amounts of ownerless death gods that were leaning against the wall, placed horizontally or stored on shelves, entered Sei Ito's eyes. Knowing that time was of the essence, Sei Ito didn't look too much and directly used his mind to open the entrance to the Rubik's Cube world. All the ownerless death gods in the warehouse were sucked in. After that, Sei Ito walked out of the warehouse and used instant transmission to bring the bald director and the ghost teacher out of the Central Academy of Spiritual Arts. Reappearing on a street in Quiet Soul Society, he left another mark in a corner where no one would notice and teleported out of Quiet Soul Society again. In the next moment, Sei Ito's group of 3 appeared on Drifting Soul Street outside Soul Court. They randomly found a habitable room and barged in. As for the owner's wishes, Sei Ito didn't even need to use hypnosis to control him. He was frightened by the death tyrant suits on the 2 death gods. His whole body trembled as he gave up the room. With a temporary room to stay in, Sei Ito began to hypnotize the 2 death gods to obtain the information he wanted. It should be said that the harvest was not bad. From the death god teacher who specialized in Kido teaching, Sei Ito obtained all the Kido incantations and usage methods before the 50th, as well as the 2 special Bakudo incantations and usage methods of Bakudo 58-fingered Sparrow Chaser and Bakudo 77 Days of Konluo. And from the bald director, Sei Ito also obtained the Kido incantations and usage methods before the 60th. As for the other models of high-digit Kido incantations, he could only get them from the Kido sect or the big library of Quiet Soul Society. After getting what he wanted, Sei Ito erased the 2's memory of leaving Quiet Soul Society and threw them back to Quiet Soul Society with instant transmission. Then he left this room and found another uninhabited room to live in. In Drifting Soul Street, uninhabited rooms like this are common. It depends on whether you have the patience to find them. Later, Sei Ito concentrated on studying the newly obtained Kido incantations and the basic form of Zanpakudo, the Sushida. Kido is the same as Inyang Jutsu, and magic. It uses the resonance and guidance of the spirit and energy to guide the wandering Reiki to arrange the correct form according to the combination of jutsu to obtain the desired effect. So after the basic proficiency, Sei Ito handed them over to his mother Eriko, eldest sister Suzu Ito, second sister Reina Ito, Katsuyama Yomi, Tsutomu Kagura, and Mayo, to increase their own strength. But a Sushida isn't so simple. After several days of careful study by Sei Ito, as well as various scientific and magic instrument tests in the Magic Cube world, he finally understood its nature and composition. In terms of its nature, it was somewhat similar to the spiritual weapons in Taoist cultivation that had been entrusted with external souls. However, its spirituality was not added by external things, but directly produced during forging. Otherwise, it would not be able to combine with the spiritual will of the Grim Reaper and give birth to a sword soul. As for the specific formation principle, Sei Ito hasn't figured it out yet. After all, it involves the level of the composition of the soul. Before getting the temporary soul creation technology, it will take at least a long time to figure it out by relying on Sei Ito himself. However, the nature of a Sushida is difficult to understand, but its composition is much simpler. In a broad sense, it is completely forged by Reiki, without a trace of external material inside. Even the shape and texture of the blade is created by forging Reiki, just like the murderous stones that make up Soul Society, but it looks like a real material. I guess this is only possible in the heavy spirit space of the Spirit King Palace. If it is placed in Soul Society, there is no suitable environment to forge a Sushita. Ito chuckled as he lightly tapped the blade in front of him. Then Ito put away the Sushita, got up, and went to the courtyard, looking up in the direction of Soul Society. It's time to exercise, Ito whispered to himself. It turns out that just a day ago, Soul Society's murderous stone wall suddenly fell down, temporarily separating Soul Society and Drifting Soul Street. Seeing this, Ito didn't understand that Shinozaki Ichigo and the others have arrived. Otherwise, why would there be such a situation? I think they should be at Shiba Akuga's place now. In that case, I will wait for them to break into Soul Society and join the fun. Ito withdrew his gaze, then turned back to the room, sat cross-legged on the tatami, and closed his eyes to meditate. Of course, all the necessities are still self-sufficient, and there is no need for external supplies. The night passed uneventfully, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next day. At about 10 o'clock in the morning, a huge round Reiki ball suddenly flew towards Soul Society and smashed into the anti-membrane wall above Soul Society. The moment it broke into Soul Society, Shinozaki Ichigo and the others' plan to rescue Rukia officially began. Taking advantage of the time when they smashed the anti-membrane wall, Ito, who was wearing shinobi armor, also used Flying Thunder God technique to disappear from the room and appeared on the street of Soul Society. It's just that at this time, Soul Society was filled with patrolling Shinigami, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. Hey, which division are you from? A patrolling Shinigami who happened to pass by looked at Ito, who didn't have an armband, and asked, I'm from the 6th Division. Ito replied while pretending to take something out. After that, his arm pulled out, and an armband that had just been made with alchemy appeared in his hand, and Ito wore it on his left arm. Remember to wear the armband next time. Otherwise, it won't be good if there is a misunderstanding. The Shinigami of the 10th Division reminded him. Okay, Ito agreed, and then walked away from that Shinigami. He moved toward the location of the Kido team that he learned from the bald director of the Central Academy of Spiritual Arts. Although they were in a state of alert, the situation of Soul Society didn't feel very strict, or it could be said that they didn't think that Ito would appear in shinobi armor. So along the way, Ito met many members of various divisions. Other than being questioned occasionally, no one suspected that he wasn't a Shinigami and fought with him. Therefore, after spending some time, Ito smoothly arrived at the Kido team. Who are you looking for? Because they weren't carrying out a mission, the Kido team didn't wear the same uniform as the FFF team. They only wore shinobi armor and asked Ito as he walked into the team. I'm a member of the 6th Division, Ito. I came to find the vice leader of the Kido team under the orders of my captain. I have something to tell him. Ito glanced around and casually replied, Oh, come with me then. The Shinigami of the Kido team didn't suspect anything, then turned around and led Ito into the depths of the team. Ito, who originally wanted to capture the Shinigami of the Kido team, when he found that there was no one around, saw that his excuse was effective, so he temporarily gave up on the idea of capturing the Shinigami. He planned to wait until he met the vice leader of the Kido team. After all, compared to ordinary Kido team members, the vice leader knew more Kido. And if he was lucky enough, he might be able to learn a few forbidden techniques from the vice leader. For example, the time-stop forbidden technique. After a few turns, the Kido team member brought Ito to a Japanese-style room. You wait here. I will go and report to the vice leader. The Kido team member turned around and looked at Ito. Okay, Ito agreed. The Kido team member didn't say much, turned around, opened the door, and walked in. After half a minute, he walked out of the room and came in front of Ito, saying, The vice leader invites you in. Okay. Ito nodded and walked in the vice leader's office. In an instant, a traditional Japanese-style room appeared in front of Ito's eyes. A thin, pale, gloomy young man who looked more like a drug addict than a normal person appeared in Ito's line of sight. What's the matter? Speak. The man looked down at the scroll on the desk and said without raising his head, "My captain said," Say Ito said, then released his psychokinesis to wrap around the vice leader, imprisoning his body and mouth. Chapter 1378. As mentioned before, the Ghost Owl was the same as the Yin-Yang technique, magic arts, and magic arts of the main world. They were all guided by the resonance of spirit and energy, leading the wandering spirit particles in the surroundings to arrange the formation of the technique according to the user's needs. There were two ways to use it. One was a simple incantation chant, and the other was a hand seal similar to a ninjutsu. Among them, the hand seal targeted some higher-level special Kido. Most of them were in the hands of the former Kido's leader and vice leader, Ling Taizai and Akatabo Xian. Even if the Kido's side had records, because of the lack of aptitude, it was estimated that only the current leader had one or two. No one could use it. As for the other type of singing, there were three types of techniques: double singing, discard singing, and following singing. Among them, dual chant was targeted at compound Kido, such as Hado 73's double lotus blue flamefall. Chant break and later chant were targeted at all Kido, but one gave up on the incantation and directly cast it, while the other was cast first and then chant. But no matter which one it was, as the medium to launch Kido, it was still the hands of the caster. Therefore, under the state of psychokinesis confinement, even if the vice leader's ability was heaven-defying, he couldn't release Kido to save himself. He could only exert his Ryatsu to break through the confinement of psychokinesis. It was just that the Shinigami who was assigned to the Kido side didn't have any fighting talent, but his aptitude wasn't good. His Ryatsu was much worse than the vice leader and vice leader, let alone say Ito, who was comparable to a captain, so no matter how much Ryatsu he released, he couldn't break through Seito's powerful psychokinesis confinement. Seito, who didn't want to complicate matters, didn't delay. He immediately stepped in front of the Kido's vice leader and knocked him out. Then, he used the main world's Yin-Yang technique and Chiman knowledge to set up an illusion array in the room. This was to confuse any Kido members who might come later. Then, he began to fiddle with the Kido's vice sect leader. At first, Ito managed to enter the vice leader's mind just like the other captives. But the moment he cast his hypnotic control, the surrounding environment immediately changed. He entered a dark and mysterious world from the vice leader's mind. Before Ito could figure out what was going on, a violent explosion and lightning struck him. Tao Breaker 63. Thunder roar cannon. An unfamiliar voice rang out in the pitch-black space. Seeing the attack coming, Ito didn't panic. He swung his hand and hit the incoming lightning ball. Boom! A violent explosion immediately reverberated in the pitch-black space. At the same time, the light formed by the explosion of the lightning ball lit up the space. Binding down number 61. 6 pillars of light. The next moment, accompanied by another voice, 6 huge light marks suddenly appeared in the pitch-black space, flying towards Ito's body and inserted into his waist. Ito was imprisoned. King's Descendant, Flesh Mask, Wanxiang, Yubo, the one with the name of a human. Wall of blue fire engraved with double lotus. Distant heaven quietly waiting for fire abyss. Tao Breaker 73, double lotus blue fire fall. The voice from before chanted. As his words fell, 2 blazing red fireballs instantly flew out of the pitch-black space and shot in front of Ito. Boom! A violent explosion immediately reverberated in the pitch-black space. Should I say that you're worthy of being the vice leader of the Kido? Even your Zanpakuto is from the Kido system. Suddenly being pulled into this strange space really scared me. Ito's voice sounded in the smoke formed by the explosion of the double lotus blue firefall. The reason why he was sure that this was the soul space of the vice leader was because of the appearance of the voice that cast the 6 pillars of light. You know, he now appeared in the vice leader's mind in the form of a spiritual body. This can be proved by his current inability to use instant transmission to perform large-scale teleportation. But in the case of a conscious body, without the other party's consciousness and external assistance, there was only one possibility for him to suddenly appear in this strange space. That is, the vice leader who was in a coma contacted his Zanpakuto and achieved this through the cooperation of Zanpakuto. As for why this didn't happen to those guys before, it was because those guys were too weak and didn't even reach Shurkai. Otherwise, they could have brought Sei Ito into the space of Zanpakuto to kill him when he was hypnotized. Sure enough, with a good Zanpakuto and Zanpakuto, one spirit is a lot safer. Sei Ito whispered. After saying that, without any movement, a whirlwind suddenly appeared around him and completely blew away the smoke surrounding him. Who are you? The vice leader of the Kido walked out of the darkness with a cold face and asked in a deep voice, Traveler's Calamity. Sei Ito looked back at the vice leader and smiled. You are the Traveler's Calamity who attacked the Central Academy of Soul Magic before? The vice leader was stunned. Why can't it be the Traveler's Calamity who invaded this time? Sei Ito asked in surprise. Because they are not so daring. The vice leader sneered. What a straightforward deduction. Sei Ito curled his lips. Forget it. Let's get rid of you first. I don't want to waste too much time on you. Then, Sei Ito looked at the vice leader and said with a serious face. After saying that, he didn't care about the vice leader's ugly face and directly stretched out his hand, and a fourth Dao breaker, white thunder shot towards the vice leader. Seeing the white thunder, the vice leader's expression changed slightly and quickly dodged to the side. At the same time, he chanted the Dao breaker spell together with the Zanpakuto's Zanpakuto. Ito-sei ignored the other party's chant and waved his hand directly. A wave of fire flew out from his arm like a half-moon toward the deputy leader. And it wasn't just one wave, but 4 or 5, and each wave was more than 10 meters long, 2 or 3 meters wide, and about half a meter thick. The huge wave of fire directly lit up the dark space where the vice leader was. It was also at this time that Sei Ito saw the vice leader's Zanpakuto's Zanpakuto. It was a Zanpakuto's Zanpakuto that looked like a western ghost. Its whole body was black, and its upper body was still in human form. Its lower body was like a ghost, floating like smoke. Its face had no facial features, only a pair of blood-red eyes and a half-covered mouth. There was a ghost snake swimming around its body. Seeing the Zanpakuto's appearance, Sei Ito didn't hesitate and threw a few lightning bolts at it. At the same time, the Zanpakuto's Zanpakuto also shot a huge beam of light at Sei Ito, swallowing the lightning bolts that flew towards it and shot straight towards Sei Ito. Sei Ito's figure flashed, dodging the Zanpakuto's attack, and rushed towards it. The Zanpakuto's Zanpakuto was not a melee type, so it didn't hesitate to run to the side. Where do you think you're going? Sei Ito sneered as he drew a seal, text in the void with one hand. As soon as he finished speaking, the seal text that exuded golden light immediately turned into a stream of light and flew towards the Zanpakuto's side almost in the blink of an eye. No matter how it dodged, it still landed on its body. The Zanpakuto's Zanpakuto let out a miserable howl. Dark ghost. Hearing the Zanpakuto's scream, the vice leader shouted. Due to his chaotic state of mind, he was unable to stabilize the ghost Dao in his hand, which was about to be completed. In the end, with a boom, it turned into a turbulent flow of spiritual droplets and scattered. However, due to the backlash, the vice leader was directly sent flying by the shockwave formed by the exploding ghost Dao. Sei Ito ignored the ghost Dao vice sect leaders and hurried to the screaming saber soul. Using his finger as a pen and his mental energy as ink, he quickly wrote on the saber soul's body. Soon, several golden words appeared on the saber soul's body. As the golden light flickered, the blade's soul let out another blood-curdling scream as it was completely enveloped by the golden light. I'm the expert when it comes to exorcism. Sei Ito chuckled. After that, he ignored the Zanpakuto's Zanpakuto and walked towards the vice leader. As he walked, he said, "If you don't want your Zanpakudos to die completely, and you'll lose your Zanpakudo forever, give up resistance now and fulfill my request. Otherwise, I don't mind killing it completely." "What do you want?" The somewhat embarrassed vice leader stood up and asked. "All the Ghost Dao that you have mastered and the Ghost Dao information that you Ghost Dao sect leaders have, especially the information on the forbidden techniques that the previous 2 Ghost Dao sect leaders had mastered." Sei Ito said bluntly. "Impossible." The vice leader almost instinctively refused. Seeing this, Sei Ito did not waste any time and directly raised his hand to form a seal and activated the seal on the Zanpakudo's Zanpakudo. Amidst the sudden burst of golden light, the saber soul let out a long scream. "I can give you the Ghost Dao that I know, and I can give you the information later, but I can't do anything about the forbidden spells. The information about the spells has been sealed and sent to the central library. Without special permission, no one can get their hands on them," the vice leader said sincerely, as if he could empathize with the saber soul's cry. "You didn't lie." In the contact of the consciousness, he could completely sense whether or not he was lying. Ito said with satisfaction, "All right, then give me the Kido that you have mastered first." "All right." The vice leader's expression changed instinctively when he heard that. However, when he thought of the sword soul that had been captured by the other party, he still agreed. Then, the vice leader walked up to Sei Ito and stood about 3 meters away from him. He began to teach Sei Ito about Kido. Chapter 1379. P.S. Thank you to Shu-In and Night Spirit for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to 909040591, NXCX, and Halcyon for their tips. That's it. In the Zanpakudo space, the vice leader who had just finished explaining a high-level Kido said. Next, Sei Ito, who had already memorized everything the vice leader said lightly. Regardless of whether Sei Ito understood or not, the vice leader, who was happy that Sei Ito didn't take his words seriously, didn't say anything else and continued to explain. Just like that, Sei Ito and Bakudo intertwined, and he reached the 80th Kido. Perhaps he felt that Ito's Seiji was paying attention and didn't put his guard up against him, or maybe he felt that he could do something like that. Suddenly, he pointed his palm at Ito's Seiji while he was teaching the Kido. Then, he directly released a high-level Kido attack using the breaking abandonment, singing prosperity technique. Boom! A violent explosion immediately reverberated in the pitch-black space, except for the center area, where there was some light. Ugh! At this time, a muffled groan suddenly sounded, and then the vice leader covered his abdomen with his hands with a painful expression and arched his body. Sei Ito, who suddenly appeared in front of him, smashed his right elbow down and hit the vice leader's medulla oblongata, directly knocking him to the ground. Then he stepped on the vice leader's body, stretched out his right index finger, and used his psychic energy as ink to write a rune on the vice leader's neck. The next moment, the rune emitted a bright light. The vice leader's psychic energy immediately let out a long scream. "You didn't learn to be obedient." Sei Ito walked around to the vice leader and squatted down. Looking at the vice leader, who was in pain under the suppression of the runes, Sei Ito said softly, "It just so happens that someone came in at this time. It shouldn't be a problem for 1 or 2 vice leaders to disappear, right? What's more, it's a vice leader of the Kido sect who isn't very popular. I believe that no one will investigate this matter. Don't kill me. I beg you. As long as you don't kill me, I'll tell you anything," the vice leader said with difficulty. "Are you a noble?" Sei Ito asked disdainfully. Yes. I'm an upper-class noble," the vice leader quickly said, as if he had seen some hope. "No wonder. You nobles. Apart from the members of the Withered Moo clan and the 4 Maple Courtyard clan, most of them are people like you. They're trash without any backbone." Sei Ito snorted coldly. "All right, let's continue. But if you dare do anything else, I'll give you a warning. I will definitely turn you into a spirit seed to replenish the atmosphere." Ito straightened up and looked down at the deputy chief coldly. At the same time, with a thought, he stopped the activation of the rune seal on his body. Yes, yes. The Vice Clan leader, who was relieved, quickly agreed. Then, he obediently taught Sei Ito his knowledge of the demonic Tao. But it was still the same thing. This batch of demonic Tao clan leaders' aptitudes were too poor. They had not completely mastered the demonic Tao. Even those who could become Vice Clan leaders had only mastered the 88th ranked Tao breaker and a 79th ranked Tao binding. They had not mastered the higher ranked black coffin, thousand-handed bright sky cannon, first cremation, sky splitting, seal, second seal, and so on. Not to mention the more exaggerated large-scale seals. So, Sei Ito quickly emptied the Vice Clan leader's knowledge. After confirming that the Vice Clan leader had not mastered any other demonic Tao, Sei Ito stretched out his finger and pointed at the Vice Clan leader's chest. A surge of energy was left in the Vice Clan leader's spiritual body. "I'll wait for you outside," Sei Ito said lightly. After saying that, his figure disappeared, and he left the Vice Clan leader's Zanpakuto space and returned to Quiet Soul Society. Therefore, the Zanpakuto space also belonged to the space of consciousness. Although he stayed there for a long time, only less than 5 seconds passed in the outside world, and it still maintained the appearance of the formation he had set up before. In the next moment, the Vice Clan leader who had fainted woke up. The Vice Clan leader, who originally thought that it was just a nightmare, saw Sei Ito standing on the side, and his expression changed. He obediently got up from the ground and stood quietly on the side. "Take me to get the demonic Tao information," Sei Ito said lightly. "In addition, although you are awake now, I still left a secret method in your consciousness. As long as I want to, I can destroy your consciousness with just a thought and turn you into a living dead. So, don't play any tricks and honestly take me to get what I want. This is good for both of us." When the Vice Clan leader heard this, the expression on his face quickly changed a few times, but in the end, he didn't say anything and turned around and walked out of the team building. On the way, it's not that the Vice Clan leader didn't want to take this opportunity to gather the team members to take down Sei Ito together, but when he thought of the unknown strength of the other party and the strange means that he has mastered, he wasn't sure whether what the other party said was true or not. However, he would rather believe it than not, and his own life was the most important thing. So he suppressed the doubt in his heart and brought Sei Ito to the demonic Tao's special data storage room and used his authority as a Vice Clan leader to bring him inside. Immediately, 3 wooden bookshelves filled with various scrolls and standing against the wall were reflected in Sei Ito's eyes. "It's all here," the Vice Clan leader said. Sei Ito nodded and suddenly knocked the Vice Clan leader unconscious with a palm strike. Then, he activated the entrance to the Rubik's Cube world and transferred all the scrolls that were stored in the Rubik's Cube world, whether it was the data room that only the team leader had the right to enter or the data room that only the ordinary team members and officials had the right to enter, all into the Rubik's Cube world and stored them there. Looking at the empty room in front of him, a satisfied smile appeared on Ito Sei's face. He didn't want to stay any longer. He immediately turned around and left the information room. He walked out of Kito's team. "It's not a good idea to keep floating around like this. Why don't I just find Shinozaki Ichigo and follow that guy to the space below where he cultivates the 10,000 solutions?" Sei Ito suddenly thought of this on the way. When he thought of this, Sei Ito stopped in his tracks and closed his eyes to gather his spirit. He activated his spiritual sensing ability and searched for Shinozaki Ichigo's spiritual waves and mental energy, just like how the Grim Reaper, Quincy, or Su used spirit channels to detect. Because he had interacted with Shinozaki Ichigo before and had monitored him for a long time, Sei Ito quickly locked onto Shinozaki Ichigo's spiritual pressure. He's actually in the middle of battle. At this time, his opponent should be Banyan. Ito Sei, who opened his eyes again, immediately used teleportation to disappear from the spot and appeared near the place where Ichigo Shinozaki and the man suspected to be Madara were fighting. Other than Shinozaki Ichigo, there was another person wearing a Black Death Tyrant outfit. He was tall and skinny. He was bald, and there was a red shadow the size of a pinky at the corner of his eyes. His expression was unrestrained, and he held a wooden sakura spear in his hand. Ito saw a guy who looked like an ancient villain. Needless to say, this person was Ban Yen. At this time, the two of them didn't notice that they were deliberately hiding something. They even cut off Ito's connection with the Soul Society's spirit child and focused on the battle with their opponent. Ito, who had no intention of interfering in the battle, found a place to sit down. He used the power of space to hide himself in the space barrier and watch the battle with interest. The process was basically the same as the original work. After a hard fight, Shinozaki Ichigo, who had activated the protagonist's aura, used Getsuga Tensho to defeat the hidden captain-level Bandai, who had already mastered 10,000 disintegrations and was targeted by Bandai. After that, Shinozaki Ichigo, who had learned of the situation from Ban Yen, set off again and rushed towards the Repentance Palace's tower, where Rukia was imprisoned. Ito, who was temporarily tracking Shinozaki Ichigo, naturally followed closely behind. However, when Shinozaki Ichigo was on his way to the Repentance Palace, Renji Ase, who had met Shinozaki Ichigo once before, appeared in his line of sight. Renji blocked Shinozaki Ichigo's path, and after a fierce conversation, another battle broke out. The result was the same. In a situation where both sides were injured, Shinozaki Ichigo won, just like in the original. However, because of this, Shinozaki Ichigo, who was heavily injured, didn't walk far before he fainted completely due to a trance. He was then rescued by Hanataro Yamada, who arrived later. However, during the time when Shinozaki Ichigo fainted and was rescued by Hanataro Yamada, Ito took the opportunity to appear beside Shinozaki Ichigo. He took out a bottle of nanomachines and sprinkled it on Shinozaki Ichigo's body. Although your violent Ryatsu might be able to destroy the positioning technique of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, I don't believe that it can destroy the nanomachines with a lower structure. These nanomachines are specially made with the newly mastered biotechnology. After placing the nanomachines, Ito muttered softly as he put away the empty bottle. The reason why he had to do this twice was mainly because of the Repentance Palace and the part where Yuichi of the Four Maple Court saved Shinozaki Ichigo. The Repentance Palace was to avoid being discovered by Kichiki Byakuya and Ikamaru Jin. The part where Yuichi of the Four Maple Court saved Shinozaki Ichigo was to avoid losing him. If he wanted to track Yuichi of the Four Maple Court, who was known as the Instant God, he had to use a lot of strength. If he used a lot of strength, he would definitely be sensed by the other party. At that time, it would be easy to cause trouble. After leaving a secret mark on Shinozaki Ichigo, Ito hit again. After Yamada Hanataro rescued him, he quietly followed them and entered the underground drainage pipe of Soul Society with them. He found a quiet place to study the newly obtained Kido and the various Kido-related materials he obtained from the Kido's data storage room. After about a day, Shinozaki Ichigo, who had woken up, once again embarked on the journey to the Repentance Palace. This time, Ito did not follow him. Instead, he hid in the underground drainage pipe and studied the Kido information in his hand. He sorted out the information he had already mastered and handed it to his mother, Eriko, and others to study. During this process, Shinozaki Ichigo, who reappeared in Soul Society, still encountered the battle maniac Zaraki Kenpachi. With the help of the protagonist aura, he won the battle and won the favor of Zaraki Kenpachi, laying the foundation for the rescue of Rukia Kichiki later. After that, Shinozaki Ichigo, who was treated by Yamada Hanataro, finally stepped into the range of the Repentance Palace after cultivating for about half a day. With the help of Yamada Hanataro, he saw the imprisoned Rukia Kichiki. After a sincere conversation, Shinozaki Ichigo forcefully rescued Rukia Kichiki from the prison of the Repentance Palace and ran out with her in his arms. Halfway through, he met Kichiki Byakuya and Ikamaru Jin, who came to the Repentance Palace. On the grounds of righteousness, Kichiki Byakuya asked for the right to kill his relatives. But just as he was about to release his Zanpakuto to fight, four maple quartz he suddenly appeared on the scene and wrapped Kachiki Baikia's Zanpakuto with a white bandage that could seal other people's Zanpakuto. He saved Shinozaki Ichigo, then carried him out of the Repentance Palace. We can finally leave this dark drainage pipe. Seito, who had detected the change of location of Shinozaki Ichigo, stood up and said. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared from the sewer space and appeared in Soul Society. Then, in another flash, he arrived at the intersection of the underground space created by Urahara Kisuke and jumped down. In an instant, a huge space that looked like a desert at dusk appeared in front of Seito's eyes. And in the almost endless space, four maple quartz and Shinozaki Ichigo appeared in his sight. Four maple quartz it was taking off Shinozaki Ichigo, who had fainted and threw the naked Shinozaki Ichigo into the hot spring at her feet, then began to take off her clothes. Beauty, do you mind getting some soup for yourself? Seito, who had used instant transmission to directly appear next to the hot spring, looked at four maple quartz who had begun to take off her tight black clothes and revealed a pair of plump breasts. Whatever. Looking at Seito, who had suddenly appeared, four maple quartz Yi's pupils shrank slightly. She completely took off her clothes without changing her expression, completely exposing her healthy chocolate-colored skin and exquisite figure to the air, and said with a carefree expression, Splash, four maple quartz he stepped into the hot spring in front of her. I didn't expect that after not returning for a while, the secret base from back then would have a new owner. Four maple quartz he lowered her body and sat in the hot spring with healing effects, only exposing her shoulders and head above the water surface. In more than 100 years, there are always one or two lucky fellows who can find this place. Seito, who took off his clothes, smiled. Four maple quartz slightly restrained her expression and looked up at Seito. If I remember correctly, you're the one who broke into Soul Society through little brother Baikia's world crossing door and caused a ruckus at the Central Academy of Soul Magic and the Kido's team, right? That's right, it's me. Because he was wearing Shinozaki Ichigo, who had taken off his clothes in a few seconds, sat naked in the hot spring, and looked back at four maple quartz with a smile. Chapter 1380. So you killed Captain Eisen of the 5th Division? Yi narrowed her eyes and asked, Do you think that's possible? Seito asked with a smile. Since you were able to force your way into Quiet Soul Society despite being intercepted by little brother by Zai, and even cause a ruckus at the Central Spiritual Academy and the Ghost Owl's team headquarters, it is not impossible for you to kill a team leader in an exaggerated manner. Yi said with a smile. Yi. Don't tell me you don't know about Aizen's situation. Let's not beat around the bush. Seito looked at Yi with disdain. What do you want to talk to me about? Yi asked curiously. I want to make a deal with you and Kisuke Urahara. Seito said seriously. Yi, who didn't expect that Ito-sei would directly call out Kisuke Urahara's name, narrowed her eyes again, and a light quickly flashed through her eyes. What kind of deal? Yi asked. I'll help you deal with Aizen. In return, I want the 3rd secret footwork you have, Void Cicada, and the Kido forbidden technique you have, Ling Taishu, or Shotobo Shien. With a hua sound, Ito-sei lifted his right hand from the water and stretched out his index and middle fingers one after another, and said solemnly, You know a lot. Yi of the Four Maple Courtyard said casually while emitting a sense of danger. Not too much, but I do know a lot of things that are useful to me for the time being. Ito-sei put his hand back into the water and chuckled. What is your goal? Yi of the Four Maple Courtyard asked seriously. That's not part of the deal. Seito smiled. But since you asked, I'll tell you. My goal is simple. I want to gather the knowledge I want. Shuinpa and Kido, Yi of the Four Maple Court quickly connected what Ito-sei had done in Quiet Soul Society and said with certainty. Yes, Seito admitted with a smile. Then you must be the one who attacked a certain Quincy in the modern realm, right? Yi of the Four Maple Court asked casually. Kisuke Urahara told you. Seito smiled. But since he said so, It meant that he agreed to Yi's question. You're dangerous. I don't want to add another enemy to Soul Society before I can solve the problem of Aizen. Yi of the Four Maple Courtyard said. At the same time, it represented her answer to Ito-Sei's request. Obviously, Yi did not agree. As expected of a great noble, even after being sentenced to that kind of punishment by Room 46, he still thinks of Soul Society and quiet Soul Society in his heart. Ito-Sei lamented. Since that's the case, then I'll have to do it. Seito sighed. Walala. Then, Seito stood up from the water and walked to the shore. He used his internal energy to shake off the water on his body and put on his clothes. During this process, he didn't say anything. Then I won't disturb your training of Shinozaki Ichigo. I'll take my leave first. But if you figure out one day, you can contact me by tearing it apart. Turning around, Ito-Sei took out a piece of white paper that looked like a poker card and threw it on Yi Ishan's clothes in the Four Maple Courtyard. Goodbye. After that, his figure disappeared. He suddenly disappeared in front of Yi's eyes. Looking at the way Ito-Sei disappeared, Yi Ichi of the Four Maple Court couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Then he suddenly stood up from the hot spring and went ashore to put on his clothes. He didn't care whether this would make him uncomfortable or not. He used the Bakudo of the Kido's Bakudo, Heavenly Upright Kong Luo, to contact Kisuke Urahara, who was in the store in the main world. He told him about Ito-Sei and asked him to make some preparations. On the other side, Ito-Sei, who had left the underground space and reappeared on the street of Soul Society, first grabbed a patrolling Shinigami and used the old method to control him. He asked the Shinigami about the location of Central Room 46. Then he threw the Shinigami aside and slowly walked towards Central Room 46. Room 46 was a department made up entirely of Soul Society's great nobles, upper nobles, and a small number of powerful middle nobles. It was the highest administrative organization of Soul Society. In terms of its nature, it was similar to the Council of Elders in the ancient Roman Empire. It had great power. Whether it was the appointment of the deputy captains of the various divisions, the promotion of nobles, or the punishment of reapers, they were responsible for everything. It could be said that except for the appointment of captains due to the current head captain's power, all the rules of Soul Society, and even Soul Society, were set by them in the absence of the Spirit King. And as the face of this organization, Room 46's Judgment Office was built at the intersection of the nobles' living area and the divisions area in Soul Society. It stood alone and was protected by a powerful barrier. Seito spent about 10 minutes and finally arrived at the door of Room 46. Looking at the heavily sealed door in front of him, Ito-Sei chuckled. He immediately took out his divine sword, Tian Tsongyan. Without hesitation, he slashed the door of Central Room 46 with his sword. Crack! With a soft sound, a diagonal crack appeared on the door. Seito lifted his foot and kicked the connecting part of the door to the ground. Then he stepped into Room 46 in a cloud of dust. The people in Room 46 always had a troublesome habit, and that was to show off their mysteriousness. Apart from a place where they sat and where the criminals were judged, there were no large lighting tools in Room 46. So, the entire space was dark. So, Seito saw the same environment in front of him now. However, compared to the clean floor of Room 46, the floor of Room 46 was now littered with corpses. A large amount of blood that had yet to completely coagulate flowed on the floor, emitting a pungent smell of blood. Ito-Sei slowly turned his head and began to search in the central 46th room, which basically had no obstacles. Soon, a tall man wearing a black Shinigami suit and a white feather-knitted jacket appeared in Ito-Sei's sight. He had a square face and a soft face. He had a pair of old-fashioned square black-rimmed glasses on his face. His short dark brown hair was naturally curled. At this time, he was sitting in a noble seat and looking at Ito-Sei. Aizen, Seito said softly. I didn't expect that the first person to find this room was not Captain Afani or Captain Unohana, but you. Aizen stood up from his chair and smiled. You really are full of surprises. I'm sorry for messing up your script. Ito looked up at Aizen. No, you didn't mess up my script. It's still going according to my plan. Aizen shook his head. But I'm curious. According to my deduction, you came to Quiet Soul Society to obtain something. Why did you come here? You should know that there isn't any information about Kido here. Aizen said as he adjusted his glasses. No wonder you're an old monster that has lived for more than 100 years. You're all smart. I just did a little thing here, and you've already guessed my purpose. Ito didn't know if he was laughing at himself or at himself. That's because your goal is too obvious. First, it was the Path of Kido teacher of the Central Academy, then the vice captain of the Path of Kido. It's impossible not to guess that your goal is the Path of Kido. But I think there's something else you want besides the Path of Kido. Aizen's expression didn't change. Why do you think so? Ito asked with interest. Shallow strike. Aizen said, You're amazing. Ito praised sincerely. At the same time, he thought that no wonder Aizen was a rebel boss. He was smart. He only revealed a few clues, and Aizen already guessed the situation. Let's cooperate. You help me get what I want, and I'll help you fulfill your ambitions. Ito-sei's expression changed, and he looked at Aizen seriously. What do you want? Aizen asked. This meant that Aizen agreed to Ito's proposal. But no one knew how sincere he was. I want the artificial skeleton technology, artificial spirit technology, temporary spirit technology, all Kido information, and forbidden techniques. Ito said without hesitation. Oh, it seems like you want to get all of Soul Society's technology. Aizen chuckled. Ito-sei shrugged and acquiesced. Okay, I can get it for you, but you have to show me some sincerity. I can't just listen to you and help you get it. Aizen said, What kind of sincerity do you want? Ito narrowed his eyes. Don't worry. When the time is right, I will let you show me your sincerity. Aizen said, Okay. Ito-seiji and Aizen looked at each other for a moment and then nodded. Then he ignored Aizen and walked to a clean chair. He closed his eyes and continued to study the Kido information he got from the Kido team. And with this research, another 3 days had passed. During this period, on the night before Ito-sei arrived at Central Room 46, he saw Ikamaru Jin, who had short silver hair and smiled like a big fox, and Toza Nagashi, who had dark skin and a twisted whip on her head. She looked like a Brazilian. Naturally, the two of them were very concerned about Itsunari's appearance. However, the disloyal Ikamaru Jin only said a few words to Itsunari and didn't say anything else. On the other hand, the person from Ii-sensei didn't like Itsunari's existence. Chapter 1381. Aizen-sama. This person's origin is too strange. I suggest we eliminate him immediately to prevent him from affecting our cause. AI. The blind man, Tama-sensei, looked at Aizen and suggested. Silver, what do you think? Aizen didn't answer Higashikami's question directly. Instead, he looked at Jin, who was standing next to him with a smirk on his face. I don't have any opinion. Jin replied. Ito, what about you? Aizen turned his head and looked at Ito-sei, who was sitting on the side with a casual expression. If he has the ability, then so be it. Ito-sei glanced at Ii-sensei and sneered. Aizen-sama, please allow me to execute him. Ii-sensei immediately pulled out his Zanpakuto and walked towards Ito-sei with his special sensing ability while asking Aizen for help. This time, Aizen didn't say anything. He just smiled and watched the development of the situation. Obviously, he wanted to use this opportunity to confirm the situation of Ito-seiji, who was still in a state of absolute control. He didn't know how strong Ito-seiji was. Ito-sei saw this from the corner of his eye and knew what Aizen was planning. He smiled coldly and placed his hand on the railing in front of him. He jumped to the ground and summoned Tion Tsongyan. Aizen's eyes flashed with interest when he saw how celestial clouds appeared. Speaking of Aizen, in addition to being a crazy ambitious man, a psychologist, a philosopher, a sophist, a politician, a strategist, a military strategist, a schemer, and a calligrapher, he was also a top scientist. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to recreate the Hogyoku with the information left behind by Kisuke Urahara. It's just that he wasn't interested in this area, so he didn't show it. But even so, he was still interested in exploring the unknown. Our cause can't have any dangerous elements. Thomas Sunsai said. Ayo, Ching Chong. Thomas Sunsai chanted his Zanpakuto's liberation language. However, from this, it could be seen that although East Sengoku felt uneasy about Ito Sei's existence, he still valued him in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have directly used the Shurkai without saying anything. Amidst Oriental Sensei's chanting, Zanpakuto Oriental Sensei's Zanpakuto changed a little. The reason why it changed a little is because other than a few more finger rings that seemed to be used for aesthetic purposes, the entire blade did not change at all. It was not like Keiki Byakuya, Rinjiase, or Jijiao Banmu, which directly changed shape. East Sensei inserted his thumb into the extra finger ring on the edge of the Zanpakuto and shook his arm to turn the Zanpakuto. An invisible and inaudible shock wave instantly spread out from East Sensei's Zanpakuto and hit Ito Seiji. Ito knew everything about Thomas Sansai from the original manga. He knew that Thomas Sansai was using something similar to an ultrasonic attack. He chanted in a low voice, "Outer path of destruction, celestial clouds." Hearing Ito's chant, Aizen and Jin both looked at Ito's Zanpakuto. But to their disappointment, Zanpakuto was still Zanpakuto's Zanpakuto. It wasn't even as good as Thomas Sensei's Zanpakuto, but they knew that the Zanpakuto's power was more important than its appearance, so they didn't pay much attention to it and continued to watch. At this time, Ito Sei, who had finished chanting, waved his arm and slashed forward as if he was waving a sword. Thomas Sensei's Zanpakuto's Zanpakuto disappeared in front of Ito. It didn't do any damage to him. A devouring attack. Aizen guessed. As soon as Aizen thought about it, Ito's attack dispelled his guess. Ito waved his hand again, and the Zanpakuto's Zanpakuto reappeared in the empty room 46 and rushed towards Thomas Sensei. As the user of this attack, Thomas Sensei could tell that the attack was coming. He kept spinning his Zanpakuto and continued to send out Zanpakuto to meet the reflected Zanpakuto. Ito Mori took the opportunity to move and arrived in front of Dong Xianyao. He slashed his sword from the bottom to the top towards Dong Xianyao. Although Dong Xianyao was blind, his heart was clear. When he felt the attack coming, he grabbed the spinning Zanpakuto and slashed at Tian Songyun with the inertia of the Zanpakuto. Dang! A crisp sound immediately reverberated. Ito ignored the Zanpakuto's Zanpakuto and pointed his left hand at Thomas Sensei's forehead. A ball of blue light the size of a ping-pong ball was condensed at the tip of his finger. Breaking down number 4, white lightning. Thomas Sensei sensed danger and immediately bent his body. The tip of his nose brushed against the edge of the white lightning and dodged the attack. Sparks flew out of Thomas Sensei's Zanpakuto, and Ito's celestial clouds collided. The celestial clouds brushed against Thomas Sensei's Zanpakuto. When Ito's arm was twisted to a certain extent, he suddenly let go of his right hand and grabbed the handle of his Zanpakuto with his left hand. He skillfully avoided Thomas Sensei's Zanpakuto and slashed towards Thomas Sensei's chest. PFFF. Blood spurted out of Thomas Sensei's chest as he couldn't dodge in time. At this time, Isage was also unyielding. Without saying anything, she directly shook her hand and threw a disc-shaped flame at Ito Sei. Breaking down number 54, Waste Flame. Ito Sei, who didn't want to expose his psychokinesis, quickly flew backward and avoided the burning of Waste Flame by a hair's breadth. Stop! Aizen's voice sounded just as Ito was about to attack again. Ito frowned and looked at Aizen with dissatisfaction, but he still stopped attacking and put away his celestial clouds. Thomas Sensei also stopped attacking and put his Zanpakuto back into its scabbard. He covered his chest and retreated to the side. Aizen, Sama, this person is dangerous. I still insist on my opinion. Thomas Sensei insisted. It doesn't matter. I believe that Ito won't betray me. Aizen looked deeply at Seito and smiled. And I believe that he will give you a reason to trust him. Oomph. Ito-sei curled his lips when he heard this, and he snorted softly. You two go back and wait for the time to come. Aizen, who didn't care about Ito-sei's reaction, turned to Jin, who was acting as if nothing had happened. Yes, Ise-sensei and Ikamaru Jin replied in unison. Then, they walked past Ito-sei one after another and disappeared from room 46. Ito, that black Zanpakuto was your Zanpakuto? Aizen suddenly asked when only Ito and Aizen were left in the room. Yes. Ito-sei was happy that Aizen had confused him. Your Zanpakuto was taken out in a strange way. I have never seen a Zanpakuto that can be hidden so easily, Aizen said as he pushed his glasses up. My Zanpakuto was taken out in a normal state. That's how it was hidden. Seito answered casually. So that's how it is, Aizen said. Then, he didn't ask any more questions. He walked to the side and found a clean chair to sit on. He took out a book from somewhere and lowered his head to read it quietly. Ito-sei chuckled and walked to the side to find a place to sit down. He closed his eyes and studied the keto information in his hand. Today was the third day Ito-sei and Aizen had been hiding in room 46. In the morning, there were light but somewhat hesitant footsteps. A cute female Shinigami with a height of 1.6 meters was led by Ikamaru Jin into room 46. Her hair was tied up in a white cloth bag, and her hair was tied up into a ball behind her head. Captain Aizen. Seeing Aizen in the 46th room, the person shouted excitedly. This person was none other than the vice captain of the 5th Division, Hinamori Momo. Long time no see, Hinamori. Aizen said gently. Is it really? Captain Aizen, aren't you dead? Hinamori whispered in disbelief. Don't worry, I'm alive. Aizen smiled. Captain Aizen. Captain Aizen. Hinamori was so excited that she didn't know what to say. She walked in front of Aizen and grabbed his Haori. I'm sorry, I made you worry. Aizen rubbed her head and comforted her. Hinamori felt Aizen's fake gentleness again and started crying. Seeing this, Ito-sei couldn't help but curl his lips. Although he wasn't a good person, he had never cheated a woman's feelings like this before. He was responsible for every woman he met, but he wasn't interested in caring about Hinamori, who was already poisoned by Aizen. After all, she had someone to take care of. He turned his head to the side and didn't look at Aizen and Hinamori, who was crying because of his teasing. You've become thinner, Aizen said softly as he hugged Hinamori's back. I'm really sorry. I didn't think I would hurt you so deeply. But please believe me, you're the only one left. There's something I have to do, so I had to hide myself. That's why I pretended to be dead. It doesn't matter. Hinamori shook her head. I don't care. As long as you're alive, I don't care about anything. Thank you, Hinamori. It's great to have you as my subordinate, Aizen said softly. RS. Chapter 1382. P.S. Thank you to NXCX, Halcyon, and 909040591 for your tips. Thank you, Hinamori. Thank you so much. Aizen hugged Hinamori's body and closed his eyes. Goodbye. But in the next second, a bloody blade pierced through Hinamori's back. Hinamori's eyes widened as she looked at Aizen with shock and disbelief. Then she looked down at her chest, at the hand holding the katana that was stained with her blood. That hand was so familiar, and it made her yearn for it. Whenever this hand touched her, she would feel a warm feeling in her heart. Sometimes, she even wished that this hand would always touch her. No way. Hinamori raised her head again, and her voice was trembling with disbelief. However, at this time, what greeted her was no longer the gentle smile from before. Instead, it was a completely expressionless face that stared coldly at her, as if he had done something insignificant. Puff! Aizen didn't hesitate to pull the sword out of Hinamori's body. A large amount of blood gushed out of her body and splashed on the ground. Plop! Hinamori's weak body fell heavily on the ground. Let's go, Jin Seito, Aizen said as he swung his katana to get rid of the blood on it and put it back into its scabbard. He turned around and walked away. Yes, Captain Eisen. Jin, who was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, stood up and said. Then he and Sei Ito jumped down from the chair and followed Eisen out of the Central 46 room. But Jin and Sei Ito couldn't see Eisen's face. He had a sinister and cold smile on his face. Tap, 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 tap. The three of them walked out of the Central 46 courtroom and came to the general outer court. At this time, a short man with soft silver hair, wearing a white captain's feather, carrying a zanpakuto as tall as a person, and short silvery hair, walked out of the Central 46 courtroom. His face was delicate. The Grim Reaper, who looked like a 14 or 15-year-old boy, appeared in front of the few people. Ikamaru. The man stopped and looked at Eisen, Jin, and Sei Ito with a shocked expression. Hi, Hifano. Eisen raised his hand and greeted him with a fake smile on his face. Eisen. Hifano called out Eisen's name with a trembling voice. What's going on? Is it really Eisen? Hifano asked in disbelief. Of course. You saw it. In any case, you came back earlier than I expected. Eisen smiled as he raised his hands in front of him. I'm sorry. It seems that Izuru didn't delay long enough. Jin said, What are you talking about? At this time, Hifano was confused. He couldn't understand the conversation between Eisen and Jin. What are you talking about? This is a tactic. Isn't it a tactic to scatter the enemy's strength? Eisen said, You mean the enemy? Hifano was stunned. His expression changed, and he asked in a deep voice, Where is Hinamori? Where? Eisen repeated in a light tone. You, Hifano roared. Feeling uneasy, Hifani didn't waste any more time and directly teleported through the gap between Eisen, Jin, and Ito Sei. When he entered the room, he saw Hinamori lying in a pool of blood. Hinamori, Hifano called out in shock. What a pity, he found out. Ikamaru Jin's tone sounded as if he was gloating. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I should have cut him to pieces. At least, I shouldn't have let you find out. Eisen turned around and looked at Hifano, who was standing next to Hinamori. He pretended to be embarrassed, but he was actually trying to provoke him. What's going on, Eisen Ikamaru? His tone was calm, but no matter who was present, they could clearly feel the boiling anger in his heart at this moment. When did you start working together? From the very beginning, Eisen answered straightforwardly. Before you pretended to be dead, Eisen? Hifano asked. Why don't you understand? I mean from the beginning. Eisen said calmly. When I became the captain, I didn't want anyone else to be the vice captain. So, until now, not only Hinamori, but I, your subordinates, and the other Shinigami have all been deceived by you? Hifano turned around and asked Eisen. Actually, I don't want to lie, but none of you can understand my true self. Eisen's voice was filled with loneliness. You mean we can't understand you? You should know that Hinamori worships you. She joined the Godii 13 because she worshipped you. She worked very hard to help you. It wasn't easy for her to become a vice captain. Hifani turned around to face Eisen and said bitterly, Of course I know. Nothing is easier to manipulate than someone who worships you. That's why I recommended her to be my subordinate. Eisen said. Then, as if he remembered something, he continued. Now is a good opportunity. You must remember, Hifano, worship is the furthest thing from understanding. This sentence was like a fatal blow that completely lured out the killing intent that had been suppressed by Hifano. Hifano raised his hand and held the hilt of the Hyarinmaru on his back. He gathered his Ryatsu and slashed towards Eisen, Jin, and Sei Ito. He didn't know who Eisen was, but he knew that Eisen wasn't a good person. Eisen, Jin, and Ito Sei jumped to the side to avoid the ice Ryatsu. Boom! A loud sound immediately reverberated through the silent Central 46 room. A large number of shattered slaughter stones fell to the ground with a crashing sound, stirring up a large cloud of dust. Infinite worlds. Hifano's voice sounded again. In an instant, a huge amount of Ryatsu and cold energy erupted from the dust. Then, his back and shoulders were covered by a pair of ice crystal dragon wings. There was also an ice crystal dragon tail on his tailbone. There was one large and two small ice crystals above his head. His right hand and the hilt of his Zanpakuto were completely wrapped in ice. Hifanu appeared in front of Seito. Daegyern Hyorimaru. Aizen, I'm going to kill you now, Hifanu said coldly. Don't be too strong. You'll look weaker, Aizen said with a dangerous smile. Hifanu ignored Aizen's words. He rushed towards Aizen with Shuimpa. At this moment, Ito-sei on the side couldn't help but frown slightly. It turned out that at the moment when Hifanu rushed forward, Seito felt a sense of space distortion from his soul. Puff! The next moment, there was a muffled sound. Hifanu appeared behind Aizen with a look of disbelief on his face. He maintained his charging posture and stared blankly ahead. Still Flower Moon, Ito-sei muttered to himself as he mobilized all the powers in his body, including spiritual power, willpower, perfect force, divinity, and so on to restore his soul vision to normal. He also burned away the layer of inexplicable power that covered his soul with spiritual flame, as expected of the ability from the Grim Reaper's Soul Slasher. As I guessed before, it's a hypnotic ability that directly acts on the soul, and it's activated so silently that it doesn't need the liberation language to activate it all. Obviously, the so-called Shatter Mirage should have other effects. If we infer according to the original, it should be a step of the hypnotic ritual, not the so-called activation condition. No, Hifanu said as Aizen wiped the blood off his sword. His voice was full of disbelief. While Hifanu was speaking, the ice crystals and icicles formed by his 10,000 disintegrations immediately shattered due to the instability of his spiritual pressure. They fell to the ground one after another, making muffled sounds. The scenery is good, Aizen said happily. Although it's not the season yet, it's good to see the ice. Let's go, Silver Ito. You really are here, Captain Aizen. Just as Aizen's voice fell, a gentle voice sounded in the quiet room. Then a short woman with a good figure appeared. She was wearing a white captain's haori. Her face was soft and beautiful. She looked like a lady next door. She had long black hair that reached her waist like a scarf. It was braided in front of her chest. She was taller than most Japanese men. She was wearing a black Shinigami outfit. Her figure was curvy, and she looked a little weak. She had a short lavender hair. She looked like a woman from next door. She was wearing a black Shinigami outfit. She was taller than most Japanese men. She was wearing a black Shinigami outfit. Her figure was curvy, and she looked a little weak. She had a short lavender hair. No, I shouldn't call you Captain anymore. Traitorous sinner, Hugh Yusuke Aizen. Hello, Captain Unohana. Aizen was still smiling. I thought you would be here soon. You guessed it so quickly. In Quiet Soul Plaza, the only place where no one is allowed to enter is the Quiet Tower Grove. Since you spent so much effort to make a corpse doll and hid it, you would of course come to the safest and most difficult to find place in Quiet Soul Plaza. Unawa said softly, It's a pity. Your judgment is good, but there are two things you're wrong about. First of all, I didn't come here to avoid you. The other one is, Aizen pointed his Zanpakuto at the ground and said loudly, It's not a corpse doll. In the eyes of Unohana Retsu, Isen Toru, and even Jin Ikamaru, Aizen wasn't holding his Zanpakuto. Instead, he was holding the fake corpse that he used to trick everyone in Soul Society. At this moment, Ito-sei, who had been keeping a close watch on his soul since the beginning, once again discovered that the strange energy that had been burned away by the spiritual fire was appearing around his soul in a very strange way, entangling his soul. Seeing this, Ito-senari didn't talk nonsense. He once again stirred up the spiritual fire and rushed straight up, burning away the strange power that entangled him. What when Unohana and Kazuto's expression changed? When? I've been holding it since the beginning. I just didn't want you to see it, Aizen said with a dark look. What's going on? Kazuto was shocked. You'll know soon. I'm going to put it away. Disappear, Mirror Moon, Aizen said softly. After he said that, the Zanpakuto in his hand trembled and calmed down. But in the eyes of Unohana Retsu and Kazuto, the corpse in Aizen's hand became his Zanpakuto. At the same time, Idose also felt that when Aizen spoke, the strange energy that invaded his body stopped. It seems that the so-called liberation language is a signal to start and stop the hypnosis ability. As for when the hypnosis starts, it's up to Aizen himself. As long as he wants to, he can do it at any time. Idose guessed. This is my Zanpakuto, Kyoka Sujetsu. Its ability is complete hypnosis. Aizen said as he let go of his Zanpakuto. No way, Kazuto Toru said with a trembling voice. That's because Kyoka Suijetsu is a Zanpakuto. It uses the reflection of fog and water to confuse the enemy and make them fight each other. Didn't Captain Aizen say that? Didn't we, the vice captain, see it with our own eyes? So that's how it is. It's a hypnosis ritual, right? Unohana said. Good answer. Full hypnosis is to control 5 senses. It can make a person's posture, body, mass, touch, and smell mistake them for an enemy. In other words, it can turn a fly into a dragon and a swamp into an enemy. Aizen took out Kyoka Suijetsu and put it back into its scabbard. He then led Idose and Ikamaru Jin to the central room 46 door behind Uno Hanaretsu and Toru Yuko. The condition to activate it is to let the enemy see the moment Kyoka is released. In other words, as long as someone sees it once, they will be hypnotized. After that, whenever I release Kyoka, they will be hypnotized. Chapter 1383. Just once, Unohana's expression suddenly changed. She looked at Aizen in shock. You seem to have noticed. Aizen said, That's right. Once you see it, you'll be hypnotized. People who can't see can't be hypnotized. In other words, Tosensei was my subordinate from the beginning. Jin stretched out his left hand, and a thin white bandage shot out from his sleeve and surrounded Aizen, Ito, and Jin. Thousand Reversal White Snake. It was a technique that made the bandage move around the user and the opponent. In the end, I have to compliment you. Even though you were the one who touched my corpse the longest, you were still able to sense that something was wrong with it. Aizen said as he looked at Unohana Retsu through the gaps between the fluttering white cloth. Captain Unohana, goodbye. I won't see you again. After saying that, the white cloth that had been wrapped around his body suddenly tightened. Then, in a burst of light, he disappeared in front of Unohana Retsu and Daison Hush. The next moment, the bandage dispersed and a new environment appeared in front of Seito's eyes. The dry, rocky ground, the huge scaffolding in the distance that looked like an incomplete guillotine, the blue sky on both sides, the vast forest below the sky, and the buildings built near the forest all indicated that this was the execution ground of the Grim Reaper's world, Bipolar Hill. In front of Seito's group was Tosensei, who was wearing a sleeveless Shinigami costume. The red-haired Renji Izai was holding Rukia, who was wearing a white bathrobe like prison clothes, kneeling there. Welcome, Asanai. Aizen smiled. Leave Rukia here and go. Captain Aizen? Renji was shocked, and then he asked loudly, Why are you still alive? No, the point is, how can you? That's strange. You should have heard me. I don't know what to do with you. Don't ask me again. Aizen said helplessly. I told you to put Rukia down and get out of my sight. Don't worry. Asanai. The sudden change in attitude shocked Renji-ase. But at this moment, a wave of Ryatsu spread out. Ito Chingdu, who was already familiar with some parts of the Kido, didn't need to read the original work to understand that this was Toru Braveheart using the heavenly piercing Skynet to report the situation to all the vice captains and above in Quiet Soul Society. I don't want to Captain Aizen. Renji said. What? Aizen asked again as if he didn't hear clearly. I said, I don't want to. Captain Aizen. Renji repeated firmly. Is that so? Aizen said softly. At the same time, Ikamaru Jin on the side raised his hand and held the Zanpakuto at his waist, ready to immediately draw his sword and kill. Jin. Aizen raised his hand and stopped Ikamaru Jin as he walked towards Renji. He said with some regret, You really like to show off, Asanjing. Since you don't want to put Rukia down and leave by yourself, then don't blame us. I'll be considerate of your feelings. Then you could just hold on to Rukia, the rotten tree. I'll make sure you leave your hands behind before you leave. After that, Aizen slowly took out his Kyoka Suigetsu and slashed at Renji. Sanjing, who was sweating profusely, was shocked. He instinctively jumped back to avoid the attack. However, his right arm, which was holding the knife, was already dripping with blood, and his sleeve was torn. After that, Aizen, who wanted to have some fun, used his usual gentle tone to say scary things that Quan Ran wouldn't say in the past, while seriously injuring Renji until Shinozaki Ichigo, who was in his 10,000 disintegration state, suddenly appeared. "Hey, where did you come from?" Shinozaki Ichigo, who had retreated to Renji Ase's side, saw Ito-sei's familiar face and pointed at him. It's just that the memory of that meeting was too long ago, and they didn't meet again after that, so he couldn't remember who Itsunari was for a long time. "Do you know each other?" Aizen asked with interest. "We met once," Ito replied casually. "Idiot Ichigo, that guy is the one who bumped into you in the modern world. He's very strong and forced his way through my big brother, Yuki, by his interception into the Soul Society to discover the misfortune of your arrival." Although Ito-sei didn't want to talk about the details, Rukia didn't hide anything and directly said it. "Oh, so you are from the modern world. I thought you were a local wandering soul," Aizen said softly as he looked at Seito. Seito didn't say anything and continued to look at the scenery in front of him. After a funny conversation, Shinozaki, Ichigo, and Renji went back into battle mode. Then Renji touched the ground with his Zanpakuto, which was still in a Shurkai state, and said in a low voice, "Let's go, Snake-tail Maru. Baboon bite." As soon as he finished speaking, Renji released his Ryatsu. The broken pieces of the Snake-tail Maru floated up from the ground and were wrapped in Renji's Ryatsu. They turned into darts and shot towards Aizen, Ito-sei, Jin, and Higashi-sensei. For this kind of attack, they didn't care about admiring it at all. They just casually attacked, moved slightly, or touched it with their swords, and neutralized Eisai Renji's attack. At this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo rushed towards Aizen with the help of the explosion. Amidst the smoke and dust, Lan Ran raised her left index finger and wrapped it with highly compressed Ryatsu, creating a steel-like effect that blocked Shinozaki Ichigo's blade. Then, she bent her fingers and slashed Shinozaki Ichigo's body. "Oh, I thought you were going to cut below the waist. You are too naive," Aizen said softly. Plop! Shinozaki Ichigo's body fell to the ground. Then, Aizen's figure flashed, and he suddenly appeared behind Renji. He slashed Renji's shoulder, making him fall to the ground. "Come, stand up, Rukia the Deadwood." Aizen ignored Kurosaki Ichigo and Renji and walked towards Rukia, who was too scared to move. He grabbed the collar around her neck and lifted her up. "I got it. Feeling my spiritual pressure, your entire body has become weak and powerless, isn't it? Don't be like this. There's nothing to be afraid of. If you can walk on your own, it will be easier for me." Huff, 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 huff. Shinozaki Ichigo struggled to get up. "Poor thing. You still have consciousness. Your life is not equal to your strength. It is a flaw, but I advise you not to push yourself too hard. At present, your spine is at most in a connected state. No matter how hard you try to get up, it will be futile. This is not spiritual theory. It is structurally impossible to achieve." Aizen turned to Kurosaki Ichigo and said, "Isn't this good? You've done your best. Now just lie there. Your mission is over." "Mission?" Shinozaki Ichigo asked. "Yes," Aizen replied softly. Then he explained everything that happened since they arrived and why Kisuke Urahara sent them here. In addition, Aizen also told Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia about the Hogyoku. He didn't know if it was because he wanted to confide in them or if it was for some other reason. "Aizen!" A sudden shout interrupted Aizen. Then a burly, 2-meter-tall captain with a wolf-like head appeared on top of the bipolar hill. This person was none other than Seizen of the 7th Division. "I haven't seen you for a while. What happened to you that made you show your true face?" "Tamamura," Aizen asked while holding the large Zanpakuto in his hand. Why are you still smiling, Aizen? Seizen shouted angrily. Your betrayal deceived us all. I will never forgive you. With that, he slashed at Aizen. Aizen's body flashed, and Higashikami appeared next to him. He was ready to let these two old friends fight to the death. Ito, it's about time. You should go prepare, Aizen said to Ito. I know, Ito said lightly, then turned and walked to the side, launched flying scythe kick, and disappeared from Jin's side, leaving Bipolar Hill and rushing back to Quiet Soul Society below. Aizen's mission was simple. He was to destroy Soul Society when he needed it, just like the third gate guard who was brainwashed by Aizen in the manga. In return, Aizen gave Ito, all the information on Kido except for the forbidden jutsu, as well as a portion of the artificial skeleton creation technology. As for the forbidden jutsu, fake spirit technology, and temporary soul technology, he promised to give it to him after this mission. Of course, all of this had been discussed during the 3 days he had been hiding in the Central 46th room. I wonder if that guy will really do as he said and use the reverse membrane to take me away after everything is over. However, I have a feeling that he won't. It seems like I'll have to use the Gate of Ghosts to travel to Hueco Mundo after everything is over, Ito thought to himself as he moved towards Quiet Soul Society. Not long after Ito arrived at Soul Society, a dozen Ryatsu of varying sizes appeared on top of the Bipolar Hill. The weakest one was a vice captain. Chapter 1384. It's time to make a move. Otherwise, I won't be able to muddle through. Ito summoned the divine blade, celestial clouds, and sighed. After saying that, he raised his hand and waved it. A huge crescent-shaped blade light immediately shot out from his hand and bombarded the Quiet Soul Society building in front of him. Boom! A violent explosion reverberated in the sky above Quiet Soul Plaza, attracting the attention of the Reapers gathered on Bipolar Hill. An unfamiliar spiritual pressure. Who is it? The captains all thought to themselves. It's Traveler's Calamity. Kachiki Baya, who had fought Ito before, said softly. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Shinozaki Ichigo. After all, he was the only pure Traveler's Calamity with such destructive power. Are you talking about the Traveler's Calamity that broke in a few days ago? The Four Maple Court's E, who had been in contact with Ito, frowned. Hearing this, the other captains and vice captains all thought of another Traveler's Calamity that had caused a lot of trouble in Soul Society. However, before they could finish their thoughts, a few more dull bangs were heard, attracting their attention. At the Quiet Soul Court buildings below the Bipolar Hill, 3 male Grim Reapers dressed differently, but all of them were massive and looked like the legendary Titan gods. They broke into the place and destroyed the surrounding buildings with every step they took. They were none other than the West Gate Guardian, who was attacked by Shinozaki Ichigo and saved by Orihime Inoue. East Clear Stream, Sect Guardian. North Gate Guardian. North Gate Guardian. Duazamur Guardian and South Gate Guardian. Biju Guardian. No way. You even bribed them? Four Maple Courts, he was shocked. What should we do? No matter how strong you are, you can't control me and deal with them at the same time, Aizen said calmly. Whoa. Just when Yi Aichi of the Four Maple Court was in a dilemma, a loud roar came from a distance. Then, the Westgate Guardian, Black Pill Shop, and Shiba Kutsu, who was wearing a red and white, sleeveless clothing similar to my Shiranui's, revealed a pair of long legs and a single arm. His chest was half exposed, and his right arm and head were wrapped in bandages. He looked somewhat similar to Kurosaki Ichigo and Arisawa Ryuki. His overall appearance was somewhat sloppy and masculine. Sky Crane, Yi of the Four Maple Court, exclaimed in surprise. Yo, I'm really bored, so I took a walk and came here to take a look. Shiba Kizuru turned to look at Yi and said, Okay, let's go, Black Elixir Workshop. Then, Shiba Konha looked away and said to Black Elixir Workshop, Yes, Black Pill Workshop replied in a deep voice. Then, Black Pill Workshop launched an attack on the other three gates. Meanwhile, Shiba Kongha, who was squatting on his shoulder, also began to chant the Keto incantation. Bone beasts scattered everywhere. Spires, red crystals, steel wheels. The wind is the wind, and the sky is the calm. The sound of spears hitting each other resounded throughout Void City. Thunder roar cannon. Boom! In the midst of the explosion of Ryatsu, a loud noise and a dazzling white light appeared in the sky above Silent Soul Society. Boom! The gate guardian that took the direct hit of the 63rd Keto directly tilted its head and fell to the ground, smashing a dozen buildings and fainting. Black Elixir Workshop, I'll leave the remaining two to you. I'll deal with the other guy. Shiba Kongha said. Understood. Black Elixir Workshop, who was fighting against the remaining two gates, responded. After receiving the answer, Shiba Kongha didn't hesitate and used Shuanpa to jump down from Black Elixir Workshop's shoulder, appearing on the roof of a relatively intact building, and then continued to use Shuanpa to rush to the place where Sei Ito was wreaking havoc. Speaking of which, as a member of the former 5th Great Noble Clan, since childhood, Shiba Kongha had been friends with Yi Ichi of the Four Maple Court, and he received a lot of benefits from Yi Ichi, including the special Shunpa technique. Therefore, Shiba Kongha's Shunpa was very fast, and in just a few flashes, he appeared near Seito. Thunder roar cannon. As soon as he made his move, Shiba Kongha released a mid-high level Keto. Seito's figure flashed and dodged the direct hit of Thunder roar cannon. Boom! The Thunder roar cannon missed its target and hit the already dilapidated building. With a loud bang, it became even more dilapidated. Seito's figure flashed again, and he appeared in front of Shiba Kongha. He thought to put away celestial clouds, and he punched Shiba Kongha's arm. As someone who had been tortured by Seito of the Four Maple Court since childhood, Shiba Kongha's fighting skills were naturally not weak. She immediately turned her arm around and kicked at Seito's abdomen. After failing to catch Shiba Kongha, Seito directly pressed his palm down on Shiba Kongha's long white legs, and his right foot entered Shiba Kongha's right arm, which was exposed because she didn't have a right arm to block it, and he squeezed his body in her chest. Bang! With a muffled sound, Shiba Kongha's body quickly fell backward. Then Seito turned around, reached out his arm, and grabbed Shiba Kongha's hand, which was instinctively clawing around, and pulled her body back up. At the same time, he pushed his right hand forward, and the bottom of his palm hit Shiba Kongha's chin. Shiba Kongha's teeth clattered together, and she instantly felt dizzy, unable to perceive the outside world. Binding chains. Ito Sei, who had successfully stunned Shiba Kitsuru with a palm strike, released the Keto Bakudo number 63, binding chains that he had recently mastered. In an instant, a pitch-black chain as thick as an adult's arm flew out of the void, and like a snake, it wrapped around Shiba Kukuru's body, tightly tying him up. Bang! The bound Shiba Kukuru fell heavily to the ground. Phew! I can be lazy for a while. Seito turned around and looked at Bipolar Hill. It's over. On Bipolar Hill, Four Maple Court's captain grabbed Aizen's left hand to prevent him from pulling out his Zanpakudo and wrapped Kyoka's Sujetsu with a special bandage made by the Four Maple Court that could temporarily block other people's Zanpakudo. But to the surprise of all the captains, Aizen's face once again showed a smile. What's wrong? What's so funny, Aizen? Four Maple Court's captain asked. I'm sorry, time's up. Aizen explained. Hearing this, Four Maple Court's captain's expression suddenly changed. He turned around and shouted at Soy Fawn, who was holding Aizen's other arm. Soy Fawn, leave now. Soy Fawn didn't understand why Yi wanted her to leave, but she was used to following his orders. She didn't hesitate and immediately left with Yi. A second after they left, a square light pillar suddenly shot down from the sky and wrapped around Aizen's body. Ikamaru Jin and Isendo also received the same treatment. Sure enough, This guy didn't plan to take me there. Seito looked at the sky and sneered. What's wrong? Did Aizen abandon you? Shiba Kezuru, who just came back to her senses and heard Seito's words, sneered. Yes, but it doesn't matter. I'll find him again anyway. He can't go back on what he promised me. Itose turned his head and looked at Shiba Kezuru, who was chained and lying on the ground on her side. While the two of them were talking, four gigantic fingers abruptly reached out from the sky of Quiet Soul Society, tearing the sky apart as if it was being ripped apart, revealing the pitch-black space behind it. A large number of gigantic monsters with long noses and white bone masks on their faces poked out from the pitch-black space. Void! Shiba Kezuru was shocked. At the same time, the ground beneath Aizen, Jin, and Higashi Senji, who were enveloped by the anti-desert light, suddenly rose into the air and flew towards the black cavity in the sky. East Sendo, Sajin, who was covered in blood, shouted. Come down, East Sendo. I don't understand. Why did you become a Shinigami? Isn't it for your dead friends? Isn't it for justice? Where did your justice go? I've said it before. The only thing in my eyes is a path without blood. East Sendo said. Justice is always there. The path I'm taking is justice. East Sendo, Sajin, who still couldn't accept it, shouted. You actually joined hands with Great Void? Why? The captain of the 13th Division, Jushru Yukitake, who had white hair and a pale face, asked Aizen, who was floating in the air, to pursue a higher realm. Aizen replied, Have you fallen, Aizen? Yukitake said, From the beginning, there was no one in the sky. Not you, not me, not even God. Aizen raised his hand and took off the black-rimmed glasses on his face. He gently crushed them with his 2 fingers. Then he combed his hair with both hands and said, But the unbearable gap in the throne of the heavens is about to end. From now on, I will rule the heavens. When he said this, Aizen, who had changed his appearance, exuded an indescribable charm. Goodbye, Grim Reaper, and a young man in the calamity. See you again. Aizen, who had floated to the entrance of the dark space, turned around and said, From a human's point of view, you are indeed interesting. After saying that, he disappeared into the black tunnel that was quickly closing up. I'm also running away. Otherwise, I'll be hunted down by the entire Soul Society. Seito said softly. Oh, by the way, if you want to heal your broken arm one day, just look for Yi and contact me. The price is discounted. Seito, who was about to leave, suddenly remembered something. He smiled and said to Shiba Kezuru, who was lying on the ground. Then he used teleport and disappeared from Shiba Kezuru's sight. Chapter 1385. P.S. Thanks to Zhang Xiaozhong, Doom ****, Halcyon, Where the Soul Goes, Always Late, and LKSKLN for their precious monthly votes. Thanks to NXCX and Halcyon for their tips. Creak, 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 accompanied by an ear-piercing sound. A large crack instantly spread in the air of this endless desert world. Then, the center of the crack opened to both sides, revealing the pitch-black space behind it. A figure then walked out of the black space and jumped onto the sand below. This person was none other than Seito. After Aizen's defection, Itose stayed in the Rubik's Cube world for half a month. He found information about the realm-breaking instrument from the Keto materials he obtained and practiced it smoothly. At the same time, he avoided the pursuit of the 13 Guardians of Soul Society who had restored order. Then today, he used the breaking realm instrument in a barren mountain in the drifting Soul Street to open the dark space and came a Hueco Mundo. Itose, who stood up, looked back at the sky that had already recovered. He withdrew his gaze, casually chose a direction, and walked out. Anyway, for Hueco Mundo, which was boundless and had either yellow sand or weathered land, it was the same no matter which direction he chose. At most, it was the distance to Las Noches Palace. Seito walked like this for 3 days, but he didn't even see a shadow of a hollow, let alone Nero, who loved to run around Hueco Mundo. I really don't have the life of a protagonist. Shinozaki Ichigo came less than half a day ago. I met Nilu, that little lowly big sister who could carry, assist, and save people. I've been walking for 3 days, but I haven't even seen a single voidling. It's really... Seito shook his head and said self-deprecatingly. Then he stopped and took out an iron plate. He used his mental power to inscribe the spatial positioning spell of the Flying Thunder God technique on it, and threw it into the desert. Then he used the earth shield to transform into smoke and disappeared from the sand. He dived into the deepest part of the sand without stopping. After diving for an unknown amount of time, Ito Seiji felt that the environment around him had changed, and he appeared under the sky again. The great hollow forest. Ito Sei, who had reassembled his body, looked at the huge forest that appeared under his feet and said with a smile, "That's right, it was the great hollow forest. In Hueco Mundo, as long as you didn't fear death and dived underground, it wouldn't take long to break through the barrier and move to the top of the great hollow forest. This could be said to be Hueco Mundo's unique way of finding a path." Ito Sei's body leaped and rushed down towards the great void forest. However, just as he was about to touch the trees of the great void forest, it suddenly stopped. With a thought, Ito released his powerful mental power. In an instant, a huge mental pressure that was very similar to spiritual pressure enveloped half of the great hollow forest, causing the negative spiritual particles in the surroundings to explode. Ayo! In the next second, a few high-pitched noises sounded from the great hollow forest. Hearing the howls of the great hollow forest, Ito smiled and took out the godly blade, Celestial Clouds. He used psychokinesis to cover his body and rushed in the direction of the noises. Soon, a pitch-black great hollow that looked like a huge puppet wrapped in black cloth appeared in front of Seito. As he flew closer, the great hollow forest also discovered Ito's existence. It turned its head and opened its mouth. A ball of light quickly gathered in its mouth. It was the great hollow forest's ultimate move. At the same time, it was the great hollow forest's only offensive move, Void Flash. Whoosh! As its only offensive move, the great hollow forest's Void Flash was not very slow. In just 2 to 3 seconds, a thick beam of light shot out from the great hollow forest and headed straight for Seito. Seeing this, Seito waved the celestial clouds in his hand. The Void Flash that was about to hit him was everything. The Void Flash that was heading straight for him instantly surged into the blade of the celestial clouds. Outer path of destruction. Then, Ito waved his arm again. The Void Flash that had just disappeared appeared again and shot towards the great hollow forest head. Greater voids, as the name implied, were especially large voids. Due to their large bodies, their movement speed was several times slower than smaller voids, so they were like targets that could not be dodged when shot back by Void Flash. Their mask was instantly struck by the Void Flash, and their entire head was blasted apart. After killing the Great Hollow, Ito did not even look at the Great Hollow Forest that was beginning to spiritualize. He continued to charge towards the other Great Hollow Forest. His goal was very simple. It was to force out the Great Hollow Forest's possible intelligent Achuka's level hollows and ask them about the path to the Void Night Sky. Of course, if he could lure out the Death God hidden in the Great Hollow, Asido, it would be the same. After all, compared to the Achuka's hollows, the Death God Asido was much easier to get along with. With this plan in mind, Ito did not care about anything else and started killing in the Great Hollow Forest. Who was Ito? He had many tricks up his sleeves and was at the top of the Death God's world. Killing level 3 Great Hollow Forest was as easy as chopping vegetables for him. Therefore, in less than a day, he had killed close to 100 Great Hollow Forest. This was because the Great Hollow Forest was too scattered and there was a lot of time spent on traveling and searching. Otherwise, the number of Great Hollow Forest would have been even higher. Then, the second day, the third day, the fourth day. On the 6th day of Seito's rampage in the Great Hollow Forest, and Ichukas who had just leveled up or felt that the outside world was too dangerous finally came out to find Seito, who was still killing the great hollow forest because he could not stand the irritation in his heart. As hollows formed from human souls and negative energy, they did not think that a sneak attack was bad. Moreover, Seito's performance was so arrogant. Therefore, as soon as he appeared, the Ichuka's level hollow attacked Seito with a void flash. Seito, who had just finished killing a great hollow, flashed away from the great hollow's attack. Boom! The void flash missed and flew for a distance. It violently collided with the ground and exploded with a loud sound. Finally, the main character is here. Seito, who was thinking this, flashed again. After 2 flashes, he appeared in front of the Ichuka's level hollow. He waved his blade at the hollow, who looked like an enlarged lion and whose upper body was covered in white bones, and slashed down. The lion hollow flashed to the side and escaped from Seito's blade. Its hind legs stepped on the void, and its 2 front claws, which carried biting cold spiritual pressure, clawed at Seito's body. Clang! Seito flipped his arm and blocked the lion hollow's arms with his blade. Then, Seito stretched out his left hand. A ball of spiritual droplets appeared in his palm, emitting a powerful energy fluctuation, and shot towards Liu Su's body. Dao Breaker 63, Thunder Roar Cannon. Boom! Amidst the violent explosion, the lion hollow's huge body was pushed back a distance. Seito knew that an Ichuka's level hollow would not be easily taken down by a path of ghosts. He took a step forward and rushed to the side of the lion hollow, who was shrouded in energy smoke and slashed out with the celestial cloud sword that was covered in spiritual energy. Puff! The sound of a door opening was heard in the smoke. Roar! At the same time, a lion's head covered in white bone armor bit towards Seito's head. Seito used his right hand as the center of his body and levitated. He dodged the lion hollow's bite and at the same time kicked out with his right foot. The tip of his foot hit the lion hollow's lower jaw. Bang! The huge force kicked the lion hollow's head high into the air. With a thought, Seito withdrew the celestial cloud's sword that was stuck in the middle of the lion hollow's back into his body. He activated instant transmission and appeared beside the lion hollow's head. He turned around and kicked the lion hollow's head that was covered in white bone armor. He kicked the lion hollow to the ground below like a cannonball. Boom! Amidst the loud noise, the lion hollow landed heavily on the ground, creating a circular crater that was about 10 meters deep in the great hollow forest's hard ground. A large amount of smoke and dust filled the air and covered him. Iron sand wall, monk pagoda, scorching iron glimmer. Because of its determination, it is silent in the end. Binding Tao 75, 5 iron pillars. Seito, who was suspended in midair, chanted loudly. The next moment, in the midst of the explosion of spiritual pressure, 5 thick iron pillars that were only a size thinner than an adult's body suddenly appeared in midair. They all fell towards the lion hollow that was shrouded in smoke and dust. Finally, they all landed on the lion hollow's body, who was still dizzy from Seito's kick and unable to react. He was imprisoned on the ground, unable to struggle. At this moment, Seito's body flashed and appeared in front of the lion hollow's head on the ground. "Can you understand human language?" Seito asked. "Roar!" The lion hollow roared at Seito with a ferocious look. Could it be that it doesn't know how to speak human language? Seito saw this and frowned, muttering, "What a waste of emotion." After all this time, it's actually referring to something that doesn't know how to speak human language. After saying this, Seito stretched out his hand towards the lion hollow's head in front of his foot and chanted a high-level offensive incantation. 1,000 hands, unable to touch the venerable hand of darkness, unable to reflect the archer of the heavens, the path of light spilling down, fanning the wind of fire. Gather together. Do not be confused. Follow my instructions. Light bullets, 8 bodies, 9 paths, heavenly scriptures, swift treasures, great wheels, great turrets. Sensing Seito's increasing spiritual pressure, The Lion Hollow's roar finally changed under the threat of death. Roar. Wait, wait, the Lion Hollow said. Eh. Sei Ito, who heard human language, exclaimed softly and stopped his incantation. What do you want to know? The Lion Hollow stuttered word by word. Tell me, how to get to Void Night Palace, Sei Ito said calmly. Walk from here, south, and you will see a huge building complex that is Void Night Palace. After the initial stutter, the Lion Hollow, who had activated some information in his agility, spoke more and more smoothly. Soon, he told Sei Ito the direction to Void Night Palace without any hesitation. Do you want to live or die? Sei Ito nodded, then suddenly asked. I want to live, the Lion Hollow replied. Since you want to live, I will give you a chance. From now on, you will be my mount. You will send me to Void Night Palace. Once there, you can go wherever you want, Sei Ito said calmly. Of course, you only have one chance. If you dare to play any tricks on the way, I will destroy you so that you won't even have the chance to reincarnate. I will do what I say. Are you sure you will let me go as long as I send you to Void Night Palace? The Lion Hollow asked in disbelief. It's up to you to believe it or not, Sei Ito said calmly. After he finished speaking, he removed the 5 iron pillars that were suppressing the Lion Hollow. Shikoku's eyes flashed as he stared at Ito-sei. He stood up from the ground. Seeing this, Ito-sei did not stand on ceremony. He directly jumped onto Shikoku's back and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and meditated, allowing Shikoku to slowly move forward and lead him into the distance. He didn't know if it was beaten by Ito-seiji or if it had some other inexplicable thoughts in its heart. In short, Leonis was very obedient along the way, carrying Ito-seiji to Lost Noche's palace. As the place where most of the voids in Hueco Mundo yearned for, the journey to Lost Noche's palace was naturally not a peaceful one. Occasionally, one would encounter 1 or 2 occasion-level great voids, or 2 or even 3 occasion-level great voids in a group. During this process, some of the Hollows who were alone would consider the difference in strength between themselves and the Lion Hollow and choose not to meet each other. Some of them couldn't suppress their desire to evolve and attack the Lion Hollow and Sei Ito sitting on its back. The result was obvious. They were easily killed by Sei Ito, who didn't need to hold back, and became Lion Hollow's mouthpieces. Of course, it wasn't only the Hollows who became Lion Hollow's mouthpieces, but also the rare Hollows who were in a group. Are there always so many Ichuka's level Hollows here in the past? On this day, Sei Ito casually threw an Ichuka's level Hollow that he had just killed to the Lion Hollow and asked, I'm not sure, but I'm sure there aren't as many as this time. Lion Hollow, who was lowering its head to devour the Hollow's corpse, replied. Sei Ito, who was sitting on Lion Hollow's back, nodded and vaguely guessed the reason. It seems like it's Aizen's doing. Is there not enough experimental material? Sei Ito thought. Later on, because of Sei Ito, Lion Hollow, who had become stronger, was able to intimidate a group of weak Ichuka's level Hollows. Therefore, the number of attacks immediately decreased, which made Lion Hollow a little depressed. At the same time, it also allowed Sei Ito to quietly rush to Void Night Palace. The Lost Noche's palace was a building somewhat similar to the Taj Mahal. It had a round dome and a square body. The 4 corners had several huge white stone pillars that varied in height but were roughly the same in thickness. Some collapsed remnants were half hidden under the desert surrounding the Lost Noche's palace. Okay, you can go now, Sei Ito said as he jumped off Lion Hollow's back. Chapter 1386. Yes, Leo turned his head and looked at Sei Ito. After making sure that he wasn't joking, he quickly responded. Although following a strong person like Sei Ito gave him a lot of benefits, it wasn't as important as his own life. Therefore, after knowing that he could leave, Leo didn't hesitate to turn around and run away from Sei Ito. He hurriedly ran away in the direction away from Lost Noche's palace. Sei Ito, who wasn't interested in Leo's reaction, didn't stay in the same place for long and walked toward Las Noches Palace. Ah, strange. A Grim Reaper actually appeared around Las Noches Palace. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Just when Seito was a certain distance away, a somewhat savage voice sounded. He was probably betrayed by his companions. But to be honest, I haven't eaten a Grim Reaper's soul for a long time. Let it be my appetizer, another voice sounded. Seito stopped and looked toward the direction of the voice. In an instant, two humanoid male phantoms wearing the white Las Noches uniforms worn by Genji and their auxiliary officers appeared in Itosei's eyes. There were incomplete white bones on the neck and chest, respectively. Facers, Seito raised his eyebrows. You actually know us. The savage man who spoke earlier frowned and then arrogantly introduced himself. I am the 105th Blade, Norma Guttrat Norwich. The 117th Blade, Raytork, Esmo Lavin. Another Arcana Void introduced himself. So it's two eliminated goods, Seito said with a look of realization. You're courting death. The facer who was touched on his sore spot shouted angrily with a murderous aura. Roll. If you don't make a move, I will personally tear him to pieces, the 105th Blade named Norma Guttrat Norwich said coldly. Okay, Raytork nodded slightly and agreed. Grim Reaper. Don't worry, I won't kill you instantly. I'll be kind enough to cut you into pieces piece by piece and let you know what hell is. Norma Scott jumped down from the wall of Las Noches Palace and walked towards Seito while speaking with a sinister expression. At the same time, in an empty hall of Empty Night Palace, Lord Eisen, would you like me to greet him? The man was dressed in the white uniform of Las Noches, but his hands were still tucked in his sleeves. Ikamaru Jin, who was leaning against the wall and hiding in a dark corner, turned to look at Eisen, who was sitting on a stone chair in the center of the room. He was wearing the same white uniform as Eisen. His right arm was half bent, and his right hand was clenched into a fist and pressed against his cheek. Not for now. Let the two failures test his strength, Eisen said. Yes, Jin replied in a low voice. Then, just like Lon Ran, he half closed his eyes and used his heart to feel the changes in the spirit seed outside, forming an image in his mind. Eisen and Jin were captain-level experts. This kind of thing could be done to a certain extent. The image changed back to the outside of Las Noches Palace. So much nonsense. Itosei, who didn't take Norma Grid's malicious words seriously, said softly. As soon as he finished speaking, Itosei's figure instantly disappeared from where he was and appeared in front of Norma Scott. He summoned Tion Songyun and slashed down with his sword. Norma Scott was startled by Seito's strange appearance, and his face changed as he instinctively raised his sword to block. But at this time, Seito's wrist skillfully rotated. Celestial cloud spun out of Seito's hand and was held tightly by his other hand. Seito continued to slash at Norma Scott. Puff! With a muffled sound, a large amount of blood gushed out from the wound on Norma Scott's chest. Norma Scott's face was full of disbelief as he was inexplicably stabbed. But that's right, not many people would have thought of it. Someone actually dared to switch weapons in a life and death battle. This was completely beyond the expectations of ordinary people. Even if he hadn't fought with Saphilos, Seito wouldn't have thought of using this kind of small tactic where the opponent would send his weapon flying if he wasn't careful. This was all inspired by Saphilos. Then, Seito's free right hand reached forward and grabbed Norma Scott's face. At a very close distance, he used Kido Hado 88, Flying Dragon Strike's Thief Sky, Shaking Thunder Cannon. In an instant, under the intense Ryatsu fluctuations, a thick beam of light shot out from Seito's palm, swallowing Norma Scott's entire head and shoulders. It didn't lose any momentum as it bombarded the outer walls of Las Noches Palace. Boom! A violent explosion immediately reverberated in the sky above Las Noches Palace. After 3 to 4 seconds, when the smoke and dust dispersed, Norman Scott, whose face was full of injuries and who did not seem to have much chance of survival, appeared in front of Itosei's eyes with a large piece of broken wall. As expected of a hollow, his vitality is really strong. He didn't immediately die after taking a direct hit from 88 Hado at such a distance. Looking at Norma Scott in front of him, Seito secretly sighed in his heart. However, even though he was thinking that way, his hands didn't slow down in the slightest. He flipped his wrist and turned his blade upwards. With a slash, he sliced Norma Scott's upper body into two halves. Puff! A large amount of blood gushed out from Norma Scott's body like a fountain. Seito used the protective energy around his body to block the blood that sprayed onto his body. He turned his head slightly and looked at Raytork, who was standing not far away on the outer walls of Las Noches Palace. At this moment, his expression had greatly changed. Seito sneered and immediately used instant transmission to disappear from his spot and appear beside Raytork. However, Raytork, who was already 200% on guard against Seito, turned his feet and used Hollow's unique high-speed movement footwork. Echo turned to escape from his spot, dodging Seito's attack by a hair's breadth. Seito didn't care when he saw this. He used instant transmission to the limit and split into several figures to chase after Raytork. He even surpassed Raytork and killed Raytork on the spot, who couldn't dodge or resist. Seito, who reappeared, looked at Las Noches Palace and sneered. He used instant transmission to appear above Las Noches Palace. He stimulated his perfect circle force to operate on the celestial clouds and slash down on the dome of Las Noches Palace below, like Kurosaki Ichigo's Getsuga Tensho. In an instant, a huge crescent-shaped blade of nearly 100 meters long and 20 meters wide flew out from the celestial clouds and bombarded the dome of Las Noches Palace below. Boom! A violent roar instantly resounded through the void. When the smoke and dust dissipated, a huge crack appeared on the dome of Las Noches Palace. In that crack, Seito vaguely saw Aizen's figure. Seito's figure flashed and appeared in the empty room where Aizen was. Long time no see, Ito. It's really lucky to see you alive again. Aizen put his hands on the armrest of his chair and leaned back. The corners of his mouth curled up as if he was smiling. Yes, I'm very lucky, so I'm here to collect my debt. Seito nodded and said. Presumptuous. Higashii, who was standing not far from Aizen, shouted. Ito-sei didn't care about Higashikami. He just quietly looked at Aizen, sitting on the throne. I broke my promise that time. I apologize. Aizen looked at Seito for a moment and said, I'll have someone give you the technology related to artificial souls and temporary souls. Seito nodded and put the celestial clouds back into his body. Silver, take Ito to rest. Aizen turned to Ikamaru Jin, who was leaning against the wall, and ordered. Yes, Aizen-sama. Ikamaru Jin stood up and nodded. Then he took Seito out of the room. Aizen-sama, why didn't you let me kill him? After Seito left with Ikamaru Jin, Higashii turned to Aizen and asked, His existence is very interesting. I want to observe him more. Aizen replied, But Higashii wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Aizen. Okay, Higashii, do as I say. Although Aizen's tone was light, the meaning behind his words was undeniable. The inexplicable pressure caused Yi Sinjin to back down, forcing him to step aside quietly. We're here. This is the place. Ikamaru Jin led Seito to an empty room and smiled. It's best not to run around here, or you'll lose your life. Ito-sei, who was looking around the room, nodded, indicating that he understood. Then you should rest. Ikamaru Jin turned around and left Seito's room. Seito watched Ikamaru Jin leave and close the door. He returned to his bed and sat cross-legged. He closed his eyes and meditated. About an hour later, there was a sudden knock on the door. Ito-sei, who withdrew from meditation, put down his legs and stood up. He walked to the door and reached out to open it. Immediately, a human figure wearing a white Las Noches uniform appeared in front of Ito-sei. He looked like a 17 or 18-year-old boy. This is what Aizen-sama asked me to deliver, the youth said as he handed over the folded white uniform of Las Noches Palace and several scrolls and some small items to Ito-sei. Idose understood that he was here to deliver the information. He reached out and took the clothes and things, then closed the door again. He took the things back to the bed and put the clothes and things on the stone bed. He sat down and took the scroll that should be the technical information and looked down. In an instant, a lot of technical terms came into Idose's eyes. Sure enough, I need to find a technician. Idose, who probably confirmed the authenticity of the document in his hand, put it away and sighed softly. So far, Seito had achieved all his goals in the Shinigami world except for the Kido, forbidden technique. Chapter 1387. Speaking of technicians, in the entire Shinigami world, there was only Hueco Mundo's 80th Blade, Thrall Apollo Grands, Soul Society's 12th Division, Captain Mayuri, and his team members, Soul King Palace's Division 0, and Urahara Kisuke in the modern world. Aside from them, there's only Big Boss Aizen. But Sal Apollo is a lunatic. Ito doesn't love him, so he can be ruled out. Urahara Kisuke is too insidious and unpredictable, so he can't be sure when he will plot against him. Mayuri of the 12th Division is a lunatic, not much better than Sal Apollo, so he can also be ruled out. Even if he can get in touch with the people from the 0 Division, he can't do anything to them, so he can also rule them out. In the end, only the members of the 12th Division would be able to get their hands on them easily. As for Big Boss Aizen, who would be crazy to look for him? The 12th Division. Seito, who had changed into the white uniform of Las Noches Temple, muttered to himself. Right, I don't know if that woman exists or not. She should exist. After all, the previous world is a multi-dimensional world, so the Shinigami world should be the same. If that's the case, I can get her. After all, she is a character from 1,000 years ago. Even if her technical strength didn't improve much due to the seal, she shouldn't have regressed. Plus, she has been accumulating for 1,000 years, so maybe she has made some progress. Speaking of the 12th Division, Seito's eyes lit up as he thought of something. Calculating the time, the plot should be about to start. We don't need to participate in the plot. We just need to capture that woman when she appears. Seito thought. Thinking of this, Seito, who already got all the information except for the forbidden techniques, didn't care about staying in Las Noches Temple. He turned around and walked out of the room. After all, he didn't want Aizen to know that he had the ability to leave and come back at any time. Stop right there. Just as Seito took a few steps forward, a shout suddenly rang out. Seito frowned and stopped in his tracks. He turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw a man wearing white pleated pants and a white long-sleeve shirt with the exception of the collar and sleeves. However, the shirt was wide open, revealing the muscles on his chest and abdomen and a circular hole in his abdomen. Itose saw a blue-haired young man with a Zanpakuto on his waist and a bone mask that was not completely broken on half of his face with a wanton expression on his face. Seeing this person's appearance, Seito immediately knew his name. He was the 60th Blade Grimjo, Jakek. He was the only surviving member of 10 Blades in the original work, a half-king of Hueco Mundo. I really didn't expect that a Grim Reaper would actually sneak into Endless Night Palace. Grimjow, who was slowly walking towards Seito, laughed wildly. It just so happens that I'm a little bored right now, so I'll play with you. After that, he came to Seito's side and reached out to grab Seito. Seito raised his hand and grabbed Grimjow's outstretched arm. He raised his foot and kicked the other party's abdomen, sending him flying out with a powerful kick. Boom! Grimjow, who flew out like a cannonball, heavily hit the wall on the side of the corridor, creating a circular cracked depression with a diameter of about 2 meters. Gravel fell out of the cracked gap. It fell to the ground with a crackling sound. Seito, who knew Grimjow's character, didn't stop attacking after kicking him in order to avoid being entangled by him. He flashed to Grimjow, who was still hanging on the wall like a painting, and punched him in the face. Boom! Grimjow, who was hit head-on, had his head deeply sunk into the wall. Then he retracted his 5 fingers. As if he was grabbing something, he pulled back his arm and pulled Grimjow's head down from the wall. He turned around and threw Grimjow to the ground like a ragbag. Bang! With a huge muffled sound, the hard ground was once again smashed into a human-shaped crack depression. Hado number 63, Thunder Roar Cannon. Sei Ito, who was pressing his palm on Grimjow's face, quickly released a Kido in the form of Renounce Chant. Boom! In the strong burst of Ryatsu fluctuations, a violent explosion and dazzling white light came out in the corridor of Las Noches Palace, completely attracting the attention of the other hollows who didn't care too much about the situation here before. In an instant, more than a dozen Ryatsu senses of varying strength were transmitted to Sei Ito's heart through perception. Ah, it's so funny. The dignified 60th Blade Grimjow was actually beaten by a Grim Reaper without being able to fight back. It's so funny. In the crowd of onlookers, a rough voice sounded. Lord Hellable, don't we need to stop them? Another voice sounded. The person called Hellable didn't speak. Lord Grimjow. Immediately afterward, 4 unfamiliar voices sounded at the same time. Let go of Lord Grimjow. One of them shouted loudly, and at the same time, he used Echo Ring to appear beside Sei Ito and attacked him. Seeing this, Sei Ito's body flashed, disappeared from Grimjow's body, dodged the opponent's attack, and went behind the person. He stretched out his foot and stepped on the person's back, jumped, and rushed to the back of the hollow's neck, summoned the Divine Blade, Celestial Clouds, and slashed the person's neck. Puff! Almost without any resistance, the attacker's head was separated from his body. Iridod. That is, the moment Sei Ito raised his hand and slashed down, 4 roars sounded at the same time. Ed Leones, one of the 5 auxiliary officers that Grimjow brought to the modern world to find trouble with Shinozaki Ichigo in the original work. His hair is red, and the remains of his face are on his eyes. It looks a bit like a different style of glasses. The hole is in the center of his chest below his throat. In the original work, he was defeated by Banyan with 10,000 solution. Grimjow can't kill indiscriminately because of his relationship with 10 blades, but you're just an auxiliary officer. Sei Ito, who turned in midair and kicked Ed Leone's body toward the other 4 people, thought to himself, Ed Leones. At this time, Grimjow, who got a chance to breathe because of Ed Leone's harassment, roared. I want you dead, Grimjow said while gritting his teeth. After that, Grimjow stretched out his hand towards Sei Ito and shot a blue Ryatsu beam. Not good. Get out of the way. It's Wang Su's flash. As soon as they saw Grimjow's attack, several shouts rang out. The so-called Wang Su's flash is the unique void flash skill of 10 blades. Its power is far more powerful than void flash, and it has the ability to distort space. Therefore, in order to ensure the safety of Las Noches, which was finally completed, Aizen banned the use of Wang Su's flash in Las Noches. However, Grimjow, who has now gone berserk, has long forgotten the rules and focused on killing Sei Ito. Destroy the outer path, Celestial Clouds. Because Wang Su's flash almost occupied most of the corridor space, Sei Ito, who couldn't hide for the time being, had to activate the ability of Celestial Clouds again with Soul Language. In the next moment, Sei Ito held his katana horizontally, and Wang Su's flash, which was flying in front of him, seemed to be attracted by something and was all projected into the Celestial Clouds, disappearing as if the violent Ryatsu just emitted was an illusion. Seeing that Wang Su's flash was swallowed, Grimjow's face showed a dignified expression. Holding the hilt with his right hand, he slowly pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist. Stop! Just as Grimjow was about to attack, Dong Xing Yao's figure suddenly appeared in the empty space between Sei Ito and Grimjow and said in a deep voice, Aizen, Sama wants to see you. Grimjow was arrogant, and although he wasn't absolutely loyal to Aizen, he still understood who had the bigger fist. So when he heard Dong Xing Yao's words, he couldn't attack. He could only take back his katana and stare at Sei Ito's face, saying coldly, I will kill you. I'll be waiting, Sei Ito said as he put the Celestial Clouds back into his body. Grimjow and Sei Ito followed Dong Xing Yao to Aizen's room. After a minute or so, the three entered the empty room and saw Aizen sitting on the throne. Aizen-sama. Grimjow knelt on one knee and bowed his head. Sei-Ito stood aside and didn't say anything. Dong Xingyao noticed Sei-Ito's behavior and frowned. He was about to attack Sei-Ito, who had no respect for Aizen. Dong Xing. Aizen called him. Dong Sung, who was called out, was very obedient. He silently retreated to the side, not far from Grimjow and Ito Chengdu. Grimjow, you violated my order. Aizen looked at the kneeling Grimjow and said, I'm sorry, Aizen-sama. I just wanted to avenge my subordinates. Grimjow lowered his head and explained. But still against my rules, Aizen said, unmoved. I'm willing to accept Aizen-sama's punishment. Grimjow gritted his teeth. In 10 days, go and capture 30 archvoids of the Ajucha's class. Aizen said. Yes. Grimjow replied. Remember, there will be no next time. As soon as Aizen's voice fell, a huge and deep Ryatsu erupted from his body. It pressed down on Grimjow and Sei-Ito standing next to him. It shocked Grimjow and Sei-Ito. Yes. Grimjow's forehead was covered in sweat under the Ryatsu's pressure. On the other hand, Ito-Sei frowned, but he didn't react to Aizen's Ryatsu. Aizen's eyes lit up. Chapter 1388. P.S. Thank you to Nightski Eagle, Pixlu, Highey 2003, and Boring Lore for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Halcyon and NXCX for their tips. You can leave now, Aizen said while maintaining his Ryatsu. Yes. Grimjow, who was kneeling on one knee, lowered his head and responded. Then he stood up, turned his head and stared fiercely at Ito-Sei, and walked out of the empty room with heavy and depressing steps. After Grimjow left, Aizen's Ryatsu fell on Sei-Ito's body and continued to increase. Sei-Ito frowned and released his Ryatsu to resist Aizen's Ryatsu. The two were in a stalemate with Ryatsu. After a minute, Aizen frowned when he saw that he still couldn't take down Ito-Seiji. He stopped using his Ryatsu and said, You're new here. There are some things I didn't tell you. I'll let it go this time, but I don't want to see it happen again. Do you understand? As long as they don't offend me, I'm not interested in causing trouble for them. Sei-Ito said, I will have someone inform them of your existence. Aizen said calmly. You can leave now, Aizen said. Sei-Ito bowed and left the room. Aizen-sama, why didn't you punish him? After Ito-Sei left, East Senpai asked Aizen with his empty eyes hidden behind his plastic goggles. East Senpai, are you doubting my decision? Aizen asked indifferently. No, I just think that rules are rules. They shouldn't be ignored. East Senpai replied. Aizen-sama just said that he was given a chance because it was his first offense. The next time he does it, you can punish him. Ikamaru-jin said with a smirk. Ikamaru-jin, are you trying to provoke me? East Sensei turned to look at Ikamaru-jin and asked in a stern voice. Well, who knows? Ikamaru-jin didn't move. East Senpai-jin, let's stop it here, Aizen said when he saw the two of them getting more and more hostile. Yes, Aizen-sama. East Senpai and Ikamaru-jin bowed. On the other side, Ito-Sei, who had just left Aizen's empty room, strode towards the exit of Lost No-Chase Temple. 10 minutes later, Ito-Sei stepped out of the gate of Virtual Night Palace. He went to the white sand world outside. However, just as he stepped out of Lost No-Chase Palace, a sneer appeared on Sei-Ito's face. Sure enough, there's an ambush. Sei-Ito felt that he was being watched. Then he randomly chose a direction. He slowly walked away from Lost No-Chase Palace. They walked for almost half a day. The scenery of Virtual Night Palace had already been completely shaken off 3 to 4 hours ago. Now, apart from the white desert, there were also weathered and cracked rocks in front of his eyes. There was no green at all. However, at this moment, with the appearance of 5 Ryatsu, 1 strong and 4 weak, Grimjow, and 4 faceless hollow assistant officers with different figures and appearances appeared on top of the weathered rocks near Ito-Sei, looking down at him condescendingly. The 4 assistants who came with Grimjo were none other than the 4 who appeared in the original work. They were the faceless number 11, Xiao Long Kufong, who was thin and had a straight waist. He looked like an English gentleman or butler in temperament and feeling. He was fat, and the white wreckage mass shone on the right half of his face. His appearance looked like Sammo Hung's Nachim in the 1980s. He was neither fat nor thin, and he had long blonde hair. The faceless hollow was on the top of his forehead, looking like a hat. His whole temperament was very elegant. He was the 80th Blade's brother, Ilvert Glans. D-Roy Link was short and had a unique set of sawtooth teeth. His broken mask was also on his head, and he looked like some kind of hat ornament of an ethnic minority. What? Do you want to escape? Grimjo, who had his hands in his trouser pockets, looked down at Sei Ito arrogantly. You're not qualified, Sei Ito said disdainfully. You're courting death. The impatient Grimjo's expression changed, and he shouted angrily. After that, he was ready to draw his katana and attack Sei Ito. Grimjo. Just as Grimjo was about to act, Xiao Long quickly shouted, What's the matter? Grimjo, who was stopped, frowned and looked at Xiao Long with some dissatisfaction. Grimjo, leave him to us. You can make your move when we're no match for him. Xiao Long looked at Grimjo and asked. Grimjo took a deep look at Xiao Long, then looked at the other 3 assistants who were looking at him. He turned his head arrogantly and said disdainfully, Do as you wish. Nachim, Ilver, D, let's go. Xiao Long, who got permission, pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist and pointed it at Sei Ito below. After saying that, he disappeared from the rock and appeared next to Ito Sei. He waved his sword and slashed at Ito Sei. At the same time, the other 3 also pulled out their Zanpakuto and activated their Zanpakuto to appear around Sei Ito. They cooperated with Xiao Long to surround him and sent out their Zanpakuto. Sei Ito didn't use any means to dodge, but directly spread out his psychokinesis to cover the surface of his body and took the attacks of the 4 people. Block. Almost at the same time, for Zanpakuto fell on Sei Ito's body, slashing the psychokinesis shield outside Sei Ito's body. Then Sei Ito reached out and pinched the body of Xiao Long's Zanpakuto in front of him, stretched out his left hand, and fired a thunder roar cannon at Xiao Long's face. Boom! Amidst the violent explosion, Xiao Long's body rapidly flew backwards. Then, Sei Ito spun, holding the Zanpakuto celestial clouds that suddenly appeared in his hand. He turned into a spinning top and slashed at the other 3 people. The 3 people were shocked when they saw this and quickly jumped back. Seeing this, Sei Ito, who was spinning, immediately stopped and used flying sidekick to appear in front of D-Roy Link, who was the smallest, and swung his katana at him. D-Roy Link raised his arm and blocked with his katana. But just when the 2 katanas were about to collide, a black light suddenly appeared on the blade of celestial clouds and then effortlessly cut D-Roy Link's Zanpakuto and cut a dark wound on his chest that couldn't be healed by Void's ultra-rapid regeneration. Then Sei Ito turned around. He circled behind D-Roy Link, who had stopped moving due to the knife wound. He swung his katana and slashed at his neck. D-Roy Link's head was separated from his body as it flew through the air. Seeing D's head flying, Xiao Long, Ilford, and Nachim all shouted. Sei Ito, who killed D-Roy Link, sneered and disappeared with a step. He appeared in front of the blonde man, Ilford Glans, before he could react. Then he stabbed the heavenly gathering cloud saber into his chest. Boom! It was also at this time. The delayed sound of the sonic boom exploded in the canyon. With a flip of his wrist, Ito Sei turned the blade towards the sky, and an upward slash covered with powerful red flames was immediately slashed out by him. Boom! Ilford, whose body was split in half, immediately burned in the raging flames. Almost in the blink of an eye, he turned into a pile of spiritual ashes. On the side, Grimjow, who saw 2 assistants die in just a few seconds, narrowed his eyes and pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist again. Then, without hesitation, he activated his Ryatsu and chanted the liberation language. Creak! Panther King. In an instant, the violent spiritual power burst out from Grimjow's body, turning into a spiritual shield that wrapped around him like an eggshell. Grimjow's change immediately attracted the attention of Sei Ito, Xiaolong, and Nachem. But then, Sei Ito retracted his gaze, then appeared in front of Xiaolong, who was looking at Grimjow, and handed out celestial clouds. Feeling the threat of death, Xiaolong quickly regained his senses and dodged to the side with a sidestep. But as soon as he appeared, the familiar black blade suddenly appeared in his sight and pierced his forehead in front of Xiaolong's incredible eyes. Before dying, Xiaolong's gaze fell on Ito's Sei, who was clearly far away and not in the same line as him. He then turned his head to look at Grimjow, who had already broken out of the spirit and transformed into the Panther King. With a look of trust on his face, he fell to the ground and began to split into the free spirit. Sei Ito, who killed Xiaolong with space connection, turned to look at Grimjow, who was standing high above. Grimjow became completely different from before. The white uniform he was wearing was replaced by a white bone armor connected together. His whole body was streamlined, and his forearms and calves had sharp barbed blades. The mask on his face disappeared and turned into a white headband, and his waist-length blue hair fluttered in the wind. If there was anything that hadn't changed, it was that the void hole in each void was still in its original position. Nachem, stand down. Grimjow, who was overflowing with Ryatsu, ordered the only remaining support officer, Nachem. Yes. Nachem responded, then used ring shift to leave the battlefield and retreated to the side. Neither Grimjow nor Sei Ito paid attention to Nachem's actions, but they just stared at each other without blinking. After a while, Grimjow stretched out his hand, and a blue beam of light instantly flew out of his palm and shot towards Sei Ito. Wang Su's flash. Outer path of destruction. Sei Ito waved the celestial clouds in his hand and swallowed Grimjow's Wang Su's flash. However, at this moment, Grimjow suddenly appeared in front of Sei Ito, as if he had teleported. The Ryatsu on his fingers condensed into sharp blades, and he grabbed at Sei Ito's body. Creak, 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 creak. A harsh sound immediately rang from Sei Ito's psychic shield, and a bright light flashed. Sei Ito flipped his wrist and swung his blade horizontally towards Grimjow's body. Grimjow's figure flashed and disappeared in front of Sei Ito, avoiding the slash, then reappeared not far from Sei Ito's side and disappeared again. Crackle! The next moment, with the sound of glass breaking, the psychic shield outside Sei Ito's body exploded, and white marks appeared on Sei Ito's chest. At the same time, Grimjow, with his hands crossed in front of him and his back facing Sei Ito, also appeared on the ground in the distance. Panther King's Claw. The so-called Panther King's Claw was Grimjow's unique skill after returning to the blade. The principle is probably to use the strong inertia formed by the super high movement speed brought about by the agility buff obtained after returning to the blade, coupled with the penetrating force formed by the Ryatsu condensed on his 10 fingers. It is very powerful. Otherwise, it would be impossible to break Sei Ito's psychic shield and leave white marks on his divine body. Moreover, Sei Ito clearly felt that as long as Grimjow's Ryatsu erupts, it is very likely to break through the defense of his body and leave wounds on his body. Playing with speed, huh? Looking down at Sei Ito on his chest, Sei Ito chuckled. Blue and white arcs of lightning suddenly bloomed on his body, and then Sei Ito's figure disappeared in an instant. He appeared beside Grimjow and swung his blade down. Godspeed. Grimjow raised his hand to meet it, but Sei Ito, who was in the state of Godspeed, almost reached the state of sword movement, turned his blade, avoiding Grimjow's arm, and slashed on his waist and abdomen. Puff! With a soft sound, a long and narrow wound instantly appeared on Grimjow's waist and abdomen. Grimjow, who felt the pain, his pupils shrank, and he immediately burst out with a powerful speed like a leopard and dodged backward. It's just that his speed is fast enough, but Sei Ito's speed is faster. He moved close to Grimjow's body like a shadow, swinging his blade and slashing on his body. When the two reappeared 3 seconds later, Grimjow's body had more than a dozen long and narrow bleeding wounds. But soon, with the help of Ryatsu, he stopped the bleeding and returned to normal. Ultra rapid regeneration. Since it has come to this point, this guy won't bother Shinozaki Ichigo anymore. In that case, let's just deal with him here. As for Wanenreika's rescue, there is Urahara Kisuke there anyway, so no one should die. Sei Ito, who was confronting Grimjow, thought to himself, but even if someone dies, I can't control it. At that time, I don't even know if I'll still be in this world. Thinking of this, Sei Ito didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately disappeared from where he was and appeared beside Grimjow and attacked him again. It's just that compared to before, Sei Ito's attack speed this time is faster. The angle is more tricky, and the power is more powerful. At the same time, every attack is aimed at Grimjow's vital points. In this way, after fighting for more than 10 seconds in the state of Godspeed, Grimjow, who is evolving to the Vasto Lord level because of the power of the world, was finally cut in half by Sei Ito's blade. Chapter 1389. Plop. Grimjow's body with the lower half of his head fell heavily to the ground. Seeing Grimjow's death, Nachim, who was watching the battle and waiting for the news of Grimjow's victory, sat down on the ground with a face full of shock and disbelief. Since your master and companions are dead, then you should go down and accompany them. Sei Ito, who suddenly appeared behind Nachim and cut off Nachim's head without hesitation, said softly, "Gulp." Nachim's head rolled a few times in the air before falling to the ground. It rolled a short distance to the side, then turned into a free spirit with his body. Sei Ito, who killed all of Grimjow's group, put away his sword and exhaled softly. Sure enough, if I want to use Godspeed, I still need a divine body to not have any side effects. Sei Ito, who felt the side effects of Godspeed, didn't appear on his body like the Kusanagi in the original work of the Godslayer, whispered to himself. The so-called Godspeed is a relatively conceptual and relative thing. If the body can't support it, like the Kusanagi who can't even reach the speed of sound, it can also be called Godspeed. After all, that is also the effect brought by the Phoenix Authority. But if the body can support it, then this Godspeed is a bit exaggerated, far from being comparable to the speed of sound. For example, the Black Prince Alexander, Gascoigne's movement method of turning into lightning. Although it is not necessarily comparable to the speed of light in the true sense, it is more than enough to shake off the speed of sound. Sei Ito, who put away the useless thoughts and put away the large amount of world power obtained by killing Grimjow and others, flashed. He disappeared from the spot. In the next second, Sei Ito's figure appeared in the house he bought in the Shinigami world. Sei Ito walked to the living room. He came to the monitoring system that was still in operation and pulled up the monitoring records of the days after Kurosaki Ichigo's return. As expected, the Baventers have appeared. After a while, Sei Ito, who had browsed through the surveillance records by fast-forwarding, chuckled. If that's the case, that person should also appear. After confirming the existence of Baventer and knowing that they had just attracted the attention of the Grim Reaper, Sei Ito was not in a hurry when Matsumoto and the others, who had not yet been sent to the modern world, found their nest. He summoned Shinya and Yi. "Ah-chung." Yi greeted Sei Ito happily. Shinya didn't say anything. However, her gaze also fell on him. "Let's go. I'll show you around," Sei Ito said with a smile as he walked up to the two of them, turned around, and held each of their hands as they walked out of the house. Okay. Yi took a step to keep up with Sei Ito's footsteps, reached out to hold his arm, and let Yi's arms sink into the soft flesh of his plump chest. Zhani naturally had no objection to this proposal, so he let Sei Ito pull him out. Out of the house, the three of them began to stroll around Kazazato. Of course, Seito's purpose was not simply to take Zheng Yi and Yi to stroll around the city. He also took this opportunity to investigate the whereabouts of Baventer and the warehouse where the masked legion was hiding. After all, no matter which of these two locations it was, there was no specific location mentioned in the original work. He only knew that one was near the warehouse area in the north of Kazazato, and the other was in the mountain forest cave on the outskirts of Kazazato. However, Seito was someone who had made a big fuss in Soul Society. It was really dangerous for him to walk around like this. So, while he was out, Seito released a batch of reconnaissance nanomachines floating 100 meters away from him. It helped him pay attention to Matsumoto, Runju, Asaniranji, Bamu Jikaku, Baochin, Kira, Izuru, Shinozaki, Ichigo, and the cat-transformed 4 Maple Court EE to avoid unnecessary trouble. Because Kazazato was not a big city, there were not many places for people to play. So after just more than an hour, Seito felt bored. "Let's go for a stroll in the suburbs," Ito-sei suggested. "Okay." Yi, who completely followed Seito's opinion, replied with a smile. "Whatever." Jinyi replied casually. With the same opinion, the three immediately changed their itinerary and moved toward the forest on the outskirts of the city. Not long after, the three came to the forest on the outskirts. "Wait for me," Seito, who stopped, said. Then he pulled his arm out of Yi's embrace and stepped in front of a tree. He reached out and pressed his palm on the trunk. He closed his eyes and tried to communicate with the tree itself. Fortunately, Seito himself was proficient in Mokutan, and he was also a senior legendary and demigod master. So he quickly connected with the weak consciousness of the tree itself. Using it as the core, he expanded his spiritual power and connected with the surrounding trees. In about 5 minutes, a huge spiritual detection network was completed under the connection of the consciousness of these trees. The arc-shaped area that was 5 kilometers away from him was all included in his own exploration. He believed that as long as Baventer was not hiding in the mountains and forests, the area of 5 kilometers in a straight line was definitely enough to search. Then, Seito's mind moved, and he carried out a detailed search of the area that he could control. Green grass, trees, birds, insects, hills, and caves quickly rushed into Seito's mind one after another for him to browse and observe. This continued for more than 10 minutes before it was over. Phew! Seito, who withdrew his hand and opened his eyes, exhaled softly. "Ah-chung, are you looking for something?" Yi asked curiously. "Yes, I'm looking for a group of strange races called Baventer." Seito looked at Yi and smiled. "I was wondering why you were suddenly so kind to take Yi and me out for a stroll today." "So this is your real purpose," Zheng said with an unhappy expression. "It's just in passing." Seito laughed dryly. "My main purpose is to accompany you." Zheng pursed his lips and said nothing. "Did you find it?" Yi did not care what Seito's main purpose was as long as he could be with him. Therefore, after Seito and Zheng finished talking, he asked, "Not here." Seito shook his head slightly. "Oh, then why don't we go somewhere else?" Yi suggested. "Forget it. We're not in a hurry anyway. Let's play here today." Seito smiled. "It just so happens that I found a good place when I was exploring just now. I'll take you there." After saying that, he waved his hand and turned to walk into the depths of the forest. Yi and Zheng looked at each other and followed. The next morning, Seito said to Zheng and Yi, "You guys stay at home and cultivate today. I'll go out and search by myself. I'll pick you up when I make progress." "Okay." Yi nodded in agreement. Seeing that the two had no objections, Seito turned around and left the house. He moved to a different place from the suburban forest he went to yesterday and used the same method to explore. Unfortunately, Seito still did not find the underground cave shown in the original anime. Left with no choice, Seito had to change locations and explore again. Fortunately, he was lucky this time and finally found the underground cave covered by vines in the depths of the forest. Seito retracted his mental power with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He then activated Earth Meld and sneaked toward the cave's location. "It's here," Sei Ito, who was hidden in the soil, thought to himself. Old Man Kudo, Uncle Koga, perverted man Ma Xiao, psychopath and surveillance member Yushir, Shou Wanshin and Xiao Ma Fangya, the twins Peng and Pan, and the fake woman Yoshi are not here. Did they go out to hunt? Sei Ito guessed after seeing the situation in the cave through Earth Meld. Just in time, let's take down these 4 guys first. Thinking of this, Sei Ito got out of the cave and reappeared on the ground. Then he left a Flying Thunder God Jutsu imprint on the tree next to him, and then activated Flying Thunder God Jutsu to return to his home in Kongzucho. At this time, Yi was wearing an apron, happily humming a cheerful tune while busying herself in the kitchen, preparing food for Sei Ito and Mayo. "Where's Mayo?" Sei Ito, who quietly sneaked into the kitchen and hugged Yi from behind, asked with a smile. Hearing Sei Ito's familiar voice, Yi, whose eyes instantly changed from dragon eye state back to their original state, exhaled softly and rebuked, "You scared me. Sister is practicing the Kido you taught her in the cultivation room. I'll go take a look." Sei Ito, who reached out and rubbed Yi's chest, said with a smile. "Just in time. The food is ready. Call sister out to eat." Yi turned to look at Sei Ito and said, "I know," Sei Ito said without looking back. Boom! A loud explosion sounded in the ears of Sei Ito, who had just opened the door and entered the transformed cultivation room. "How's the practice going?" Sei Ito, who was standing at the door, looked at the panting Mayo and asked. "Not bad. I can already release Hado 30 times. Mayo straightened up and said, "As expected of Mayo, you mastered Hado 30 times so quickly." Sei Ito praised. "Did you find that Baventer?" Mayo, who was too lazy to say more, curled his lips and walked to the door while asking, "Well, I found him. I'm going to take you and Yi there after dinner so that you too can practice with him." Sei Ito nodded and smiled. Mayo nodded, reached out, opened the door, and stepped out. Seeing this, Ito Sei chuckled and followed him back to the living room with Shinya. "Ah Chung's sister, it's time to eat." Yi, who was putting plates of food on the table, looked at the two and smiled. "You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.